Yeah, I forgot what that movie's called, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I hate it when people do that. I
Yeah, and
don't.
the cop asked me, had I ever seen that? And I said, no, it's Breaking Bad. Yeah, all right. So I said, no, why? He said, oh, these meth heads are bad, Mike. He showed me the meme on his phone where it says, back in Jackson. Meanwhile, back in Jackson, and at the bottom it said, meth heads are snorting lines out of off the pavement, and it's so hot that crackheads are putting copper back in the radiators for their air conditioners. I was like, that's funny as shit. The cop shows
That is
me this
good.
meme. I was like, really, dude? That's about our hometown? He said, Mike, there's meth heads everywhere. They're stealing your antihydrates. He said, you should probably ride your quad around the farm and make sure they're not camped out here somewhere. They was probably just trying to get it out of sight so they could get enough to cook. I was like, damn, I didn't know. I had to hit myself after that. I asked the kid. I said, boy, what you know about a Meta-American? That's what the cop said. You got to call them by their name, Mike. They're liberals. They're Meta-Americans. Like, all right. All right. I thought he was being serious. I was like, man, once I started getting on the internet a lot, I said, wait, that cop was serious. He's just a viral dude. He just threw a bunch of memes at me and I was supposed to pick up the severity of it, you know? He thought I was viral too. But now it's the county sheriff that works my neighborhood. When you're in the country, they get a big district. But now I know the dude. We're on a level when he comes here. He's a veteran too. And he's real laid back. Some laws just aren't constitutional, and cops know that. Not all cops are stupid. So he just worries about harm to other, theft, shit like that. But the jokes he was cracking about these meth heads, I didn't get till 6 months later. I seen a meme on the internet. I was like, oh. He said these motherfuckers might be living in a broken down Winnebago in the back of my woods. Just trying to get my anhydrous to the tree line. Get it over here where they can't see. Fuck, I'd have just took a bucket. But I do know you can't handle the shit like that. You can't just get a bucket of that shit and walk around with it. It'll fucking kill you.
They don't care. They really don't care.
I can't believe they're smoking shit that they put that shit through. Even if it's a chemical process, I don't give a fuck. Did this shit touch it? And you're smoking it? Oh my God. I'm all down for some weed, but that's fucked up. So you smoking cold medicine cooked in anhydrous. Fuck. I can understand some liquor and some weed. I just don't get meth, I guess. But I mean, I like a good sleep after a hard day's work. I live for that shit, you know. I sleep so sound I can do 6, 7 hours and jump right up. And if I really had to, I can do 4 hours and jump up. Who the fuck would not want to sleep for a month until they was hallucinating? I read some books on this shit. I was like, damn. And since I've never had to worry about that shit on the farm, I guess that's the point of that entire 20-minute ramble while I'm stoned. But now all of a sudden I'm aware that these are some fucked up people, and maybe even though I live so far out of town, maybe I should put a privacy fence around my fucking property right now. That's how fucked up the world is.
Well, that's getting to get necessary pretty soon, probably.
Yeah, my son, we got fields where we cleared rocks, you know what I mean? So I basically,
rock picking.
yeah, I got these rock piles that are basically stone walls. All the way down, they separate my fields. And new rocks come up in your fields every year, and when you till, you turn them up. So you're always putting rocks there. And my son was like, we should just build a brick wall around the property like the fucking prison. And it's a good idea, but 315 fucking acres. That's a big fucking fence. That's a large project.
And my grandpa always said we grew more rocks than we did crops sometimes.
It's the truth. I don't know where the fuck they come from. I don't think the process works like they say it does. My field just spits rocks out all the fucking time. Every year, man, it beats the fuck out of your tiller blades too. You know, you end up heating that shit and beating it around and grinding it and trying to reshape it. But the truth is, it's fucked up. Your brand new equipment's fucked up. That's all there is to it. You got to replace that section of till, of blade.
We did that even with our swathers for the alfalfa. We wreck blade, teeth and blade coming off all the time.
Yeah, from rocks that just pop up out of the ground. Sometimes it's just, when you clear a cornfield all year long, and then in the middle of the summer, there's 4 rocks in the middle of your field, just sitting there on the top with the corn. You get like, what the hell? I understand if the vibrations are moving them up, but they should still be underground. How do they just pop out like a zit? Pop. Here you go.
Now, Grandpa always said he was watering them, so he figured they were growing.
Dude, my dad.
They grew more of the rocks than we could ever deal with.
When I was a kid, I was a rock nerd, and I had clusters and puddings and big fucking crystal rocks out in the back field that I wanted to cap the driveway with. I told my dad when I was like 18, you know that's a $15,000 rock, Dad. And my dad was like, what? You mean we're growing $15,000 rocks around here? I was like, no, the big one. You don't get a lot. I mean, a big motherfucker. It's big enough to fill up the back of a truck. Pudding stone. It's actually worth about $35,000 right now. But my dad shit. He said, well, just leave that where the fuck it is. If we put it out front, somebody might want to steal it. I was like, whatever. That motherfucker at the beginning of the goddamn driveway.
If they can haul it, they can certainly have it.
That's what I'm thinking. You know what it's going to take for us to move that up front, old man? Shit. That's big equipment even for an asphalt company, you know? We don't get excavators for moving that big of shit, you know, a 2-ton rock. That's specialty equipment. I mean, you can get her done. We get her done, but it's still going to be beating the shit out of my equipment. It did too, because I got that shit done. But I'm not a problems dude. I figure out what the problem is, and it becomes a system, you know? So we got a rock here. The problem is we got a rock here. We need to move here. We need to engineer a process by which the rock gets up, moves to the front, and then get her done.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised what I've moved with just a chain hoist and levers and whatnot.
I wouldn't. That's how we got the rock tweaked so we could get the fucking excavator under it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Still a hell of a lot of work, though. A lot of sweat.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, my dad had fucking chain tackle. You know what chain tackle is? A pulley system for chains with a 2-ton hoist. And we had quite a few chain falls on the motherfucker. You call them chain falls. It's a tackle, chain and tackle hoist. But we had like 5 of them just to tweak this thing up sideways. I mean, it's a pretty good task when you're talking about equipment that's got to go through a cornfield. You know what I mean? With a very large piece of, because if I just pulled a flatbed out there or dump truck with a low boy, it just sink in the damn cornfield because the earth's too irrigated. You know?
Yeah, you need those big tractor tires and dualies and all that.
Yep. That's what I ended up doing. The dude down the road had a big motherfucking tractor with it didn't have, instead of a forklift, it had like a hoist in the front with a table. If you could get the table under it, you could pick it up. So we chained it up to that. We had to chain that thing to a couple 4-wheel drives, a couple tractors. But once it once we got the angle where he could get under it, he creeped it up front. Well, I didn't get him. My dad got him. My dad said, I know you got equipment around there that needs repaired, because my dad was, the fix-it-all guy. He built motorcycles and cars, and it's what my brother does. My brother's a millionaire. He's got his own Route 66 in his back 40. You know what I mean? Got a couple log cabins, an old gas station, old forge, old buildings, old wood. We go around and collect fallen down buildings on farms, even houses. Me and my brother both do that. Because a 200-year-old oak floor is worth some money. You know what I'm saying? A 100-year-old oak staircase is worth a lot of money. You could get out of
And you
one.
can sell some of that metal. You can sell some of that metal for $250 a square foot.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't scrap everything here because I fabricate and build shit. I know you don't. If you get an old pole barn, you don't cut that shit up and scrap it. You sell it for what it is. You can sell it for 50%. Archways, steel beams, shit. Sell them 50% of what they're worth. You'll get 6 times what you would out of scrap. And there's always somebody looking for used wood. People like antique wood, especially people who have an old ass barn that they've maintained, but they're now short 8 boards. Because when them old fucking 1-inch slotted barn boards go out, they're fucking 200 years old, 150 years old. You can't replace that shit. You know how much that cut is? That cut's expensive. 1-inch by 4-inch on a 8-inch or 12-inch board. That's a thick board, and it's fucking expensive.
Especially now, you can't buy lumber in those cuts hardly at all without. Man, it's just too expensive.
Yeah, you got to custom order it now because their shit's so expensive. They're just not cutting shit they know people can't afford. I got a bunch of. I've always collected deck wood from my cousin runs a pallet factory. They make 14-foot pallets for Certainteed. Certainteed is the world's leading producer of vinyl siding. They cut it in 14-foot strips, but the wood that's on them, they always put them out back. So it's all treated wood with titanium rust-proof nails. Their pallets stay in good shape. They do a good process because they're 10, 15-year-old pallets and the wood's still good. Looks brand new because it's treated wood. You know, they're clean. It's a clean company.
And treated with arsenic.
I don't know, but I built privacy fences, picket fences. I boarded roofs with it. It saved me a lot of money because it's free. I just leave the low boy there and they stack it up on the low boy. And then I'll come pick it up when it's full, you know? When they say they want it cleared off. I just stacked the shit in an empty barn I got. My nephew runs a roofing company and he loves to buy that shit for decking. He saves 75% on his decking material, and so he makes more money.
On the next series of Hoarders, we're going to Michigan to Michael J. Smith's house.
Well, I was just raised by 2 people who were raised by people who went through the fucking Depression. So my grandpa.
I understand. I'm not talking shit.
I
I'm
know.
just making a joke.
But listen, my grandpa was a hyper-specific hoarding motherfucker. He hoarded it for a reason. He's not that guy that shit went out here in the yard or in the basement somewhere. No, this dude hoarded barns too, and not falling down structures. You know, when I was a kid, there was 3 houses on the farm because my grandpa kept getting falling down houses, and he'd say, "Fucking build a house up here on the front 20." You know, got tired of my dad for a minute. And then my dad was like, "We're gonna tear that down and sell that." And I'm moving back in the house. Fuck that, Dad. Kids miss you. You know, so my grandpa ended up building, said fuck it, spent money and built the house we lived in. He added like 3 other houses to it, you know, and just had 4 fucking houses all built into one. My grandpa was like, fuck that, we're building a mansion and we're doing it for free. Only thing we pay for is labor. And he was right, because it was built in Victorian style and we had all the wood siding, all the framework, all the trusses, everything. Hand carved molding front porch. My grandpa wasn't no fool. So, and the Amish people down the road, they give you a barn that fell down. Hell, they're being generous because they know the same thing you do. But an Amish barn, fuck, 160 foot long, 65 foot wide, you know, and they're designed to fall over rather than get ripped apart by a tornado. They're designed to just fall right over. So all you got to do is clean the peg holes out where they wouldn't peg the framework back together. You clear them out, re-drill them, and stand it right back up. It's called a breakaway. It's an Amish breakaway barn. If the wind gets too high, the whole barn systematically lays down on the ground with the least amount of damage. It's designed that way. So my grandpa got 3 of them. You got 10 grandkids. We're building shelves, you know. Fuck up. I think that's the most of what I did up till I was about 16 years old. I was always building shelves for my grandpa. I didn't even need a damn job. Grandpa always, but he got a shelving system with a rolling ladder and 15-foot shelves and hoarded shit for, you can imagine the barn. It's full of shelves, dude, where you need a ladder to get to the top shelf. My grandpa was a fucking hoarder. But if you said, hey, Don, you got a blinker cover for a 1932 Harley? He'd say, sure, come on. We'll go find it. I got a few. My grandpa kept everything. He didn't let cars rot away in the field. He usually stripped them down and put them on a shelf. Got $1 out of every part. My grandpa was one of the most, there would be people that would say he should have took what money he had and just got into business. But he enjoyed what he did, you know. He got a joy out of, you know, I paid $50 for that car and I sold the front fender for $275, boy. You know, now he's got this whole car left. He'd be proud as hell of that shit, and I get it. I sold one part, got my money back, and made $200, and I never left the farm. I get that. That's comfort. I mean, I do it. I got barns of his hoarded shit that I just let his buddies and my dad's old buddies, they always come out, and they're like, I need this part. And I'm like, well, if you can find it, you can buy it. Go look. Because I ain't never got enough time to look through all this shit. My grandpa had 8 fucking barns full of shit. I tell my son to do it. You got an eBay account, son. Go out there in that barns. Go in them barns and find you a treasure, boy. Sell it. You know? Get you some money. He's like, what? When he's 19. I'm like, well, you didn't go in the military. You worked for a living. Your mama's proud. About time we get you some money in the bank and a car collection. Because I don't want my children to want or need for shit. I want them to prepare for their future so I can go to my grave well rested. And since they understand that, they know that when I talk, I'm trying to give them a wealth of knowledge. My children listen to me. They know what I want for them. Pure love commands that they know damn well you're not talking from a standpoint of ignorance. You're only talking from love, and what you want is the reason why. But I mean, I treat my kids like adults, even when they're young. I give them a certain amount of responsibility. When my daughter, my 16-year-old, when She was 2. I was already teaching her to put her own toys back into her toy box. You know what I'm saying? I had kids and I didn't have a mess everywhere. I would let them play with large amounts of toys, but they knew at the end they had to take care of it. So, you know. Sure, you can play with them in the front room as long as you're the one taking care of them. But you got to know what you're working for. I don't raise lazy people. I don't raise liars. I don't raise quitters. I don't raise bad people. And I tell them that. I've told them that since they were young. They know why their dad's the way he is. Picky about everything. Why? Because you only get one fucking life. Every mistake counts. They know I'm trying to teach them to get the best out of life, so they fucking pay attention. They know I don't want them to go without. Well, when you're young, that means you got to work for that shit. Make your mark. Then, if you prepare for the future, when you're in your 40s and 50s, you can contemplate. I could retire right now and not give a fuck about it. You got to earn that shit in this fucking world. And honestly, me as a person, I hate economics, and I hate what it does to people. I think people would live longer if they didn't burn their life away in a freaking building. Man, them manufacturing guys, the machining shop guys, those are hard jobs, man. They're breathing polluted coolant all day long, working their ass off, moving heavy weight. You can get strong as a human, but our skeletal structure isn't built to move 5 tons of shit every day, or even 2. We're supposed to pick up what we're going to eat. You know what I mean? Carry what we need. Work for our heat, not work nonstop all day long till our back gives out, and then call that a good retirement. Mankind's got shit twisted. They need to wake up and realize it. They think go to work, but give them when they're 65, if they still got to work and their back's fucked, they got carpal tunnel bursitis, arthritis, all from being a good man, being what the system says is a good man, taking care of your responsibilities, paying your taxes, earning your money, killing yourself. It's a system of death. That shit needs to be fucking gone. Many hands make light work. We can work for necessity, not economics. See, they got us working for economics, and then we get our necessities out of that. But we go buy our food with it. Truth be told, we should just all work together to maintain farms, gardens, crops. Then we would be what we're supposed to be here, the caretakers. Constant fucking gardener.
We made some salsa out of the produce from the garden. 100 tomatoes ripen at the same time. It's pretty good.
Damn.
It's pretty good, man. We made it mild so we can give it away to anyone. If they want it spicy, they can spice it up themselves.
Hey,
but it's
is this one of your first years getting a crop, bro? Just starting doing that stuff?
Not exactly, but it's our first time to can. Never had that many ripe at the same time and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. It sounded like you're really proud of it, and I'm thinking that's what I was thinking.
No, you're just talking about gardening, raising your own food and stuff. I just wanted to mention that it's a lot of work, man. Most people don't realize how much work it is.
Well, you're proud of it, or you wouldn't mention it. So you're learning to can it. That's cool.
There's a lot of labor went into it,
Yeah, you make a large batch of salsa, and now you're canning enough for the year.
Growing it's a lot of labor too.
It is. Well, I grew up on a farm. That's just a given. I mean, not to undermine it, but you maintain that first because we get our crops yearly. You know, there's certain stuff we all can and make ourselves that we're going to eat all year long that we like. I like to pickle stuff, carrots, cucumbers, of course. You know,
Jalapenos.
yeah, onions. Yeah, see, so I do a lot of pickling. I'm with you. But when I first learned to do this shit, make mass amounts of food and jar it, jam, you know, apple butter, cider. I was proud that I could rely on myself. So I remember that pride as a child. It's a good pride, isn't it? I hear that pride in your voice. Yeah, Mike.
We got like 10 1-gallon things of pickles. The texture to them's a bit weird, but they taste good.
Yeah. Well, let them give them a minute. They usually start tasting the best by the end of the batch and the end of the year. You know what I mean? When you're already getting more. The longer you have some shit pickled, the better it is. The better the texture is. Better the taste too. Depending on how you make your rind, you know.
Does like it's a little salty? Does that go away over time, or is that ain't gonna go away?
It may. It depends. I mean, did you put a lot of sodium in your rind?
We bought a bag, but next time I think I'm gonna dilute it because it's a bit salty.
Yeah, that could be it. It could be the mix is full of sodium.
I like it. I like the way it tastes, but it'd be too much salt for some people.
Yeah, it probably is a mix. And might want to maybe next time you pickle, try a little homemade rind. Google it. Make your own. Because when you start with all natural products, it's better, you know. Now you're getting shit that you don't know the entire. I'd look at it to see what all is in it. To be honest.
No, we read everything, man.
Yeah.
Kelly's really health conscious. She ain't had no refined sugar in like a week and a half. She's going a bit overboard.
I don't know. If your body can take it. See, I got off sugar altogether, but there's man, I gotta have some of it. I can't. Them donuts are my fucking donuts and cookies.
I was about to say, you still go to that donut shop. Don't BS us. Got off all the sugar.
No, I did get off all the sugar for a minute, but I couldn't do it because I love them fucking donuts. So I made them donuts are the only time I splurge on sugar, and I try not to eat them every day. It's hard though. I like to wake up with a donut. I'll eat an omelet and a custard long john.
Yeah, your dog's gonna get pissed. You stop going to the donut shop.
Yeah, he eats a half a donut a day. He does that motherfucker. But he earns it. I think he burns it off. You know, I don't give him a lot of sugar at all. All he drinks is water, well water. You know, I distill his water too. I've started giving my animals distilled water every so often. Thinking about making a still just for water, and so I can distill 30 to 60 gallons at a time, you know.
I'm distilling
use-
distiller right now. Actually, I've got my distiller going, but it only makes about a gallon at a time.
Are you gonna use wood or propane or?
Probably wood. I don't really like propane. I'd be worried about gas transfer through metal. You transfer some of that if you're making a copper still. I don't like them propane stills. Some of the propane chemicals can transfer through the copper. You're better off to just use wood. I mean, wood's caustic when it burns too, but it doesn't have the amount of chemicals propane does.
Talking about making moonshine.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
just distilled water.
Oh, distilled water. Yeah, that. That's what they call it, distilled water. Back in the woods.
Yeah. No, I mean literal distilled water, but
I
yeah,
know.
I'm
I got-
talking about moonshine too. Don't you
Copper.
think some of that
You gotta have copper, man. Copper's the shit, man.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, but I'm just
Copper's
saying,
great, man.
propane gases through hot copper. You can. A lot of gases could get through that. The copper becomes more porous when it's heated.
Yeah, wood's the cleanest way to go, I think. You got to really know what you're doing, man. You have to be able to raise that still up and down a little bit here and there.
Yeah,
Or move the fire up and down. You got to be, especially if you're going to be trying to make some moonshine or something.
yeah. You want it consistent, right? Your temperature, don't you?
Yeah.
You want to maintain the same temperature.
You got to keep an eye on that temperature gauge. The other trick is the cooling tower, man. You got to.
Yeah, your coil's got to be set up right.
You got to
You
have
gotta have
the right
the
water
right.
through
Yeah,
you just yield a lot more product, a lot less waste. Cool, man. No, I don't have a copper still, man. I just got stainless, but copper.
yeah. I don't either. I was thinking about making one.
You can get them $500 ish, 5 gallon. They're out there. There's some guys that really know what they're doing making them.
I'm pretty sure I can
Yeah.
make one.
Yeah, no doubt you can solder copper.
Yeah, I can braise. Yeah, I can make that shit. I can make this shit flow like fucking frosting.
Yeah, I got the brazing equipment, man, but I got no copper, so yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So what? Hey, I was wondering, would you make yours wider or taller if you wanted to make more?
I think it's taller, right? I mean, the ones I've looked at, man, I'm no expert.
Yeah. No, that's what I thought too. The more they make them taller.
Yeah.
I've seen them wider and taller. That's what I was just wondering. That's probably about
I think tall would be better because I don't know, just
heat rises.
it's gonna dissipate some of the heat.
Yeah, heat rises and it's easier to push heat upwards.
There's
And
gonna be a pressure gradient there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's inside the container.
Changing states of matter and all that. It's going to go from liquid to gaseous to liquid again, right?
So the liquid is a lot of pressure down there, man. Anyway.
Right, and I mean, and we're changing the matter of the fruit in the gas too.
Yep.
It is a fucking science experiment.
It's a great science, man. Distilling shit. I love it.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to do at least 15 gallons at once, maybe at least 10.
5's pretty tough to do, man. I mean,
is it?
Well, you gotta
it's
have,
probably
you gotta have, at the end of the day, you gotta have.
Probably easier with water though, huh?
Once you make, alcohol, you can put it in those glass bottles, man, all day.
No, I want to make it still just for distilling water so I can make
yeah.
Man, I need 60, 80 gallons a day to water all the livestock, you know? So if I could do 80 or 100 gallons, for me, it'd be worth it because it's the amount of time I'm going to spend on the entire process.
That's a lot of energy, man.
Yeah, it's got.
Fuck.
Well, Yeah, but just 100 gallons of water. All you got to do is boil it till it turns to steam, right, and then cool it off through a coil.
You gotta keep it boiling for hours, man.
Oh, I know.
That's the other trick, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's going to be a daily process. Yep.
Hey, fucking 100 gallons, you might have to boil that thing for fucking a couple of days.
But yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I got a crew, man. If it's quicker to just boil off 5 gallons of water, then I can just have them distill what they can. Maybe get 2 or 3 of them. Just
All
to
right.
like keep them running all day. You know what I mean? Because I would like to
Awesome.
be able to give my animals better water.
I've been to the distillery, man, a couple times, and yeah, they got some of these like 500-gallon tanks and shit.
I bet.
I'm like, damn.
I bet. They probably just keep them full of water and keep them boiling, right?
Well, that's why they're charging fucking $30 a bottle, or
Yeah, for distilled water. Yeah.
no.
So imagine you got a bull, 30 cows, 12 horses, 8 goats.
Yeah, I know. You
15
got a fucking entire farm, fucking daily nightmare, man. Feeding all that.
I don't know. I look at it as a symphony. As long as everybody does their job, it's all good. But I'm willing to come through and do work that I'll come home from running the companies and you know, my foreman, general manager be like, well, three things.
When do you find fucking time to hang out here, man?
That's why I'm usually here at midnight, 1 in the morning. Shit, some days
exactly.
3 days last week. Listen, bro, I didn't even go to sleep.
That's not healthy, man. That's completely unhealthy. Stop that. 5.
It's a habit from doing asphalt during the summer. When I first started the company, I worked because I was such a cheap bastard that I wanted to fill a position I'd pay somebody else to. You know,
I get it, man. Yeah, I get it.
So I formed one of the larger crews plus work and did a large amount of the work. And asphalt, you know, you're paving during the day and seal coating at night, spraying seal coat on at night because the companies that pay for maintenance are usually open all day, you know?
Right, gotcha.
And so I do that and still come home and, you know, my general foreman, he helps me do anything they didn't get done. But even if he says, hey, this didn't get done today, Michael, and I'm doing it, he knows if it needs done daily. Shit's got to be done daily. If we don't do it today, it's just going to be twice as much tomorrow. And, you know, they're just going to be further behind. So he knows even if I had a 16-hour day, fuck, I got employees on call. I'll call a couple guys, have them come in. You want some overtime on the farm this morning? That's all they do is work all summer long. They don't give a fuck. They give their summer up to make, you know, $75,000 in the summer and have the winter off and collect unemployment. You know?
Yeah, I know the type, man. I've met a few guys that work their ass off like that, and then
yeah. So during the summer, if Jose, he knows if he's got extra work, he just calls my secretaries. The head secretary is my ex-wife, so he just calls my ex-wife and tells her to send him a couple of men from the company that want overtime, because then I just pay them. They get their wage, your normal wage. They worked for the asphalt company, but we use them during the summer because they want to get every hour they can. These guys, yeah, this job is, I like to hire the dudes that, if I got 30 dudes that'll take every bit of overtime they can get, you'd have to hire 50 people to do what they do, dude. They're happy. They're like, I'm making $2,000 this week. Bring it on. Give me one of them donuts, Mike. Hand me my cooler.
just go. Yeah, man. I like people that like to work. I like working with people that like to work because I like to work.
Right. So
get a good crew going, man. There's nothing like it. Nothing. It's like fucking musical instruments. It's like, damn.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That's when the asphalt gets hot. So my crews are so much like that, so that they'll all look at one dude who looks like, okay, bitch, you had to have a beer when you went home last night. Now you look like you're about to die. Go to the truck,
Go to
drink
the
you some
truck,
water,
get some
eat you
water.
some bologna.
Yeah.
You
Get your
know,
lights
I
going.
always, I always fill up coolers. I fill up coolers. We're hauling 2 deep freezers worth of shit just for my guys. They get up, eat breakfast, and throw 2 bags of ice in the cooler. You know what I'm saying? With a shitload of stuff. They know whatever they're going to eat for the day goes in that cooler because we're working on the asphalt.
That's right.
We paint our coolers white. We don't buy blue coolers. We get reflective coolers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And these guys, like, if you're a dump truck driver and you're driving the dump truck for the day and that's all you're doing, your cooler goes in your dump truck. You know, then you don't have to go to Burger King if you don't want to, because you got a fucking
All
cooler
that money.
full of shit.
First of all, don't ever go to Burger King ever.
I don't.
Anybody, don't ever eat that shit. Please, don't
I
eat it.
keep shit. I got a freezers. I got stand-up freezers at the yard, but I also got ice machines, so I give free ice to my people. I got like 6 ice
Very
machines.
nice. Very nice.
That
Don't
shit-
eat Burger King. Don't do it.
Oh, I don't. I
Or
don't get them.
Or Taco Bell or KFC or
No.
fucking anything corporate. Do not eat corporate food. It's all-
No, the one food
It's all the same shit, man.
I like to go to the mom and pops places that
Mom
use
and pops,
fucking
that's where you get the goods. Mom and pop.
yeah, that use natural shit.
Joe's
when-
hamburger stand. Like
Yeah, there's a place up north.
Joe's hamburger stand. That sounds good.
Yeah, listen, when we go to Traverse City, these old people got a big Victorian home. Like their home's almost as big as my farm, dude.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
and they turned the whole. I don't mean their house as big as every acre I got. I mean as big as the house I got on my farm.
Right. It's huge.
And I got 8,500 square foot. So these people got about 75, maybe 6, and they turned the whole downstairs into a restaurant. And
Nice.
she gets her eggs from a farmer, her beef from a farmer,
I want to
her
go
milk.
there. I want to go eat there now.
Yeah, every time I go there, I'm like, she's like, "What do you want?" I said, "What goes in an omelet today, Granny? Hook me up with whatever you got. You know I tip good."
I love houses that are converted into restaurants. It's just it's a great it's a
Yeah,
great, you know,
it's an antique feeling.
it's so,
Antique.
and the food and the love and everything just coming out of it. It's all gonna taste good, man. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, these people are in their 70s.
Yep. So anyway, don't eat corporate food, man. Stop it. Try to everybody go someplace else tomorrow for lunch. Don't go to that corporate,
Right,
please.
right.
Whatever. You can go to Jose's
What's
Taco
that
Stand.
sandwich place? What's that sandwich place the kids like? They like to say it's healthy.
It's a corporate logo. Don't eat there.
Where Jared
Subway?
Subway, yeah, that shit ain't fucking.
Shit way, I call it.
Yeah,
It's
the
totally
onions.
shit. They don't even have
Oh.
tuna in the tuna. You guys heard that one, right?
Yeah.
They sent the tuna off to the lab, man. Came back, no tuna. Yeah, that's Subway for you.
Yeah, I'm a
Yummy,
motherfucker
that sounds.
I like my shaved meats, but when I get ham, I don't want to buy that shit that there's a million packages. I want to stand at the butcher and watch him shave my ham off a big fucking ham, a big pig leg. I'll shave lamb.
Yeah, Subway got busted, man. That's so funny.
I know. That shit's funny. It's funny that you brought. He said, "Ain't no tuna in the tuna. Where's the beef?"
Where's the tuna, man?
Yeah,
That's the new term, right?
Yeah, as soon as you said that, I seen that.
Yeah, where's the tuna?
I seen that old lady from that commercial saying
Don't even
that. As soon as you said, "Where's the tuna?"
I mean, there
There
are
ain't no
Subway.
tuna in this bitch. You just put fish oil in a bunch of chicken.
I hate driving. I don't know. You guys ever drive the mega highways? Anyway,
I do. Yeah.
you see these corporate centers, like you got, all these corporate places, man. Staples, fucking Home Depot.
All close to the highway.
They're all like in one center. There's not
Yeah.
one. There might be some fucking shoe repairman in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I doubt it. There's
They're
nobody
all
in
by
the.
the
It's all
same
corporate. I
people.
hate those corporate centers, man. They just creep
I
me
do
out,
too.
man.
I
It's like
do
I'm
too.
going into the devil's den. Like here.
Place, hey, there's a place in
Creepy,
Detroit
I
where
hear.
I go where they make Arabic food, and them they use all natural shit too, all kosher shit.
Arabic food's good, man. That shit's spicy. Fuck. Careful.
Yeah, this dude is really picky even about the way his meat is slaughtered.
Yeah.
He's that picky about it, like kosher, But I don't know. A lot of it is spicy, or it's been cooked for a long fucking time and seasoned like a motherfucker.
Seasoned up. That's what I mean, man. It's got some.
Yeah, I'm an American. I don't mind a little pink in the middle. A little bit of blood never kill me.
Yeah. Well,
You ain't got to cook the whole damn burger.
I'm a meat eater, man, myself.
Right. I don't want the whole steak cooked. I don't want just sear that shit, motherfucker, and give it back to me.
Just need to be warm on the inside.
Yeah, seared on the outside, warm on the inside. That's right.
Yeah, I worked with a guy. I lived with a guy. I also worked with him, but he was like some chef, man, and he would cook these like super rare steaks, man. I was like, damn, boy.
Well, I love them when they're done right. When you beat the piss out of that
amazing, man.
motherfucker with the
Tasty.
tenderine.
It just the thought of like it was a little too too gamey for my at that time, at that age, man. I was pretty young. And yeah,
I liked it more as an adult. It was a little grainy for me when I was a kid.
Yeah, I like it a little more burnt. I like a little crunch. I like a little crunchy.
It was the ideal of the blood. I'm over that now.
Blood thing, man. Yeah, I don't mind that so much, but I need a little.
I like the texture.
Sear. I like it almost burnt on the outside, man. Personal.
Some things, yes, not all.
New York steak, not a fillet, obviously.
It's chewy as fuck. If you burn a fillet or a New York strip, they're fucking chewy as shit, man.
No, not the way I cook my New Yorks, man. No way.
I tenderize the fuck out of my meat. I
do a dry rub. I do a dry rub, man. I don't do no liquid rub, only dry.
I got a literal wooden mallet for tenderizing wood or meat. Seriously,
you're gonna turn that chuck roast into a fucking fillet if it kills you, right?
It was literally. Yeah, it was my grandma's. Yeah, my grandma would buy a big chuck and cut it up into steaks and beat the fuck out of it and make it better.
Beat the shit out of us.
Yeah, my grandma, when I was younger, I remember she was a big woman, so she could put a hammer down with some force. And when she was making steak, Salisbury steak, they tenderize the fuck out of that,
Yeah. Soak it in shit for the overnight or whatever.
Yeah, that woman you'd hear between breakfast and lunch beating the piss out of some steak, whole kitchen vibrating because my grandpa built these big wood fucking counters, big thick motherfuckers. So it's just bam, 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 and I'm like, damn, grandma. And then
guess what? That's why they call it butcher block, baby.
Yeah.
You're going to butcher that fuck out of that meat, man.
3 hours before dinner, you'd hear her right back at it for a half hour. Bam, bam, bam.
I'm going to tenderize your fucking hide right here, man. Bam.
Yeah, when my grandma passed away and my mom had to make steak, I didn't say it when we ate my mom's steak, but when she left the table and it was just me and my dad and my brothers, I said, well, I see the difference between grandma's and mom's steak. My dad said, oh, yeah, if you want it tender, you're going to have to do that shit before your mama cooks it, boy.
That's it.
Your mama don't cook
Before
steak.
your mama cooks it, boy.
Yeah, my mom wasn't a real steak eater, man, so it wasn't,
Yeah.
she wasn't enthusiastic about it. Okay, I'll cook you a fucking steak. You ever do boneless pork cutlet?
I want to shout out to all the vegans and vegetarians out there. It's super shout out to you
Oh,
guys.
yeah. We'll make you motherfuckers a quiche if you could eat eggs.
Dude, I was following this guy who was eating raw meat on YouTube. I think his channel got deleted, but anyway, it was years ago.
What do they call that meat you let sit there for so long? Raven was eating that. That guy I was talking about.
What the not the aged meat, right? Not
Yeah, aged for molded, or they
like
call it something.
7 days or some shit, right?
Yeah, it's some certain.
Dry or wet aged. They call it dry or wet, depending on the technique.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can age the meat and
Yeah, his was a certain kind to promote some of the decomposition. His idea was that we would eat meat in the wild in a certain stage of decomposition, and the bacteria that was on it was essential for a healthy gut. And I can understand the reasoning behind that. When I eat a lot of game meat, and other people can't, like, I eat a lot of venison. But if you came to my house and you didn't eat venison, and I fed you the same meal I eat, then you might shit a lot for the first week.
well, first of all, you're not gonna like the taste. I know that if you've never had venison.
Well, yeah, I don't cook it. It depends on the steaks and the rump roast I do, but generally I put beef
Hank,
fat
yeah.
in.
So Hank, what's going
What's
on,
up, Hank? Damn it, Bobby.
Hanky Hill, baby. What's up, man? What's up, baby?
Dang on, by God, dang on Hank.
Hank
You know what I mean?
Hank and I go way back, man.
By God, oh, dang on. Let me tell you what, Hank.
I make a mean venison hand pie. That's what I'm good at.
Venison hand pie. Explain.
Yeah, that's a meaty
What
meat
the heck?
pie. Yeah,
One that
I
you can
know.
carry in your knapsack to go on a hike or something.
Oh, it's like a pocket kind of.
Yeah, like a hot pocket, but much better. Homemade crust, all that. Flaky,
homemade pot
you
pie.
know,
Hey,
full of vegetables and venison.
Oh,
Nice.
I love meaties. We're talking shit now. Would you make them with? Can you do pulled pork? And
I can do them with any kind of meat, but I love my venison ones, and the kids rage over them. They love them. My neighborhood was insane for them. Even though venison eaters will not even know. We wouldn't tell them, and they wouldn't know.
Don't tell them. Just say, hey, just tell them it's a hot pocket. Hey, I got a hot pocket. You hungry?
My grams called them meaties. Meaties, just meat pies or meaties. But yeah, Michigan's famous for those. I love them things. When my grandma and grandpa were still here, that's I told you we take the cooler. Grandpa did asphalt. Grandpa taught me before my dad ever taught me, because my dad had to run his own crew, and I was kind of grandpa's ass kisser. I could go to work all day long in the summer with my grandfather, and I would. I loved him. But he'd take 20, 30 meaties. He have a cooler full of them. If you know anything about asphalt, if you want your meaty hot, you just pull it out of the cooler and put it on the dash of the truck while you work on the parking lot. Eventually, that thing's going to be better than microwave. Go back an hour later. I know guys that would eat a lot of ramen noodles because it's real hot in the black dump truck. That's why I paint all my equipment white and I tint the windows on all my equipment. When you work outside in the sun all day long, it hurts your eyes. I I buy 3 pairs of sunglasses every year for my guys too.
Yeah, shout out to you, bro. I have sensitive eyes to the sun, so even if it's cloudy out, man, I'll be popping some sunglasses.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Listen, my grandfather taught me this, and then
Hands me a new pair of sunglasses. You're like, yeah, thank you, man.
my grandfather taught me this, and my dad just kept repeating it his entire life. But my grandpa already told me the company isn't the equipment or the building, the yard where we put stuff. The company isn't the contracts, because all this stuff is useless without happy employees.
That's right.
Your employees are your company. They're the life's blood of your company. If you got brand new equipment and you want it to stay that way, you better let a happy employee drive it.
You don't give the fucking controls to a fucking retard.
Yeah.
No.
You want a guy that's, well,
hey, the new guy
do.
gets to drive the tractor. No, the new guy gets to fucking shovel shit, man. Sorry.
Well, he does. But when they show initiative, fuck, I'll pay for them to go to college or to get their classes or whatever. I
love your attitude, bro.
Listen,
I love your attitude about treating people right, man. And it'll come back around to you, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that permeates all the way through.
Permeates, it fucking energizes it. I don't know.
I didn't finish, but my grandfather said,
I don't know how it works, man, but
I'm high, so
it works.
I ain't finished. But here, listen to this. He said it's the company is in the employees and the customers, and they both got to be happy. If they're happy, they'll be back, both of them. And you always make money off both of them.
It's a simple thing in life, man.
Yeah.
Simple, man. It's too simple. Come on, Battle Mod. Dude, you're killing me. It's too simple.
It is. You know,
Where's the edge, man?
Yeah, I make a living not just paving asphalt, but maintaining it. So I want you to, I give that, my motto is you don't pay till you're satisfied, you know? I might charge
you, man. That's kind of, I finally got there. Yeah, I really, if you have that in your head while you're doing a job, you're going to win.
Yeah.
So, whenever I'm doing this job, I just want them to be
make this motherfucker happy. Yep.
That's it, I might lose my ass or whatever, man. Is the guy happy? Cool. All right, I'm gonna go home, grab a beer.
And that's where I was gifted, because I lived in a family where they'd send you around from uncle to uncle to uncle, teach you every trade they could, because a man was supposed to know how to maintain shit before he had shit. A home, you got to know how to roof, frame, wire, plumb. A car, you should be able to maintain it or don't own it. These are
that's a big brush, Battle Mod, man. I mean, there's so many retards out there that just buy a car and they don't even check the fucking oil, dude. Don't even check the fucking oil, bro.
Oh man, my sister bought
when's the last time you checked your oil? I don't know.
Listen, my sister bought a Durango. She brought it out like 2 weeks ago. She said, "Check out my new car, Mike. What do you think about it?" I said, "Well, the body looks good, but let me look at it." I slide under this thing. It's got a broken leaf spring on one side, a broken shackle on the other. The stabilizers are blown out. The shocks are blown out. The front end, the ball joints are all fucked up. I was like, "How many damn miles it got on it?" She's like, "Oh, it's got 180,000, but I like this truck." I said, "Here, take my truck home, sis. And if you like this truck that much, I'll give it back to you when it's worthy to be driven. I don't want my nieces and nephews riding in this." She's like, "Really?
Can't drive this shit."
Yeah, she's like, "Really?" I said, "Look, the leaf spring's broke, man. The rear end could fall right out of the fucking truck. If the shackle breaks, your rear end's out. Then your body that you like, because you just bought a body. You didn't buy a car."
You got fooled, man.
Yeah, I love.
You'll dig this, man. Today I was out trying to. I love
being able to say this.
I saw a car, man. It's a 3-wheel car.
Oh yeah,
all electric, and
Yeah.
it only seats one person, man.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Dude, yeah. Pretty cool, man. I was just like, it looks like a lot of fun to go drive, man. I'll tell you that.
Here in Jackson, you can rent those things at the place where they rent mopeds.
Yeah. I'm like, I told the lady, I go, hey man, you need to make a convertible. And she's like, well, then it's classified as a motorcycle.
Yep.
And you have to have a motorcycle license. And I was like,
Yeah.
really? And I go, oh, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, an endorsement. Yeah.
It's got fucking windows and a seat, bro. Ain't nothing even close to a motorcycle, you know?
Yeah, my foreman's nephew,
Yeah, it's horrible. Fucking
Jose,
government. Off, man. These government rules, bullshit. It classify. Fuck, it's a car, dude. It's got 3 wheels, convertible.
yeah,
steering
hey,
wheel. It's got a fucking steering wheel. Turn.
my
Fuck.
foreman, his nephew worked on a farm here, and he was always talking to me about businesses, right? He said, and one day he said, this kid bought every moped he could fucking find, and he's always like, hey, Mike, you help me rebuild this moped? So after about the 3rd one, he knew how to do it, you know, and he could rebuild the entire thing, make it brand new. Because I know how to do the transmissions, the motors, all that. I'll teach you that shit. Before I know it, I said, hey, Jesus, you can buy all the mopeds you want. You can use these tools, and you can park your little mopeds out here. He's got 40 of them out there. And he's talking about, yeah, one day I'm going to have my own company, Mike. I said, dude, you could take your paycheck and go rent this building and start a moped rental, motherfucker. You can still work on the farm, just hire somebody to sit there all day and rent mopeds out. He's like, oh, I could. I'm like, fuck, you got like almost 40 of them. 3-wheel mopeds, 150s. He's got 4 Honda 300 mopeds, you know, nice ones. But you need an endorsement for the 300s. But he rents them. That's 2 years later. He's like, Miguel knows. My Uncle Jose, he hooked me up when he introduced me to Mr. Miguel.
Mr. Miguel hooked me up, baby.
Well, I'm just like, it's a state of mind. See, my father raised me to, you should work for yourself, you know. I kind of raged against all that. Didn't want all dad's money paying for everything. That's why I went to the Marine Corps. I want to pay for my own college, make my own life, you know what I mean?
Hoorah, baby. Hoorah.
But then I started missing this shit. And I realized this was my life, you know? I miss just the smell of the farm when I woke up on it.
Dude, you sound like you're on, you have the most scratchy voice of anybody I've ever heard.
Oh, man, I got cotton mouth.
I don't know, dude. Your voice is always scratch. It's just your vocal cords, man, are scratchy.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
Scratchy and squeaky.
But it is the most scratchiest voice I've heard. You know,
I got a deviated septum. I got
a deviated septum. It's a problem. I'm just,
well, it is with airflow.
Of course it is, man. Dude, we all have something, man. Everybody's got something, man. Yours is it's to be admired, man. I'm not knocking.
Oh no. No, I'm with you.
I love your voice, man. Your voice is like,
I've had it repaired before. I just know
very
I can do that.
Back in the
Sling blade. Mm-hmm.
Almost sling blade, not quite, but
I reckon I like that there scratchy voice.
Dude, we were out there shoveling that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it comes from a strong throat, bro. No, a deviated septum. Listen, during the winter, it's not that scratchy. It makes my allergies like twice as bad. Like I used to cage fight. I used to cage fight.
I've never had allergies, man. I've been around a few people that have. Man.
I didn't. I didn't tell
You know,
my
it scares me, man. Like their eyes are watering and puffing out, and their face is red and shit, and they look like fucking hell. I'm like, fuck,
Morning.
that's from the pollen. That's horrible.
Yeah, dude. I didn't have none of that until I got my nose broke. But that
Roboter.
yeah, it makes my nose always clogged up and it drains down the back of my throat, you know, during the summer.
You know what helps? Is beer. And I'm gonna go get one.
Beer,
I'll
yeah.
be back, man. Hey, somebody was trying to chime in, but they totally roboted out, man. So
I think that's I Serve Ham. He's been trying to get in there all night.
Sure was trying to say something.
Right.
Totally roboted. Anyway, say what you wanted to say, man. I jump in.
Yeah, whoever wanted to get in there.
He's trying to talk. He's trying. It's not working. It's not working.
Let me make sure nobody's muted in here. I guess while we're at it.
Hey, Mike.
What's up, Brad? Where the hell you been?
Where the hell you been, man?
Brad.
We got questions. Where you been exactly?
I ain't seen Brad in a coon's age. Mm-hmm.
Brady. What's up with Bong, man? He just fucking unmuted, silent. What happened, Bong?
Oh, man, he probably smoked too much weed. He went one overboard.
All right.
I'm here. I'm here.
There you go. There's my Bong. Time for a Bong rip. He's like, that's not funny, man. It's not funny, bro. Anyway, I do come on late at night, take a piss with you guys. Talk about fucking farming and fucking distilling and whatever. I love it. And working and taking care of people and people taking care of you. And
I'd like to tell people,
life,
man, to listen.
Talk about life. These life things. You know,
I like to talk about
flat Earth. I know, but
the destruction of the family unit, and a lot of things, a lot of problems you see in society are from the destruction of the family unit.
Dude, that's all they've been doing to do for the last fucking 100 years. They've just been trying to destroy the family unit every way they can.
Yeah,
dude.
And well, they just,
you know, that's only my take. You know, I could
well,
be.
I think 90% of the problems with society are because families no longer work for themselves. They no longer pass knowledge down. Most kids.
100 years ago, man, there was like 98% of the people were farmers. Yeah.
Yeah, grandma and grandpa lived in
now
the
it's like was
you
0.5% of the people in the world are farmers now.
I watched two of my grandmothers die. Nowadays, motherfuckers put their grandparents in old folks' homes and aren't nowhere around when they die. But their grandparents helped bring them into this world and showed them love the minute they got here.
Listen, Mike, how about these motherfuckers that came out a year and a half ago and said, "Hey, man, you're not allowed to go see your grandmother in the hospital." Sorry.
I know what listen.
Are you fucking your grandma's dying and you can't go see your grandmother die in the hospital? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I told
that shit was over. That was way over the line, man.
I told my daughter, it's a good thing your grandma already passed. When she was saying, "Dad, if grandma was still alive or grandpa, you wouldn't have been able to be there when they passed." And I was like, "Yeah, well, it's just a good thing that didn't happen then because we know." And she's like, "Oh, I know, Dad." She grew up. She knows.
My friend, mom's
war.
She couldn't go see her. Fuck. It was just what a fucking nightmare, bro. Anyway.
Fuck that.
Immoral, wrong, satanic. What else can I say bad about it? But I'm glad my mom passed away a couple of years before that, and then my grandmother passed a year before it happened. So I
Yeah,
would have been so angry. I don't know if I could have contained myself.
no,
I would have stuck in.
I gotta be honest. I'm so fed up with the way shit is. Somebody would have died before I'd let my parents die alone. Somebody's life had been on the line.
Mike.
But,
Yeah, I'm with you, bro, man. It would have just, you and I would be like, okay,
I just go.
Where are we going? Where's Grandma at? We're gonna go get her and get her.
It'd be like, well, Grandma's coming home, and either the doctor comes here or he don't get fucking paid. You know.
Anyway, I just.
Mike, can y'all hear me now?
There we go. We got you now.
Yeah.
Server. What's up, baby?
The nursing home used to be one of those black chairs that lift themselves up in the living room, you know?
Yeah.
That's right. That you could get that 2 for $14.95.
Listen, dude, my grandma had a roll-in toilet chair. You know what I'm saying? I watched her bleed from every pore before she passed, but she died right here on the farm. Her remains are here on the farm.
Now that's something I never got to do, man. That would be cool, bro. If I could go visit Grandma's grave or wherever resting place.
Yeah, I got her.
Hey, maybe I
on the farm,
maybe
man.
I won't
That's cool
robot.
as fuck, man. Not many people get to do that anymore, bro.
Yeah.
You're very blessed with that one, man. I'll say.
I know I am. I got her.
If I start roboting, tell me. But the nurses would come to my grandparents' house, and they'd been married for 65 years. And this one nurse told my grandpa, and he's sort of an asshole. He told my grandpa, "Oh, it's so nice. You still call your honey dear," because he'd always be like, "Dear, dear," and he goes, "No, you stupid bitch. That's her name."
Yeah, that's good.
I like him.
How the fuck you work for us and you don't know her name?
That was brilliant. Anyway, I love making fun of all the crazy shit we're going through as well. On top of actually, we're going through some crazy shit, and you know, Flat Earth's just kind of a really fun wheelhouse right now, man.
You know, my first thought.
The Globers are fucking reeling in their fucking in their poo poo diapers right now.
When I meet a motherfucker that says, "I never knew my grandma," my first thought is, "This is a motherfucker who never had potato soup."
Yeah.
Yeah. My grandma used to make shit out of some potato soup. There was always potato soup.
I would have loved to have met your grandmother, man. I want to get one of those. I want to get one of those steaks she beat the shit.
My grandma did the same stuff. She did the potato soup and eat the crap out of a chuck steak. I mean, it was chuck roast with chuck steak. It was flat and it was meat.
Turn it into filet mignon.
When I first time I smoked weed, man, my grandma was hanging noodles in the kitchen and cutting fruit up and beating on steaks, and I was like, man, it's too loud in here. I done got high. My brother got me high, so I went in the barn and my grandpa's just beating out his shit. And there was cords and hoses hanging everywhere, and I thought, yep,
shit, man.
I thought, yep. They both got their own workspace and they're both happy. And my brother said, he said, "There's a symphony that plays here, bro, if you just sit down and listen to it." And we sat down when we first walked in my
ears, yeah. The farming music. Yep.
Yep.
The work music.
Yeah, my brother sat me down by the door and we sat in 2 chairs stoned in the motherfucker. You could hear the tractors off in the fields. You could hear the lawnmower going. You could hear the pigs, the cows.
That was pre-internet days, bro.
Grandpa beating.
Certainly was.
I could almost hear my grandma beating on that steak from the front door. I was like,
entertain ourselves, Mike. We would sit down and listen to the neighborhood.
You know, I said, "Damn, bro, do you hear that cricket over there by the apple orchard?" And he said,
Oh shit! Do you see that
I
guy?
think I do, bro. We
Crickets
were
and the
so-
frogs chirping, everybody chirping. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a symphony playing out here, especially in the mornings and at night.
There's a symphony everywhere, dude. I found it doesn't matter where you are,
You
city.
know how I wake up?
You can walk outside, man, and just find a little grassy area with some trees, man. and
Yeah,
just,
I get tired if I hear the crickets. I gotta shut the window and turn the air on if I don't want to get tired. I open the window and hear the crickets. I get tired. And then when the crickets stop cricketing and the rooster crows, the calm in between, that's where I wake up.
You're such a hillbilly, Mike. Fuck. I love you, man.
The forest.
I love it
It's-
too. I miss
Yeah.
it. I'm actually headed back to it. I'm leaving my apartment in a couple weeks.
Oh, you fucking hillbillies. I love you. Do it up, man. Distill 100 gallons of water, dude. I'd be like, fuck me, man.
Yeah, you know how I know when to let the fucking dog out because the coyotes are fucking with the cattle? Because I hear them. I hear them.
Well, you
Yeah,
know,
got a
I know.
donkey?
I used to think that my mom could hear a mouse piss on cotton, and so could my dad. And I'm pretty sure they can now. Once you've lived out here for so long,
say that again, man. A mouse pissing on cotton? Is that
in a
what you-
windstorm, brother. Yeah, a mouse pissing on cotton in a windstorm. My mama could hear that.
Dude,
My
somebody write that
my
down.
dad,
That's a meme, man. That's got to be a meme somewhere, man.
But out here, listen, out here in the country,
You don't have no donkeys?
He doesn't have
no.
any- the donkeys, no. we don't.
I have a mule,
A
but
mule. That's different.
yeah, no hee haw donkeys, no. But if you've ever lived in the country, there's
Dude,
certain
you
times
just
of the
really-
day.
You're
where
a fuck. Mike,
just
you're a boomer? Are you a boomer?
No, I'm a Gen X. My mom was a boomer.
No.
My
You're,
daddy was a
you're a
boomer.
fucking boomer, man.
No,
I'm calling you-
1972, I'm telling you.
I'm a
Boomer.
fucking
Yeah,
millennial.
Mike and I are both the same age.
Millennial.
72.
Yep, Gen X.
All right.
Gen
all right.
X, baby.
You
The
said
op.
hee-haw. You said fucking hee haw, man.
I know. I used to have to watch that shit with my boomer ass mom.
Me too. Couldn't get him to switch the channel. Hated every minute of it.
Yeah,
Fucking-
I know. I know who Toothpick is. I
Right.
know what's
What
up.
do you know about hee haw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grand Old Opry.
Say that again. What?
Grand
Said
Ole Opry.
in the
The
Grand Old
Grand
Opry.
Ole Opera. Now that's going back several generations. That includes the boomers and all the way back, like I'd say close to 100 years ago, man.
Yeah, they called it the boob tube then.
Well, that radio,
Yes.
the old Grand Ole Opera was on the radio first before it was on television.
Yeah.
And I've been to that theater, man. The Ryan Theater.
Listen, I listened to Hank Sr. on that theater.
So
Have
yeah,
you ever heard a whippoorwill? There's that scratchy voice. Who sounds too blue to cry. I listen to that shit on AM radio and mono on an old ass static tube stereo.
you're a total boomer, man. I love you.
I was raised.
Yeah,
With-
babe.
I
That's-
think like a boomer. I know I do, but
I know because you grew up with your grandpa, man. That's why.
yeah,
'Cause he was like
Country boy can survive.
your
Yeah.
grandpa was the greatest generation, probably. They call
tradition.
it.
Yeah, they were. My grandfathers both fought in the war, and they both were in the
World War
same
II shit,
theater.
right? Yeah.
Hoorah, amen. Listen, I still my grandpa used to call my grandma Red, and I didn't even know that till when I
What?
got older and he passed. He used to call her Red because she had red hair, and my grandma was real hot. I never knew that because they were already old by the time I was old enough to remember. And my mom said, yeah, she was telling me my grandpa used to call grandma Red. And I knew that when grandpa died, my grandma lived 35 years after that, almost 40.
Shit. You women live so
She,
long.
yeah, she lived to be 98, and she never even looked at another man. But I read the
That's
letters.
my family too. My grandma, same way. 30 some years after Grandpa passed away on the farm. Yep, same dang thing. And she did. She made it to 92, I think. I think she was 92 or 94.
Yeah, my grandma. Well, I called her mom anyway, but I got tired of the grand part. You're just another mother in my family, my mom's mom, you know. But she was a God-fearing Adventist. We
Hey,
fasted. We
speaking of
fasted
living,
on
speaking
Shabbat
of-
from sundown to sundown to sundown. So we fasted once a week. Grandma always ate healthy. My grandma would even at 7 years old tell you stuff you need to know. Like, boy, you need to eat 3 kinds of garlic raw every day because you're always going to want to keep some lady happy until old age. That means you got to keep your blood healthy so your heart on always works. And I'd be like, Grandma, don't talk like that. And she'd be like, boy, your grandma's trying to tell you how to take care of your body. Who else is going to teach you, boy? Who else?
My grandma did the same thing. She sat my mom and my dad down before they got married and told them what the birds should be, how it should go, and how much sex they should have, how often, what kind. She even pulled out the sex book. It was hilarious. And she was a Methodist.
Yeah, that was my grandma all the way. They didn't believe in sending people out unprepared. The rod and the staff, surely she'll put them on the correct staff, all that. My grandma, spare the child, spare the rod, spoil the child. That was my grandma. But she
Mine
believed in,
too. She'd make you pick your own switch if you were in trouble enough.
yeah, she said there's no accidents. It's not by accident you lose your fucking wife after 20. You were unaware. Somebody didn't prepare you for something. And we're supposed to. We bring you in this world. We prepare you, and you walk us out. My grandma gave me that. That's the greatest thing you could do for me, kid. I think my grandma was scared of dying in a room by herself.
Yeah.
So
No, they were a wise generation, a lot of them. A lot of them were Depression era, and they had learned a lot. They learned an awful lot.
yeah, I think my grandma prepared me for that young, so that when she did pass, look, I didn't.
dude,
She said she knew it. This is crazy. My grandma was a God-fearing woman. She said, I'm not going to make it through the night. Call all my family and have them come through for the last visit, Michael. So I called everybody, and my dad's like, what are you doing? I was like, well, Grandma says she ain't making it through the night, you know? And my dad's like, don't scare all the people. And I'm like, no, but the doctor said, I'm like, don't rob them of being able to. So I don't think any one of them would carry. But when I swear to God that when I sat there by my grandma's side as every one of her grandchildren and children came to see her, and when the last one left, she told me to go out the room so she could pass. And my grandma passed in that moment. I think she chose the moment she left. And she was a God-fearing woman. I think that was afforded to her.
Yeah, the same thing with my grandma. She was able to do that with all her great grandkids and everybody. It was pretty cool. It was a great way to go. And everybody standing around singing hymns. It was awesome.
Yeah, and a lot of people will say, well, I just can't accept that as a proof of God. So you do what you want, but my faith kind of is drowned in the promise that we'll see each other again. So for this life, I'm going to see him again someday. So.
Well, I'm going to see mine. I know it. No doubt. I even told my mom before she passed that, yeah, we'd be sitting on the side of the banks of the river somewhere and having a good old time and running like kids again in the grass.
It's funny you say that. You know what my grandma's favorite song was?
Down by the river?
Yeah, hey sister, let's go down. Come on down, let's go down. Hey brother, let's go down to the river and pray.
Yep. Sing it
And
all
Michael,
Huh?
yeah.
If I start roboting, tell me. But oh, never mind. I'm roboting.
No, you're not roboting. You were fine.
No, you were coming in good, bro. You
Oh,
might be
well,
low, but you were coming in good.
it turned red, so I figured I'm roboting.
Keep
Oh,
going. Keep talking. Keep talking.
All right. Well, my grandfather, he had cancer, and they did multiple surgeries on him. He was supposed to die a year and a half before he did, but his mom had cancer in the same spot, and he told his daughters that he had to stay alive long enough for them to be able to get their inheritance, because if he died, they wouldn't get any. And after his mom's funeral and everything, at the funeral, he told me, he's like, hey boy, help me tell everybody bye. I said, you mean hi? He goes, you heard what the hell I said. Help me tell everybody bye. So he told everybody bye, and then after the day that all the paperwork was finalized and whatnot, that my mom and my aunt got their inheritance, he told me, he said, I'm going to bed and I'm not going to wake back up. And so I think if they're stubborn enough, old enough, that I think it's the willpower, and once you give up that willpower, maybe, or something, I don't know, but
yeah,
I believe what you say, because same thing happened to my grandfather.
I think so too. That you can live as long as you have the will to live. The problem is keeping the will to live in this fucked up society.
Hey, is it fucked up, man? How fucked up is it exactly?
The society, shit.
It's so fucked up. But anyway, go ahead,
I
Mike.
don't think it's based on humanity. Do you?
I don't. No.
What's best for humanity?
Mm.
I'm writing a rap about that. Really.
Well, that's a good one. I'll help you. I'll help you out. I'll kick in.
Yeah, you youngsters don't know how good we had it, Mike and I and our families. It was good.
I loved it.
My friend got a car in 1970, and he put the key in it, and he never ever left the key. Took the key out of the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody gave a fuck all, man. Nobody was gonna steal your car, man.
Oh yeah.
It was weird, man. And that's
I didn't start locking the doors till like mid 90s.
80s were pretty wild, man. 80s were crazy.
I got a car I've owned since 1986. My dad built a Nova for me when I was 14. When you turn 14 in my family, my dad or my grandfather.
I mean, that was a two-door, man.
A Nova, two-door, yeah. A Yanko, shit. My dad built.
Those things are badass.
Yeah,
my neighbor had a two-door, man.
I got a 69 Yanko. My father built it. I don't like the color, but my father built it.
350 in there?
It does have a 350. It's supposed to have a 427. I'm looking for one right now from that year. I want to put it back to the way it's supposed to be.
They're out there. You can find a 427.
I got the 4-speed.
They're out there.
I could put a
guys are trying to sell it right now, believe me.
Yeah, I could put a 454 in it right now, but I don't want to. I'm gonna wait till I get the original. But when you're 14 in my family, my dad was a master mechanic, and in service he was a master mechanic, so he could work on anything, heavy equipment, diesel. He built race cars, motorcycles. When you were 14, it was time to start building your first car. Yeah. Start getting when I was 13, I got a money paying job, but the rule is by 14 you had to have work outside of the farm. You couldn't just get used to just doing what got to be done on the farm. You got to start making money at 14. That's how my father was.
Yeah, dude, I started my first job. Dude, I think I was 12.
Yeah, so we worked on farms.
I was 12 also. So
I was the youngest of 6 brothers, you know. So
You're the youngest of 6 brothers?
yeah, I got 4 brothers.
I gotta ask you this, Mike. I gotta ask you this, man. This is like an absolute must question. How many of your brothers are flat earthers, man?
2,
Besides the reality that everybody's a flat earther.
2.
2 of your 5 brothers are
I got 4 brothers right now. Yeah, 2 of them. The other 2, one is undecided, and one's like, I just ain't got time for that. But we're working on them.
I ain't got time for your Mike. Come on, bro.
Well,
I get it. I get it.
he doesn't run his own
Cool, man. You
business.
got 2 out of 4.
He works for a business. He was one. He's the only one that doesn't run his own business. Of my out of 6 of us, he's the only one that didn't start his own business. My sisters started foster care homes, adult foster care homes.
I'm the youngest too, man. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, so I still have 6 sisters.
Yeah, they heard the youngest is the most spoiled one.
Yeah, well, I got the luxury of all the knowledge my brothers had.
Right.
My oldest brother, the oldest one, he had to find his own job at 14. But by the time the second one came, you know, they were getting each other jobs. So it just started going down the line. They was like, hey, bro, you're 12. You're going to be 14 in a minute. Dad's going to build you a car. You want to start earning money now for parts? You can have a race car. And they took me in the barn like, you can have a car like this, bro. You just start working for it now. By the time you're 16, you'll be the most popular kid in school because you'll have a hot rod. From a standpoint of ignorance, you're only talking for love, and what you want is the reason why.
Dude, did you just unplug your microphone?
But, I mean, I treat my kids like adults, even
Mike.
when they're young. I give them a certain amount of responsibility. When my daughter, my 16-year-old, when she was 2, I was already teaching her to put her own toys back into her toy box. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Mike.
I had kids and I didn't have a mess everywhere. Who's playing that? I would let them play with large amounts of toys, but they knew at the end they had to take care of it. So, you know. Bro, turn off the live stream. As long as you're the one taking care of them. But you got to know what you're working for. That's you, Flat Earth Data. You got to turn off your YouTube. Race quitters. You got it. I don't raise bad people. And I tell them that. You're listening to a half hour ago.
Yep, I fucked it up, man. I hit the fucking watch page. Sorry.
I was looking to see if I had something popped open.
No, man. I fucked it all up. I'm like, what the fuck happened here, man? Shit. Sorry, my bad. I fixed it.
Well, no, the story I got hooked up on more than a job. Start getting your performance parts early. I got to hook up on chicks too because I had, 5 older brothers. My brother's like, you get a chick and they'll give you whatever, and this is what you do to them. I can't say all what he said because it's too perverted for this, but between brothers, my brother like, you gotta have that car. That car is gonna get you so laid. My oldest brother, he was cool as hell. Like, I was 16, I was driving the Nova the first summer, and I blew the clutch out of it, and I was like, man, I don't want to drive this car, bro, but I put all my money into it. He said, what do you mean you don't want to drive it? I said, I want to own it forever. And we're smoking weed, and the car got a little warm. The water pump went out of it. So I had to stop and put more coolant in it, right? And there was a fucking 81 Trans Am in the field. My brother walked right up and knocked on the door. What's up with that Trans Am? And they told him, and he's like, I give you He said, I'll give you $75 for it. It was clean as hell. It was the original pace car. Started at Daytona 500. My brother come back. He said,
no.
yeah, my brother says, I bought that car for you. You owe me $75. You can drive that when you get your paycheck from baling hay. I was like, really? He's like, yeah, it needs brakes. But you got brake fluid? I was like, yeah, I got some brake fluid in the back. He said, well, I'm going to follow you home. Fuck it. You're overheating and I got no brakes. We're two of a kind. I was like, you ride in front. But he didn't. But I got a Trans Am and it just, yeah, my brother actually, we stopped on the road. We kept overheating. He ended up folding the line over that was busted and squeezing it down with vice grips so it'd keep fluid and have brakes, so we could make it back to the farm.
You're a mechanic genius hillbilly. I love you, man.
Yeah, listen, dude. It ended up I blew the radiator. I blew a radiator hose.
We got to make sure, man. We make it work out there in the field, man. It's called roadside repairs, man.
Listen, dude. If my brother hadn't brought that Trans Am, my Nova wouldn't have made it home, and we'd had to walk all the way there, because the last 4 miles to the house, my brother pushed me with the Trans Am because the Nova got so hot. I shut it off.
Well, getting it done, baby.
Yeah, and he said, fuck this. I'm tired of fucking around. Get in the car. That was my brother. Get in the car. I'm going to push you.
Push you, yeah. Fuck it, man. We only got 2 miles. Fuck it. Let's go.
When we stopped, we had to get the jack and jack the Nova up off the nose cone of the fucking Trans Am. Because it was so low, it went up under it, and he just kept pushing. He didn't give a fuck. My dad said, what the fuck happened to Nova? Where the fuck you get the Trans Am? My brother's like, that's Michael's. I'm going to get a sandwich. I know we're going to have to do some work. I'll be back. My dad's like, give me a sandwich. I remember that day.
Oh, man. It's so hillbilly, bro. I love it.
I was 16. I'd only been 16 for like fucking 3 weeks. Well, my brother got it, My brother was 19 and he was already building a car collection of hot rods, all the flavor of shit my dad loved. T-buckets and 32 coupes. And why? Because my brother planned on moving out of the house with just a tool set and a car collection. And being rich his whole life working in his own barn. My brother had a plan before he went anywhere.
Yeah. I got a shout out to Roger here, man. He's in there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Roger.
I still own that Trans Am too. My daughter claimed it. And when she did, my brother was out here. And she said, I'd be happy. I would thank you so much if you give me that car. I said, I already said it's your car, but you can't have it till you're 18. Because I'm going to make her start with a 4-cylinder, Even though she races sprint cars, drives tractors and dump trucks and shit. I guess I've been rethinking that.
Dude, dump trucks and tractors, you're fucking, that's like, and moonshine distilleries. I mean, distilled water.
Yeah, my 16-year-old daughter can drive a dump truck.
You're a fucking hillbilly.
Told them that since they were young. They know.
Tell me.
They know why their dad's the way he is.
Yeah, man, I did it again. That's it. Fuck that window. But no, you're a tall hillbilly. I love it. You fucking do it. You get it done.
Yeah, you know why I taught the kid? I made her learn to drive a dump truck.
Well, stick shift.
Yeah, I make her move it all around the farm, back it into specific places. Don't wreck my shit. Because if she can park that fucking dump truck between my Trans Am and my Chevelle, I ain't never going to have to worry about her in a Lincoln or a Beamer or a Caddy or a 5.0.
A Chevelle? Ah.
Yeah, I like Chevelles. I got a few of them. I got an old Nova too.
Well, the motorheads,
I got a
Motor.
63 Impala with a
Motorheads, man.
492 in it.
You just,
It's gonna be a drag car.
dude, a 492.
Yeah, I bought the motor the way it is. I cheated this time. I didn't build it. Bought it the way it is, and I'm sure I could build the motor that I bought, though. Don't get me wrong.
Rebuild it.
I can stroke out a 454. I just this motor's got machining done to it that I'm not hip to yet. I'd like to learn to do, but
all right. We're always learning, right? That's why we're
like Godscape when I was talking, or God Rockin', when I was talking about cars one day, he busts out his formula, his fucking top fuel dragster. It's like, yeah, Mike, I could tell you some shit. I mean, what I do know I'm good at, so I'm a capable machinist. That's all there is to it. If you can teach me the process, I can fucking do it.
There's people that can do it and people that can learn it. And most people learn that they live on a spinning ball, but can they go out and do it? Their spinning ball?
I don't know.
Probably not, man. They're not going to do no spinning ball, man.
Here, I'll be right back. Bong.
Where's the curvature?
Hey, Bong, start talking, damn it. I'll be right back.
The radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. And the curvature rate should be...
But where's the curve? I saw I saw an 84 mile fucking observation today. Did you guys see that?
Damn. Oh, hi.
700 feet. And then there was a couple of thousand feet missing, man. Typical measurement.
Yeah, that's pretty high. That's far, yeah.
But still, it was 7. I know it was like 1,700 feet missing. But still, 84 miles. That's pretty fucking good. It's 700 feet observation height. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm good with the 1 foot off of sea level, because if it's not there at 1 foot, I don't think it's going to be there at 128,000 feet.
Yeah. Hey, man, did you guys see that there was a rocket blast off this morning and went up to somewhere up in the sky and then came back? You hear about this?
Who launched it?
It was Blue Orion. The guy from Amazon.
Blue Origin.
Bezos. Origin? Blue Origin.
Yeah.
It's
New
Blue
Shepard.
New Shepard. That's it. Did you guys see that? Beautiful.
Yeah, I saw it live. It was a joke, man.
Live. I'm gonna have to grab another beer on this one. You watched it live. I watched the.
Yeah, they released the video from inside, and you're like, okay, so these guys are just falling, right? They just went up and fall back.
Free falling. Did you guys ever hear that Tom Petty song, man? Free falling.
Oh yeah.
Good song, man. Anyway, Tom Petty, good guy.
Yeah,
he was one of the good guys, man. He's trying to. Yeah. He sold out. The fucking guy sold out, man. All the top guys sell out, man. You guys know that. Anyway.
If you want to be successful, right?
So yeah, it's another parabolic flight. So we've had 2 parabolic flights in the last week. Just to make a note. And both of them go up to a certain height and then they just drop back down to Earth. The whole ride's about 10 minutes long, man. That's it. The whole ride. And they're presenting this in the mainstream media as this amazing feats of space exploration. You guys have to laugh at this, man. This is ridiculously laughable, man. I mean, this is like fucking where's the curve laughable, you know, or bendy water. What? Fuck off. Okay. I don't have to go there, but I could say, hey, man, they went on a parabolic flight for 10 minutes, and it's an amazing accomplishment of space flight. Yeah. Okay.
For
No,
the
it
price
isn't.
of a house. For a price of a house, you get to do this. And you get called an astronaut afterwards, too. How cool is that?
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson disagrees. He says there's a magical border.
Oh, I agree with Tyson, but hey, Branson was all over going, we're astronauts, just like a little girl.
More like
No.
asshole knots.
It is so
Nuts.
funny, man. It's so funny to see this in real time, and at this point in my life, man, it's amazing. A parabolic flight is considered space travel, and when zero G planes, they did the same thing Branson did back in 1960. It was before I was born. Okay, I'm an old, not quite a boomer. I'm a very, very early Xer. Anyway,
Before us, too. Mike and I both were 72. It was long before that.
61. They, apparently they can drop a plane off of a plane and shoot it up higher with some rocket. Okay,
Chuck Yeager.
Chuck Yeager. Woo! Going up out into space, man. And they went up to whatever. They say 62 miles, but this Bezos and Branson character only went up what, a couple 100,000 feet? 300,000 feet tops, max.
Yeah, 360 or 373, something like that.
Base
363.
And I'm not even sure I believe him. I'm not even sure I believe it.
thing, man. I think they only went up to like 100,000 feet and dropped back down. But that only, I mean, that's the reason they have an extra a minute and a half or 2 minutes of weightlessness. What looks like weightlessness. Obviously, it's not weightlessness. You're just free falling. Anyway, I think the container is somewhere about 62 miles. So I don't know. You guys have heard the Carmen line, 62 miles. That's what they tell us. Sometimes they have to tell us the truth, but they do it in some kind of some kind of backdoor way a lot of times. But I have no proof. The sun only looks like it's 100 miles away at the most. To my naked eye, I don't know. The moon.
On the moon tonight, man, it looks close. If you go look at the moon tonight, it's been all crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy close looking.
70, 80, 100 miles, I don't know, but it's so close. Anyway, yeah, we got lied to about where we live, and we're dealing with it. I think we're dealing with it in fine fashion. There's no roadmap for what we're discovering and exposing. There's no roadmap for it. We're on our own, boys and girls, and we kick ass. And as long as we don't give up, man, we'll be just fine, man. Just fine.
Taking names. Taking names.
You guys are all younger than me. And you guys, I just come here to, I'll be your cheerleader in a lot of ways. But, I've been out, I've talked to people. Most people are not going to get it because they're fluoridated.
BC'd and fluoridated.
They're medicated.
Pharmacology, walking.
They're fucking hypnotized with their TV and their fluoridization. And they're just not going to get it, man. But I appreciate the ones that do. And that's why I come on here and hang out with you guys and take a piss and laugh at this shit. Because, we've already busted the ball so many times. It's like, okay, next. What's next, please?
Fluoriders. Fluoriders. Right? Like
Fluoriders. There you go. Fluoriders. Do it little lower. I don't know.
riders
I
with the
actually had a
floor.
commercial on YouTube for Washington
Sorry, it was
State
just
telling us they're fluoriding everybody. Washington State had a YouTube commercial saying fluoride is so good for you.
Oh, dude, you've seen those old footage. Yeah, I've seen it too.
No,
man.
this is brand new, man. Out this week.
Shut up. No.
Brand new from my state, because Spokane, where I'm at, the second largest city in the area of Washington, it's got no fluoridated water. And I think they're trying to convince us to do it. We have a group of people that have fought it for years. We don't have fluoridated water.
Damn. Ugh. Yeah, fluoride. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys. Not good stuff, man. We don't want that anywhere near us.
They tried to say it was just like the natural fluoride. They were saying our mountains give us fluoride in our natural springs and waters, and so when we add it, it's just as good.
It's crazy thing. Don't do that. Yeah. So yeah, we're not gonna wake most of people up, man. I don't know. I mean, especially now they're getting all they got a bunch of new additives coming that are almost mandatory.
Yeah, the BC.
And they get additives you probably don't want either. You don't want you don't want any additives, is what I'm saying. If there's any additives to like an apple, I'm gonna have a problem. You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, what do you mean you're adding shit to my apple? I don't need you to add shit to my apple. Apple grows tree, pick, eat. You know, what's the problem? Yeah, I don't need additives to my digestive system or any other one of my systems, whether it's metallurgical, physiological, whatever. I'm not going to add any extra stuff to my intake that I don't need.
Well, you don't want to glow in the dark. Have you heard the new thing and seen the new videos out on Twitter yet? People are showing a black light on their eyes and on their shot area, and guess what? It's glowing in the dark.
You know, I used to go to Disneyland. I grew up next to Disneyland. And they would, if you wanted to leave the park, they stamp your hand with something.
Yeah, glow in the dark. Yeah, I saw that stuff. Yeah, we went once.
It was like an invisible stamp. And you could only see it if you wanted to get back in the park. You had to put your hand under this light that would show your fluorescent stamp right on your hand. And it was an interesting thing. I always thought that was interesting, scientifically, whatever. I mean,
well, back in college days for me, we actually were the first group to start moving plasmid DNA to other bacteria. We would take it from a glowing bacteria and then move it to one that didn't, so it would fluoresce. And that's the same thing I think they've done. They've done the same gene thing.
Yeah, if you're out there, man, check yourself with the black light if you got one. If not, you can order one on Amazon. Jeff Bezos would be happy to take your money.
Or Walmart, one of the two.
I guess you could get one at Walmart. Yeah. Yeah, either one. Same people, same crew.
Same.
They're all the same, man. Yeah, they're all the same, man. That's what I was bitching about. If you drive down a major highway, you see these centers, man, and it's like every name you could think of: Best Buy, Home Depot, Lowe's, Staples, all these major companies. It's called the corporate center. That's what I call them. Hey, there's a corporate center. It's got every corporate company in the world in that center. And it's like, wow. That's interesting. I'd rather go to Joe's fucking backyard yard sale than go to these fucking places, man. I'm telling you, man. I'd rather anything is gonna be better than fucking
Kind of crap. Yeah.
McDonald's, the fucking Burger King.
I swear McDonald's is literally an institution made by the government just to give us cancer. I swear to God.
Exactly, man. You have to believe that at this point, man. I mean, I'm no doubt about it. It's got to be bad for us. It's not cancerous, whatever. It's gonna be.
Dude.
It's gonna be physiologically fucking damaging to your system, man. Period.
I swear, like, dude, my grandfather literally ate McDonald's every day for breakfast. What do you know? I have never had cancer in my family. Boom, next couple years later, gets cancer. Only person in my whole family.
There you
It's
go.
crazy.
So yeah, man. Any kind of processed foods, heavily processed foods, man, it's gonna be bad. Try to eat as much natural shit as you can. If you can grow your own food, man, yeah, I'm down with that. I'm no farmer, but you can grow some food. Even if you have a little shitty place, man, you can grow some food.
Well, at least buy local if you can from a local farmer. It's always a better thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. I buy totally local. Gotta support them,
Yeah, they got a little extra. Help them out.
Yeah, man. I live in California, man. We grow so much food out here. I don't know if you guys know this. I mean, California gets bashed for a lot of things, man, and deservedly so. Believe me, man. Most Californians are all fucked up, man. Anyway, what they aren't fucked up about is growing food, and that they can grow these food acreages of unbelievably organic shit, man. And you're like, damn. And they're good at it, man. So we can get a lot of fresh organic shit out here in California, man. Year round. Strawberries year round. We can get great vegetables year round in California. Now we're running out of water. That could be a problem. Could be. Don't know, man.
Well, why don't just get the water from the ocean? You guys are on the coast, right?
Well, it's called desalinization, and in order to desalt the water, you do have to have a bit of energy to do this process, man. It's totally possible.
But
I mean, we could do it, man. No doubt. We could. But are the powers that be going to do it? Probably not. But yeah, we could do that, man. But California missed the boat on that one, man. They kind of missed that one.
Aren't you guys spending using most of your water to give it to strawberries and other fruits?
There's actually, I think it's the walnut.
The walnuts.
Almonds. My bad. Almonds. Takes up about half the water of California. So next time you guys eat a handful of almonds, think of us. Think of us proudly. Think of California as half the water in the state goes to growing fucking almonds. Okay.
Yeah, everybody's drinking almond milk.
Almond milk, exactly. It's so yeah. I try to keep my ear and eye on what's going on in California. I live here. But yeah, it can go crazy fucking retard any moment. But it's already crazy retard. So there you go. What are you going to do? We're going to laugh at it, point fingers at it, piss on it. Hopefully we can make a couple people awake before, I don't know, before they fry us all. Who knows, man? I mean, if they really wanted us fucking gone, man, wouldn't they just fry us all with some kind of laser?
It's more profitable to make people sick than kill them or cure them.
I've heard this theory, man. It's got a lot of weight. Yeah, they have hospitals and doctors and things that treat symptoms from different. You know, obviously, lots of people have different symptoms of illness, right?
Hmm?
And it's very profitable to treat those illnesses the best you can, and most of it has to do with medications that are pharmaceutical, petroleum based, maybe natural, unnatural. I'm not sure because I'm not there processing these chemicals, but they process the chemicals into all kinds of crazy shit. And this is good for your fucking sniffles, and this is good for your rash on your ass. I got a pill for your rash on your ass. I got one here in my pocket. It's called Rashiasarin. What? Yeah, Rashiasarin. It's this new drug. It's not completely approved, but experimental.
I think that Strider guy wants to talk.
All right, talk away, man.
I think he's muted though.
Schreider Diaz, Schreider dudes, what's up, baby? What's up, baby? Dudes.
Let me check. Strider
Strider.
Dub. No roles. All mute. Unmute you. Mute. Server unmute. What's your mic, Strider Dubs.
All right. He's muted. Cool.
Yeah, he's all right. He can unmute himself. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Take the advice from the television. Get your rasherish medicine. Who knows what you're gonna get on that television, man? Hey, does your ear itch? We've got a pill for that. If you have itchy ears.
Yeah, just feed me more things from the government. Would love to.
Yeah, just more, right? Just so much more. It's better. More is better.
Dude, like I went to trying to get sushi with some friends and they wouldn't let me in because I never got my vaccine.
Fuck off. What state do you live in?
New York.
Oh, fucking cocks. Oh, fucking cocks.
I know.
That
Fucking Cuomo, man. Fucking Cuomo
got a
man.
fucking Emmy. Got a fucking Emmy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck Cuomo.
I'm just trying to eat some sushi, man.
Cuomo's the fucking cock of all cocks, man. That guy was the fucking. That's why he got the Emmy.
Honestly, I'm thinking of moving to Canada.
Yeah, man. Move to
Seems a
Canada.
little-
Yeah, up here, it's
Canada's
good.
worse, right,
Man,
Trudeau?
worse, dude, it's fucking worse. Dude, my best friend lives in fucking like Toronto, and it's like a fucking disaster, bro.
Why is it worse?
It's dude, they're gonna want everybody to adhere to their proper medications.
Damn. Well, I was thinking of moving to like Montreal or something.
Oh, you're gonna hate it, man. If you think New York was bad, you should talk
Yeah.
to my Canadian friends on Twitter.
Canadian friends, man. they
I
tell
like
me
how you guys. He's like,
it's a
I'm gonna
cock-
go here, and then you're gonna like, oh, you're gonna hate it there.
It's got fucking.
I mean, bro, I'm from Montreal and got free healthcare, bro.
Don't they have a hockey team named the Canucks? The Cocks, man.
No,
It's Canadian Montreal team, bro, and we were at the like
Not-
fucking Stanley Cup, bro. Come on, man.
they're fucking. It's a cock fucking that.
Yeah,
dude,
you're fucking.
everybody. You know what? Anywhere you go now, you're fucked. Don't matter. You can go to France, Germany, fucking. You want to go to fucking UK? You got fucking what? Boris, fucking cuckoo, Coco. You go up there to Trudeau. You got this fucking Biden cuckoo fucking Coco fuck here, man. I mean, where do you want to go, man?
I didn't even vote, man.
The cuckoo Coco fucks are everywhere, man, and they're fucking gone completely Coco retard, man. Coco retard everywhere.
Wait, do you think they're in Canada? Like I haven't heard much about them up there.
Oh, dude. And my buddy lives in, like I said, Toronto. I talk to him every day. He's just like, there was lockdowns for fucking ever over there, man. And they are not letting anybody move between what we would consider.
Did you guys like vote? Did you vote for Trump? I don't know if you guys are allowed to talk politics and stuff.
I don't vote. I think all politicians are complete pieces of shit, and they're all retarded fucking actors. And there's somebody else pulling their strings, man, and they're just retarded fucking moron actors, man. Really, I mean, they're just playing their role. It's fucking sad. If you can't, I hope you guys can see through the hypocrisy and the showbiz part of it. It's very James Bond sounding.
Yeah. It's crazy that the prime minister, not the prime minister, the president tells everyone to pay their taxes when he doesn't even do it, It's crazy.
Well, that's like I wish nobody paid their taxes and said, you know what, we got to straighten this shit out before we pay any taxes, bro.
Yeah, it's facts. I think Strider Dubs wants to try and talk.
Why does the United States have 900 fucking Air Force bases? 900 around the globe.
So, can I interject for 1 second? We have Strider Dubs. Strider Dubs, you're unmuted. You want it to be verified? What's up? Can you open up your mic?
It's push to talk, by the way. You got to unmute there.
Strider dudes.
Dubs.
Dudes like dude, man. Like my name, like dudes.
Strider Dubs, you're unmuted.
Dubs? Is it Dubs?
I didn't know it was push to talk.
Oh, there he is.
What's up, man?
Strider? I'm good. I'm just still trying to figure some stuff out. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm good.
Cool.
I'm
So,
new to this.
yeah,
whole
a few
thing,
questions.
So I'm just here to learn mainly.
Awesome. Few
Can you
questions.
speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear. I'm hard of hearing. Sorry.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, a few questions. How did you find the server?
I was invited by some curious people.
Okay. Have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
Many times. Many
Oh.
times.
Many times. Okay.
Many times, bro.
And so, what is your position at this point? What do you think?
I'm still, undecided, but
Oh.
my focuses aren't on mainly its position, but mainly I take a more political stance on things when I
Yeah.
do anything.
So, yeah, that is not the place here, right? This
But
is
I'm
for.
here to learn. I'm here to learn.
Okay.
I
So
got
this
you
is
a link for a politics server though, if
Right.
you want one.
Been in way too many of those, my friend.
okay. Have you read the rules, Strider Dubs?
Give me 1 second.
Don't mind me, I'm gonna be over here smoking.
Sure.
Where's the donuts? We still
What are you
got
smoking, bro? What are you smoking? What are you smoking?
Mike?
rainbow.
Wouldn't you like to have some?
Rainbow blueberry Kush.
Damn, that sounds exotic. Is that from California?
It's no 1980s, bro.
It's from Michigan. To me, it tastes like to me it tastes like Northern Lights, just like regular old skunk bud.
Blueberry Kush. A regular old skunk. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's what it tastes like.
Go ahead, Roger.
yeah, Strider Dubs. Have you read the rules?
I'm still going through. I'm trying to get them.
Yeah, it's
thorough.
basically about trolling, right? We just want to have
Okay.
a civil conversation.
Oh,
Don't
alright.
need the childish behaviors.
He sounds cool, man. He sounds
Yeah,
very-
he sounds okay.
sounds like
So-
a guy. He sounds very young, and he's ready to.
I don't know, man.
He's ready to learn some stuff from the old guys, man.
I
That's all.
gotta be the voice of opposition.
Mike,
I'm just fucking with him.
smoke that blueberry Kush, would you?
That's my job here, though, damn, and I'm here to troll the trolls.
Ah.
Well, take it easy, man.
There's a couple of servers. They got they're trying to get in, trying to earn our trust. So everybody's gonna get drilled.
Don't be
like,
giving away that
hard.
flat Earth, man.
You're gonna
Yeah.
you're gonna get questioned on your beliefs, your loyalty, your
Everything.
reality.
Yeah.
You're gonna get questioned on all these things, man. And
Position, reposition,
I can give you my
acquisition.
political stance.
it's nothing
as an
personal, man. Don't
introduction.
take it personal. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's okay. I
Political.
understand.
So you know what a
You're
flat Earth,
anti.
you know what a flat Earth political thing is, that all politicians work together. So left and right, that's all a bunch of bullshit to keep you believing in a fucked up system.
I'm an anarchist.
Okay, well, if that means natural law, if we revert back to natural law, I'm down with you.
Natural law. Oh,
Yeah,
love
let's go.
natural.
Natural law.
Natural science.
Absolutely.
Natural science, natural law.
Read
Natural
Thomas
apples.
Hobbes if you're not aware of what.
I know what natural law is.
All right. Say
Non-GMO
Aristotle could
food.
give you my opinion on natural law. All you'd have to do is read his premises on it.
All right. We're getting off track here, man. We're completely off the reservation. Let's get back to
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so-
there's slums on the reservation. Just like there's high rises, bro. We got a casino. You like to gamble, homie?
right.
We like to take your money.
Yeah, Strider Dubs, have you heard about the Flat Earth Society?
Not too much. I'm still new to all this, so
Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition put in place to spread misinformation about the flat Earth. These are the guys that tell you we are a flat disk flying upwards in space, right? So they will tell you Earth is a flat disk and all other planets are orbs and balls, and they will tell you you can fall off an edge and that Australia doesn't exist. So whenever people want to do some research, they go to Google, and one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society. So people go into their forum, and basically they just get their bias confirmed, right? We've all been indoctrinated with the fact that flat earthers are dumb, stupid science deniers, right? So when they go to the Flat Earth Society, they read about the dumb shit they tell you, they get their bias confirmed, right? We are not the Flat Earth Society. So everything you got from them, you can throw in the bin. So we are not a flat disk flying upwards in
thank
space.
God I haven't talked to too many of those yet. I've talked to some pretty
Yeah.
competent ones over time.
Okay.
So.
Okay. What did they tell you? What did they tell you?
Essentially opposite of what you want me, or at least what the Flat Earth Society people believe. More the more competent stuff, like the Australia doesn't exist, but they never told me that.
It's a bit vague, right? You told me you talked to a lot of flat earthers.
I have.
So
Memories are a little fuzzy, but I don't know. I'm still trying to learn.
Most of us don't believe it's a disc floating in space. We don't believe it's rising either.
yeah, that's what makes me wonder, right? You told me you talked to a lot of flat earthers, and now your memory is a bit vague.
Well, I've talked to a lot of them, but it's been a long time.
Okay.
I've been in more political conversations than I can count.
Okay. Well, I have to step out for 10 minutes. So, if anybody want to talk to Strider Dubs about the Earth, go ahead.
Okay, out of the frying pan and into the fire.
What?
So what do you know about the what do you know about the globe Earth?
That's what.
I mean, it was never really a concern to
Out
me.
of
My
the frying
concern
pan
was
and into the fire.
cryptocurrency and how do I get an auto sear into a rifle. That was about it.
So do you know the radius of the Earth's curvature?
It's never really, came into my head, or I never really took the time to look.
No, I understand. So this is why I'm going over it with you, right? Like The curvature, the Earth's curvature, right? The Earth's radius of the curvature is 3,958.8 miles, right? That's what it says in the in your guys' claim, right? Like if you go and Google it right now, you can go and see that it's your guys' claim, correct?
I mean, I don't know what you're like categorizing me.
Like
as
go
you
ahead and
guys.
Google it. Go ahead and Google the Earth's radius. Take your time.
We're talking a sphere, so we're going to be talking sphere, how to figure it out.
What did you say it was?
We're talking about a sphere, so go look up the radius of the Earth.
It's 3,950 miles.
Just like he told you, right?
Yeah. Hello.
We're here.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's right. Well, you said.
All right. So if the radius is at 3,958.8 miles, right? Then you would have to at least see a curvature at that curvature, correct?
Yeah.
So have you heard of the black swan?
No, I have not.
Does anybody have the black swan? Can somebody put it in the text chat, please? So if you I'll wait till it's up. So if you look
I mean, I sent a link, but it doesn't embed.
Well done. So if you look 8 minutes after the hour, do you see the two platforms side by side next to each other?
Mm-hmm.
What does the platform say next right below them?
9.41 miles and
Right, correct.
6.21 miles.
Correct. And can you see the horizon right behind it?
Yeah.
Right. So at some point, there has to be some sort of dip at the Earth's curvature, and you would be seeing that on platform with the 9.41 miles, you should at least be seeing the top of that platform, right? I'm just saying if there's a curvature like in between like there should be something in between those platforms, correct? Horizon should be in between there, right?
I guess.
I mean, so I'm just saying, so it's clearly that you can see the horizon past the platforms. So there is no curvature.
No. You're, bro.
Did I just say it?
So the black swan is the image. It's the example. And the argument is the modus tollens. So if the sphere is a ball of a given radius, 3959, then every observer's horizon can only be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height distance away, which is about 3.2 miles. So by geometry, you can't see farther than 3.2 miles on a ball. But here in the black swan image, we see that horizon habitat, platform lighthouse. Platform lighthouse is beyond the geometric possibility of your globe. It's double, 6 miles away, where it should only be 3. Platform habitat is 9.41 miles. We can assume that the horizon is at least 10 miles, maybe 12, away from the observer. This 6-foot observer. This was taken at a 1-foot observer height, this image. So here, the radius of your ball will be somewhere around 132,000 miles. for this observation to ring true geometrically. You understand? This is a physical impossibility on a ball of this given radius. Your optical horizon would be a geometric horizon because you are living on a ball. So obviously, the ball curves away from you and drops down. Things at a great distance would be on the opposite side of a sphere, and you would not have a line of sight to them. So at the very least, this destroys the given radius. Aristotle was wrong, and this image is proof. It's called a black swan because if you say all swans are white or the globe is absolutely this fucking big, all I have to do is show one example that all swans aren't black, and you're wrong. And I only have to show one example that geometrically your ball can't be 3,959 miles. So your radius becomes an untruth and your entire model is false. They wouldn't have been able to go to the moon because the distance from the core of the planet to the moon, which is what our astronomical distances are based on, the center of the moon to the center of the earth. And then the moon landing would be fake because they only took enough fuel to slingshot around the earth and throw it out to space, right? And then it slingshots around the moon and comes back. Well, if the ball's got to be 130,000 miles in circumference or radius for that observation to be true, then they wouldn't have had enough gas to even exit.
Sorry to cut short on time, but I have to dip. I got
That's
work
cool.
in the morning soon.
I want to make sure you understand that they wouldn't be able to get exit velocity, escape velocity, and because they wouldn't have had the fuel, they would have been. Escape velocity is the continuous acceleration to a point. You run out of gas and lose acceleration, and you're not at that point. You just didn't reach it. You're not going nowhere. And it's by their own science. So the distances have to be true, or they didn't go to the moon. Well, from what this says, this observation, and there's many more like it, from what this says, they didn't go to the moon because they didn't know the radius, and they knew that. They want you to believe, oh, we precisionally calculated the amount of fuel we need. Bitch, listen, if we're going to judge a radius by the horizon like Al Biruni did, we can get a different radius every day. Every hour, yeah. Every 30 minutes. Just need a weather change. And the horizon will be at a different distance. We'll use that to calculate the radius and to dip to that distance. And we'd be wrong. Over and over and over again, because the horizon moves. You can't measure a ball from moving horizon. You can't measure the dip in the horizon and say that's the radius. And with the equation for the dip in the horizon comes the backing of Aristophanes' argument. Look, he was right, because we can measure the dip in the horizon and get the same fucking value. Well, then, this image says you're both wrong. El Biruni and Aristophanes. You're both wrong.
Alrighty, like I said though, I'm a little short on time. I have to get ready soon.
Anytime you're not, stop on back, man.
Alrighty.
You're reasonable.
Alright.
Thanks for coming, bro.
No problem. Guys, have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going
Thanks, Battle
down.
Mob, for helping me out there, man. I felt like a dummy. Uh-oh.
No, I guess you just, the people, listen, you learned it listening, right? So maybe the people that was explaining it didn't say it well enough for you to get the principle well enough to understand what the argument is. The picture's
Correct.
not the argument, it's the example of the argument being true. The argument
Right.
is modus tollens. The black swan is the example. And the premise.
I was just I was portraying in my mind exactly what they were saying in the image.
Yeah, modus tollens is, a philosophical concept. That's the argument. If you look at the image, somebody had the bot posted.
Right, I got it copied too.
Yeah, so the one at the top is the modus tollens. You know, it says
Uh-huh.
if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a
Right.
sphere with a radius of 3959 P, then every horizontal distance must measure out to be no more than 1.225 square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon curve calculations. Not Q,
I should have just
therefore
said
not P.
the entire thing right there, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it really
therefore
helped.
not Q, therefore not P. So once you
Right.
know the argument, you can lead them to the how this black
Right.
swan. The black swan is the example, and so is the philosophical The philosophical concept is I show you one white swan because you said all swans are black, and I proved you wrong with one example. That's why the image is the black swan. It's the one example that the modus tollens argument is true.
You mean if all swans are white?
Exactly. What I mean, you get it. I know you.
I understand now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
brother. Just practice it a little bit. Read it a couple times out loud to yourself, and then kind of get your own groove on it.
right.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Right, but now that you've heard a better example of the argument, you're better equipped to do it. I want to start a class on this.
Thank you.
But I think I'd get stoned and talk nonstop. But honestly, it could be a good thing because at the end you'll be really fucking equipped, so equipped you're tired of hearing it.
To be honest, I'm not tired. I just love hearing it every time I'm trying to be like, okay, I gotta
We
understand.
started this argument. Me and Indio and Jose and me Morvet and Anna Katerium, we sat in a voice chat when we didn't have no community. We got stoned every day and then we built a community. And then we came up with the premises to argue in the arguments just by seeing we use the Socratic method and we try to figure out what they're saying first. What's your argument? And then develop arguments against that. But all of us, I mean, me and Indio are the greatest examples because I prepared for my future and I worked for it. So I got any amount of time I really want to spend, to be honest. I don't have to do shit tomorrow if I don't want to. I like to be active. So I like to work. That's my life. Retirement is all it's packed up to be if you obey the system and you formed habits. And at the end of your life, even if your back's fucked up and your elbow, you might still want to go work because you wake up stiff every day, but after a few hours of work, you're straight and it was a good day. But I can spend whatever time I want. I sit in trucks and watch crews work while I read books on this, so that the arguments we do have, I can take all the way to the foundational principles and research it from the beginning of the ideal of the concept. I want to know the first motherfucker that contemplated this concept when I start researching shit. And I will read for a week. I like to read. So Indio does this real well too. If you get a chance to hear Indio talk, help him maintain the lobby because he will break topics down. Now, I said we both read a lot, but I'll tell you what, Indio's got one of the highest retention levels I've ever seen. I read an article that he read. He gave me all his links. We followed the same research. And he remembered more of it to an exact T than I did. I could refer to it and go back to it, find my place and rattle it off from reading it. But fucking Indio retains a lot of shit, man, that he can usually on the fly once you get him talking about it. Once he gets into it, he can start almost quoting page for page a book that he read once. Now, it took me a lifetime to memorize the first 3 books of the Bible. And I retain pretty good because I do memory exercises like that. I retain a lot more than the average person. Military state of mind, with a college degree, and I'm fucking impressed with Indio's retention level, man. Literally. He can read an article once and he takes more than I can take from reading a chapter over a lifetime. I still see new shit in the Gospels every time I read them. Or Genesis. I noticed something else. Like numbers. That's one of the things that really impresses me is that he can remember all the numbers for the ratios of eyesight and angular resolution, just like flat Earth Data can. Data got that down to a science. I'll give him that.
So I've sorry.
You're all right,
Mike.
Roger. Go ahead.
So I have a bit of an administration question. Can we move this to Livestream 1?
Yeah, you want some help? I was wondering why they were all still here in Livestream too.
Okay.
So
Because my bot is dedicated to a Livestream 1, so it's recording the audio but not the chat. So
oh no shit.
yeah, I need to look into that, but that's not a problem. So
Well,
we can move up, right?
yeah, I'm with you. It's getting
Okay,
the audio. Okay, it's getting the audio, but not the
Yeah.
text lobby. I'm with you.
Yeah.
So, well,
So let-
maybe we could just cut out this one and tell both live streams to just do it in this live stream lobby.
Yeah, let's go. Yep, back on track. So everything's done. Okay, cool.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Roger, Helios is probably like that too, because his is showing everything that's in live 2 text or live 1 text stream. So it probably did it to him too. I'm surprised he didn't come say something about it. He should have. I didn't even think about that when I moved one of the bots down. We'll just have to share the lobby, man. We'll just have to. I'll just. Can I delete live stream too?
No, let it be. Let it be. I mean, that's not a problem. Somehow, sometimes we have connection errors in live stream 1, and then we have to move down. So
Well, no,
this is
don't
okay.
you listen? You got the audio set on your guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how are you gonna be able to change the video to make it change with your guy?
I need to.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you can
it's
do
an
that.
OBS. It's an OBS thing. I need to, but
Is it? Oh,
yeah,
you gotta make a path for it.
yeah. So I still need to do that, but and I'm now busy cleaning my pool. So
Yeah, I say we should just make both live streams use one. We can handle 50 people talking in one damn text lobby, dude. It's just hard to moderate 50 people. That's why we split them up. You know what I mean? I prefer to see everybody, the 2 chats mixed together so I can moderate both the text lobbies at once. I'll talk to Indio about that. Then you don't have to worry about it. Everybody is always typing in the same lobby. I mean, that makes sense, and it's less work for you guys and easier.
Well, if the live stream is being split, right? So it's now like 50 on 50. So if they want to use another live stream to, I don't know, have another discussion, then it's handy to have another voice text, right?
Right.
So,
just right. If I move
this
it
is
down, I'll
yeah,
tell
but this
other
is okay.
I'll tell everybody that's in the lobby to use live stream 1 text.
Okay.
Because I got this going, and then I moved them down here the other day just because we had like 75, 80 people.
Mm.
So that one was full. We had 5 people up there that they were bringing in that were all talkative. So I was like, well, fuck, we could have 2 productive live streams right now.
Sure. Yeah, and that's the whole deal, right? But it's on my side, so I need to go into OBS and make it work for both streams. So
I should have thought about that from what I'm saying is because Helio had the same problem. I'm pretty sure if I move his right now, it's not going to switch to live stream 2 voice tech. I'm pretty sure his doesn't do that either. So when I moved him down, he's seeing no text because everybody's using live stream 2, but he's getting audio. Are you with
it's
me?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yours and his probably both set like that. And I should have thought about it because he's mentioned it before. Because we moved the live stream to biblical, and so there's a whole nother text lobby for biblical. So that before we had these 2 separate lobbies set up, and he was like, "Yeah, mine it didn't show the text for biblical one." I mean, Helio doesn't bitch at me; he just lets me know, you know. Keep his. He don't want to be showing conversation that's not happening in the text lobby, and I get it. But I mean, I was stoned when I moved him down. I just got this good weed yesterday, man. I'm sorry. I think it's just different. I grow a certain strand, you know. I got some different shit. It's good, but I should have thought about that. Oh, you're not beating up on me. I'm beating up on me. Attention to detail is supposed to be my thing. I'm not supposed to forget a standing order. You know what I'm saying? For my state of mind, anyway. So I know the weed was worth the trade. Yeah, I don't think his changes either. But hey, I mean, if you know how to do it or you don't, I don't know if he knows how to. You should have asked him if he knows how to, especially if you do. If you do, because I don't think he could figure out how to make it follow the from text lobby to text lobby. I don't think he knows how to do that because there's no way to register that his profile switched from one live stream to the next. You'd have to almost program the bot here to change the text lobby you're looking at when it registers you entering a different live stream. You know what I mean? It almost, I don't know. I'm not sure. If you know how you can do it, then
Yeah, I think it's possible. I need to dive into OBS, but I think it's possible.
yeah, I really don't think Helio figured out how to do that. Seriously. So if you figured out, tell him. Because that's why he always wants his kept in this. His is just for this lobby too. That's what he says. You know, he's not being a dick about it. I get it.
Yeah, I think it for every text channel and you need to. There's an add-on from OBS to Discord, and for every text channel you need to make another link, right? So and then you have to. So every text channel has its own link, and when you jump over, it noses it and it does the other text chat. But Yeah, I need to dive into this. So, but it's all fine now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I know you're not bitching, bro. I mean, Helio's stern about it. Listen, my father was stern as hell his whole life just to make sure you understood what he was saying. You would. It was, man, I was 15 before I realized I wasn't always in trouble, Roger. You know what I'm saying? I'm slow on some shit. I always thought my dad was mad. My brother's like, he just wants you to fucking pay attention. So he's trying to put the fear in you. So you listen, and it sinks. It seems that we have a greater retention of knowledge of things and times when fear is used to photograph it onto your soul. You know, honestly though, never forget a bad car accident, do you? My dad was a stern man though. He didn't leave room for error. He didn't believe in mistakes or accidents. People unaware, they didn't cover it. There's no such thing as an accident or a mistake. You don't make a mistake. Things happen the way you prepare for them. If you weren't thorough in your preparation, it wasn't a fucking mistake. It was you being lazy. That was the way my dad thought. Or you not having what it takes to cover every aspect of what you're doing. You might want to ask for help. My dad thought about shit deep though, man. He made me understand young. I'm a solutions person, son. So I know all the problems, and that means I know all the solutions. When I tell you something, I'm trying to get you the solution for whatever I perceive as the problem. I really wish everybody in the world could have grew up in the childhood and the family setting I had. My great grandma lived here at one time. My mom's moms, you know. And this was my grandma and grandpa's farm on my dad's side. But grandma and grandpa lived here too. So I had 3 grandmas living here at one time and 1 grandpa. And whether, I don't know, honestly, I don't know if they was doing anything. But my grandpa was always a smooth man, you know, very respectful to women. Treated women like upper class. Those women were pampered. They said they want something, they got it. I asked Grandpa why he jumped so fast when Grandma spoke. He said, "That's what the money's for, boy. That's what you earn the money for. You can't just expect somebody to." You got to figure it like this: life is either living or dying. People aren't going to choose dying over living. Living is, you know, everybody being happy, achieving what you want to achieve in life, being able to feel like you can get whatever you want to get. They want the same stuff we do, so that you should give that to your woman. Here's the home. Make it however you want. I'm gonna be out here building my barn. Be the king of your barn. My dad, he got to act like the king. But when that bedroom door shut, man, we used to all go sneak up by the door and listen to my mom bitch at him just to hear the king get battered. But as a kid, it was like ingrained in a alpha male is put here to take care of a woman, and the woman's got the brains to organize it all and keep it together. They foresee things even we don't foresee. It's a motherly aspect. I think they can perceive through action a little further into the future than men can. Well, I mean, we understand everything's cause and effect, but women are automatically going to be parents. Not all men get in a parent state of mind where you weigh your life and your life's events against raising another person and trying to guide their perception so that maybe they avoid your problems. It becomes a deep process. I think all women, most women, whether they admit it or let it power their life or not, maybe they got addictions, but I think they all know what's going to happen deep down inside. Quicker than men. Who can know? They know children better than children know themselves, so I'm sure they know us better than we know. We get into cars. A good woman is into her man in her home, and a good man's into his woman, but he still wrenches on his car. Hell, he even builds his woman a car, you know? You buy him the luxury car and then build him the badass hot rod. Like, you know, when you're driving the kids around, baby, take the Beamer. But if you're just going down to the store and you want to do it quick, take the vet. That's yours too. I mean, everybody's got hopes and dreams, right? If you don't fulfill your partner's dream, somebody else will. This is Easy Love Listening, 24/7 flat talk radio with the Battle Mob. Battleosophy. Oh, I'm dropping knowledge. And don't forget to eat your garlic, boys. I said, please your partner. Gotta eat at least 3 different kinds of raw garlic every day. Keep your blood healthy. I do this and I'm a lot healthier than a lot of people I know. I've always ate closed raw onions, raw garlic, raw vegetables. You can eat all the meat you want, but that's if you eat the right nutrient and vegetables to balance out your chemicals. You got to have healthy blood to process poisons out of it. A vascular system that's healthy as hell is the leading promotion of good health in man or woman. Poor blood brings high blood pressure, which brings stress and a myriad of matrix of effects, hardening arteries and all that other crap. Healthy blood is where it all starts. Sex drive, energy, mental state, available oxygen, all that relies on healthy blood. People used to know this when I was a kid. They would do things when I was younger, like a spoonful of cod liver, fish liver, twice a week. You can pick the days, but you had to take it twice a week. My grandma used to grind the garlic cloves, make each one of the kids eat ground garlic every day. She said it was better ground up because things were starting to break up and dissolve. It's kind of like if you bust a pill up, a pain pill, into 3 pieces, it dissolves quicker, so it takes away pain quicker, but it doesn't last as long. So that's the same thing. You should eat a ground clove and then a totally raw clove that hasn't been touched. Because one digests instantly, starts to dissolve and be processed because it's cut up in pieces. It dissolves better. The second one stays longer. It takes longer to break down. So you have a certain amount of garlic in your system for a higher amount of time. That's consistency. You put the two together, you got healthy blood. I think healthy blood even helps you process carbohydrates and everything better. I really think it's one of the reasons I'm a slimmer person. My dad was 6'2", 280 to 320. He's a big man, probably 5 foot wide. I'm fucking 5'10", $170 at the heaviest. I can eat 5 meals a day, Roger. I don't put no weight on. But a meal to me is a portion of meat, portion of potatoes, vegetables, asparagus, kraut.
Yeah,
Taro,
I love asparagus.
I eat all
coconuts.
that shit. You know, I think my diet is why I'm a lot healthier than some people I went to high school with.
Bro, did you see that link Indio posted?
No, we're top
Live
health
stream listens to.
officer.
Yeah, bro. You're not allowed to talk to anyone because even if you're wearing a mask.
Are you serious?
I'm read it, bro.
Bitch, I dare you to tell Americans that if you're listening right now, I dare you to tell me not to talk to my neighbor. I'll tell you to come out here and make me quit. And the official you send to try and make me quit, he might not report back. Depends on how I'm feeling that day, if my back hurts or not, you know. You get around 50, bong, you have like 3-4 kids, you worry about their future, get to the point to where you're like, man, I've had a full life. Maybe if I just got rid of every idiot I know, it'll be a 10% better world for my kids. Then I can just keep on going until they take me out, you know? Honestly. But you'd have to have an accurate judging system. I mean, like if they're protesting in the street, swinging around a dildo, sure, open fire, you know. But
I mean, like I know, like we've done stuff, we've done stuff, but since I found out about Flat Earth, I think I've lived an empty life. I'm just now starting to live a fulfilling life. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
So, like to another 20 years, learn more
I
about.
mean, I don't think that shit all the time, Bong, but I have thought it once or twice in my life. My kids deserve a better tomorrow. So do yours. Everybody's. I love shit. I don't just love my children. Love all our kids. And I know some of our kids are grown ass men right now. They still deserve a world where they can get love and respect. The problem that causes all degrees of separation is economics and want over need. So if we just understood we're brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, we just took care of each other, there wouldn't be no need. So there wouldn't be no want. There wouldn't be no feeling that one's doing better than the other. You know, it'd cure a lot of problems. Barter. Oh, you're good
I
at.
don't know what to do, man. Should I run now? Like, should we get out now? Like, shit, man, this is starting to get crazy.
Start our own system. What is this shit? You
Let me
should
get
come
out
back to
too, man.
America, motherfucker.
Oh, we're going inland. We're going in to the wild. We're
We
going
got
into the
rifles
desert,
here.
bro.
That's a small
I'm
island.
going into Australia. Because you know how Sydney is? It's like this, green valley next to the ocean, and it's blocked by these mountains, the Blue Mountains. You go over those Blue Mountains.
Yeah, I don't
That's the
know.
real Australia, bro. Yeah, that's where I want to go.
The Outback.
Nothing. Yeah, the Outback. Yeah.
I seen the movie about the Outback. I know. I seen it on TV, man. That's all I can say. I don't know nothing about it, but I may have
That's
seen
my
the
way out.
concept you're getting out.
Where Becky is. Go up and over the mountains.
Y'all going on a walkabout then, huh?
Or taking the car and then see what happens.
You know what a walkabout is? Where the Aborigines come to being a man.
Oh, yeah.
They go on a walkabout.
Yeah, they go into the woods.
They have a
and then leave
spiritual
you.
awakening. Yeah, and they learn. This is what they learn. back
Yeah, we
then.
did that. Yeah, we
Listen,
did that. We went to a camp, and they actually did that with the Aboriginals.
see,
Yep.
this is how fathers that worry so much about the future, they come up with systems to make sure they don't have to worry. Your kid goes out on a walkabout in the woods, he survives. He knows he can survive, and you know he can survive. So
Yeah.
now all lives are better. The kid knows he can take care of himself. He knows what it takes. So when he comes back to the community, he's got a greater respect for it
Yeah.
because he can actually get
Exactly.
some help.
That's exactly what happened. Got away from the
Yeah,
city. We had this camp. It was like all these dads from different schools. We got together. And
walkabouts were grandfather's way of teaching us how to fit in life, and it's by knowing you can take care of yourself. You don't have to rely on nobody else. You lose a lot of anxiety, a lot of emotions. Don't get put in the shit that should have been. It's all about necessity. Life should be powered by necessity, not by addiction or greed. When it's powered by necessity, once your necessities are taken care of, there's only one thing left to do, Bong. That's love your neighbors, love your God. You know, two things. I say one because the first one should be an automatic. Love your
yeah,
God. Yep. But love
yeah,
your neighbors too. You got more than you need. That's a blessing. Count it. Share it. Rejoice. Well, good. Hey, listen, you feed a motherfucker, you house a motherfucker, right? You get a great deal of joy out of that. And then if you leave it to your kids, you got none. You know, teach your kids to be like you, and you ain't got to worry about them. They can survive, just like the walkabout. My kids go on a walkabout for 18 fucking years while they listen to dad. And then when they're 18, dad says, "Okay, I'm stop telling you how to live life now. I'm gonna expect you to live it." So it's up to you what you do from here on out. But you don't have to move out if you don't want. I like 3 generations living on the farm. That's what I tell my kids.
yeah.
I'm good with that. I was thinking about building the house a little bigger so they could all each have their own portion downstairs and upstairs. This is how you got mansions. Motherfuckers end up with enough room for 5 generations
Hey,
to
what do you know? What do you
Hmm.
know about the number 93 or 72?
I'm not a big numbers guy. That's just numbers to me.
These numbers are on the news. 90
I know.
93,000 suicides, and the year before 72,000.
Yep.
I mean overdoses, drug overdoses. How far is the sun again? 93 million miles.
You ever watch that American God
72
saying? So listen,
Croatia.
this God who was an all powerful God, learned to get his praise without people actually praising the God, right? Birkin, or he was a Russian God. I can't remember his name, but he made guns. He gave man guns, warfare, and every bullet that goes around range and every life it takes is dedicated to him as a God. You worship him when you put a pistol in your hand. You know, you know.
Well, if you look into Hindu history, Shiva gave Bhasmasuru the power to put his fingers on somebody's forehead, and he would
Yeah,
place it as if it was a gun.
yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That indicating that they prayed, like that he prayed for a gun, and therefore God gave him the gun in his right hand, so that whoever he puts his 2 fingers on somebody's forehead, it disintegrates them.
Oh, I
And
believe it.
he turned against Shiva and tried to kill Shiva with it, because he said that all things must pass.
Ah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah. He tried to put the laws of the creation above the law of the creator.
Exactly. Yep.
He fucked up.
And then the story goes that Shiva prayed to God asking him for help, and he sends an angel basically dancing as a woman, as portrayed as a woman dancing. And Basmasaru, he fell in love with this woman, right? He was intrigued by this woman. He was hypnotized by her beauty. So he was trying to be with her, and by being with her, she said what that she can't be with anyone unless they can dance as well as she can. So Bas Masaru basically did exactly what he was doing and forgot about his hands, right? And then she placed her two fingers on her forehead. Therefore, he placed his fingers on his forehead. Monkey see, monkey do. And then, therefore, he disintegrated himself. And then, yeah. And then she transformed back into a man, letting Shiva know not to give that kind of wishful thinking ever again. And therefore, that's why people think that they're transgender. That's where the whole transgender comes from.
Well, it comes from hermetics too. You know, hermetic principles say sexuality is fluid.
Right. No, I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, look into the hermetic principles, and I think it's one of the top 7 hermetic principles. Sexuality is fluid. All things are vibration.
What does that mean? Fluid sexuality. What does that mean?
There is no gender.
It means they fluid, they're changed.
Yeah, like they're
Fluid is
they weren't
non-uniform, meaning not always consistent.
like
So,
my ex boyfriend was transgendered, and it was difficult. It was difficult. That's all I gotta say. I was learning everything about him and accepting him. I loved him, but in the end, he ended up breaking up with me.
You mean when he was a she?
No, I loved him for who he was, whether he identified whether he was a she or she was a him.
Oh, okay. Your friend or your
My ex
you mean your was a guy?
was a female and is
Was a
now a
okay,
male.
and now is a guy. Right.
Yes.
How's she doing?
okay,
Is it
cool.
affecting her?
Wow, dude.
I was
I
kind of
mean-
blew back for a minute there, dog. I was like, what?
I was trying to clear it out.
I
So
wanted
how's
to
she
know
now?
which way it took
I
me.
mean, I know
Which
you
way?
don't
Man, a
offend
woman, a
me,
woman,
bro.
a man.
You don't offend me, or nor do you trigger me, but
I'm not trying to. That was the first question that came to my mind. Was it a male that transgendered to a woman or a woman to a male?
oh no, I was talking about Bong.
Oh, I'm not the type of
It was, ma-
person that
it was male that went. It was a female that went to male.
Yeah. How is she coping with it? I'm not gonna call her a he. That's just it's never gonna happen. Not for me. No, never. No matter what
Exactly.
they say to me, I will never call her a he. Yeah.
And
No.
that's that's the same how bisexual feels too.
Hey,
Bisexual people feel the same way like that.
hey, you got kids with your ex? That was the second
No,
thing.
I don't. No, I don't.
Not that, I mean, it's not a reflection of you. I was just wondering how children would deal with that kind of thing.
Yeah. How is her mental health doing? How is she coping with life? As
Like I said, it's my ex. I'm not in her life, in his life.
yeah, well,
You keep on
Eventually, she might
repeating her.
regret it.
You keep on repeating her, so then it gets me saying her.
Hey, she don't come over and try to
To
steal your
hurt.
new girlfriend, does she?
I think she's got problems
I
bigger than
work
that.
with a dyke. I
He's not coming anywhere near my wife, bro. He is not coming anywhere near my wife.
Ooh,
Just may as well call it
Bong?
a it. If you're gonna call it a he, you may as well
Okay,
call it a
okay,
it.
wait. So
Yeah,
now you're married. All right, I'm with you. I that was kind of a joke, but
No worries.
really, it could be a reality, though. I guess. I mean, it's a possibility, right?
The individual is gonna. That's their choice in their life. It's
I'm
not
with
whether
you.
I'm not whether they're to say that they are right nor wrong. That's up to them and their maker, bro. So between
Right,
me and
I'm like that too. I don't judge people. I'm
yeah,
with
so
you.
I
like
do.
I
I do.
respect I give their
I
respect,
don't give a shit.
like
I'll call it for what it is.
I mean, I
If you
have
like
my
it or not.
feelings about them, but if I try passing judgment on other people, it's about me. It's not about them. I'm trying. It's something
I
wrong with me
mean,
inside.
right. Look, if you're gay, okay, if you're a drag, okay, but you're
Just
still a
don't
guy,
hit on
okay.
me.
That's I'm not going to judge you for that, right? Or anyone for that, because I grew up in Samoa, and Samoa has a lot of gay people. They're called falafini, drag queens. We don't judge them. We treat them with respect, just like they're
Philippines.
part of our
Did I say it right?
fa'a fa'a
Pa,
fafine. No,
pa,
so
pa, Papina.
fafine means woman. Pa'a means way, like pa'a Samoa, the Samoan way. Pa'a the white man's way. Pa'a, it means a way, and fafine means woman. So fa'afafine or fa'afafine would mean
I'm
drag,
with you.
right? Well, but I don't judge people like that, because they. But
I'm
when
kind
you
of
go
with
and
you.
cut your thing off, right? When you go cut your thing off, and then you come and claim that you are actually a woman, I mean that's a crime against
Get off my
nature.
back.
That's rebellion against the creator. It's all kinds of
What are you
evil,
doing, kitty?
right?
Sorry.
Because you can't go back. You've corrupted your flesh, your body. You know what I mean? And it's
I think my cat's
cut
working
off
for
your
the
penis.
dog. She's on top of my fucking donut box trying to crush it. Like, bitch is like, you
Yeah,
better empty this out and get it out of here. Give my dog one.
just like I see it exactly the same as transhumanism. I see it
Yeah,
the
I'm with
same
you.
thing as
But
like putting
the
things,
dog
changing
and
the
the
body.
cat, you should,
Yeah,
dude. It's funny. My dog and my cat. My cat loves on the dog like he's gonna make love to that motherfucker. They're best buddies. That really is his dog. If I try to kick that cat, I get bit. I know it. Not that I want to kick the cat though. I'm just saying. If I did want to, I think my dog would bite my leg off. I've caught this cat before knocking a burger off the fucking table to let the dog eat it. And I didn't even yell at her. I just sat there and watched.
that's why they're best friends, damn it.
Yeah, I just sat there and watched. And he pushed it over the table and then walked up to the edge so he could look over and watch his dog eat.
I would have been like, you fucking cat, damn it.
Well, I told him, I didn't yell. I was like, oh, that's how it is, motherfucker. And he slowly looked up at me like, oh, you watched that? Yes, I did. I have a conversation with the animal.
They're all part of their organization.
They give me a look, they give me a look that says, oh, that he seen me. He was watching all of it. Oh, shit. And I'm like, yep, I seen it all. I'm an animal whisperer. I don't know.
I talk with the birds over here.
Yeah, animals just, they take to me. We're on a level, I guess. I guess we do communicate. When the motherfuckers are hungry, they all know how to tell me. When they're thirsty, I get that too. I mean, my damn hog knows how to tell me it's fucking hungry. Pigs are smart, dude.
Oink.
Yeah,
Oink.
pigs are real smart. I got this female though, and she's a prize pig, but I love on her. I pet her, you know. She was a cute little piglet when I got her. They're cute as fuck. I can't grow pork to eat. I don't eat my pigs. I'll eat a wild boar. You know, I'll go hunt some wild boar. I was thinking about selling the pigs off. They just can't raise them and eat them no more. But this bitch will turn and stare towards her food. You know, she knows where I go get the food from. So when I ask her what she wants, she turns and stares towards where the food is. I mean, directly at it. On the other side of that wall, I can smell it from right here. I'm like, can I get some of that alfalfa? What's up? Can I get some greens? I smell some bread back there. You got some table scraps? I'll take that too. Because every shit I go get it, motherfucker wags your whole body. Just like a dog with a wagging tail, just their tail's kind of fucked up. But a pig does that too. They turn their butt one way and then the other. You know, they wag their whole body. I actually think my pig and my fucking dog speak the same language. I think he knows how to talk to every animal on the farm. The old man's cool. He's stoned. If you just look towards your food, just when he says, "What do you want?" Just look to wherever your food is. Okay? He'll pick it up. He's high. I'm telling you. I got
He
2
knows.
donuts today, and he forgot he gave me the first one, and then he gave me the second one. I never get 2 donuts. You guys know I know what's up.
Yeah. Says I think my dog speaks English, dude.
Dude, I've had rats, and the fucking dog rode the rat to the house. The rat would climb up on his back and grab his collar, and the dog would stand up and walk in the kitchen, and then lean up by the counter, and the rat would go up on the counter and get into the jug of mixed nuts. I literally set up a video screen to see how the fucking rat kept getting on the damn counter, you know, from his cage. Well, the dog comes over and he grabs the knob and opens the cage. It's like a bird cage. And the rat comes out, crawls right up on his back. Dog walks around with him, takes him in the kitchen, gets up by the counter, and bam, the rat jumps right to it.
That is too funny, bro.
I said, these motherfuckers are in coalition.
I believe it.
For real, man. Their organization, man.
Yeah, no, on the video, Bonk, the rat eats a nut, stuffs a nut in his mouth, and goes over and throws 2 to the dog. I was like, what the fuck? It's like, I could almost, he was Mr. Pockets. I could see Mr. Pockets sorting through to get all the cashews because it was mixed nuts. He liked some cashews.
It's a conspiracy, bro. We need to expose those guys.
By the time I got home, see, I guessed it because there was a pile of cashews on the counter when I got home and a fat rat sleeping next to him. You know what I mean? He kept every cashew in the can. He's like, fuck that, I'll give the dog the peanuts, bitch. Eat these peanuts, bitch. Takes for the
Yeah,
ride.
it's like Tom and Jerry at your house, man. And that dog.
Dude,
like,
that's the thing. I do got cats. And, you know, I never trusted them around the rat. But I came home quite a few times and the rat's out the cage eating cashews on the counter and the cat's sleeping by his bowl of fucking food. Making sure the badass dog don't eat it. You know, because my cat big enough to kick the dog's ass. But the dog would take his food. As soon as I ain't around, he'd be like, nigga, Mike ain't here, motherfucker. Get the fuck out the way. Them's my 9 lives. Raise up. You know?
I could buy cat food and dog food for my cats and dogs in Samoa. And the dogs would go eat the cat food and not eat their food. So I just bought cat food and fed both.
Yeah, dude, when I caught the dog eating the cat's food, and then I went to get more cat food, and when I come back with it, the fucking cat's eating the dog food, and I'm like, why the hell do I even try? Fuck it, just I was thinking about just mixing the two, Bong. Just make them a trail mix. Here you go. Here's cat and dog food mixed together, bitch. Eat from the same bowl.
Yeah, I just bought cat food. Fed both of them. Like
But
4 or 5 cats and 2 dogs.
I
Like
like to feed. I like to feed my animals table scraps. I will get certain kinds of cat and dog food just to leave out, but I try to feed them cooked meals, table scraps, and the cat loves fish. Fix. I make crappie, bluegill, sunfish, bass, whatever I got. That cat will eat it all, dude. He loves that shit. Then I let him outside. Listen, this motherfucker killed 3 ducks one day and brought them all home. I come home, there's 3 ducks on the thing, and the cat sitting there purring.
Wow.
Cook them up, old man. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Like the duck is 3 times the cat's size. So the river's
Did you use
quarter.
it? Did you use the cut? Did you?
I cooked them up and gave them to the cat, Bong.
Oh yeah.
I cleaned them and I froze 2 and cooked the first one and gave it all to the cat. Let him fucking eat it.
He
And
doesn't eat it raw. He won't eat it raw.
oh no, he will. But he brought them home and I figured he wanted to cook like a chicken. So I cooked it. They're kind of hard with the feathers. They'll just eat the guts out of them. You know what I mean?
Oh, you don't pluck? You don't pluck it? Take the feathers off?
The cat don't.
Oh, we hunt
That's what
pigeon
I'm
back
saying.
home.
Listen,
Yeah.
he ate the guts out of all 3 of them, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, they
So
just
he had
can't
his
get the
fill.
feathers off to eat the wings and the back straps and shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I would have defeathered it and then
I did.
chop it up, chuck it in the fridge
Duck
or
is
something.
good, dude. Yeah, I
And just give
plucked
it to
them.
him.
Fuck yeah,
Give
I
it to him.
plucked them and made sure they were all the intestines were out. That shit taints the meat. You can leave a kidney or a heart in there, damn it. Don't leave the intestines.
We grabbed pig bones from the butcher when we go shop for my dog, and some of maybe some chicken, some raw
Oh,
chicken for the morning.
dude,
I just gave him some in the morning.
I give my dog a beef bone, a big
Yeah.
fucking a femur, a leg bone,
Yeah.
and the hog bones too. I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. You get them the femur bones.
Yeah, well, any of the big ones, because it's for the marrow, so you can just
This one I
spend a
got
couple
right
days
now,
on it. Yeah.
I saved
Yeah.
from the shelter.
Yeah.
And because my last dog died, just died out of the blue, and I was like, fuck it. And I had so many dogs. Separation anxiety, you get over it quicker when you got a new dog. I didn't have no pups. So I just went and saved 2 dogs from the shelter. And I brought
Nice.
this motherfucker home, and the second day, I give them each a hog leg. I mean, big. I set them down, and instantly their lips went up because they was wanting to growl at each other and fight over who gets both of them. I made them get along, but dude, these dogs
Pecking
thought they
order.
were, yeah, they thought they were gonna die. And the 2 days later, after I got them home, they was so happy. They was like, "Motherfucker, we're home!" They both got a pig bone, and it's so big they couldn't get from the fucking dining room into the front room where I give it to them. I got a door that comes from the kitchen to the dining room, and then another one that goes to the dining room to the front room. And the dog couldn't get through the door. He had to figure out to turn sideways and take the bone through the door. And then the female, she's not dumb. She watched him do it, and then she did it perfect the first time. She's like, "Yeah, I got this." But they was both happy. Shit, they've been home ever since. I told the dog the next day when I was making them chase the cows in the pen because they knocked down 2 boards on the fence. I said, "That's where your bone coming from, motherfucker. You better keep them in the fence. Can't let our meat get away." I tell the dogs, "There's our milk and our hamburgers, boy. You like that shit. Don't let them cows get in the road and get killed."
Have you ever seen any any weird stuff out there when you were hunting or out in the woods, the bush? You ever hear any weird stuff?
Man, when you're in the woods, you always see movement.
No, I
that,
mean
you know,
like, you know what I mean, like cryptids. You know what I mean, like some kind.
No,
You
I
ever
ain't never,
experienced any of those?
I ain't
No,
never
no.
seen Bigfoot, but I felt. I listen. I know what it's like to go in the woods and sit down and chill. And there's a squirrel over here, a porcupine over there, and a
Mm.
deer doe. So I don't want to
Yeah,
shoot it. It's playing in the field while the buck's sneaking around, right? And I ain't
yeah.
never felt watched. Buck doing
Right,
ninja
right.
shit,
Because
crawling
usually,
behind me. Listen,
yeah,
I've never felt watched, even though I know the buck's watching me. But
yeah,
there's been times that I just all of a sudden feel like something's watching me.
yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you know, the
But I
animals are
ain't never seen
quiet.
nothing
The
to
animals
confirm it.
disappear.
I,
You ever? Okay.
literally, since I was a kid, I was pretty sure the woods know we're there. There's shit in the woods we don't know about, and they're
Yeah.
watching us. I felt that way since hunting young. 12 years old, first time I deer hunted in my own blind, deep in the up north woods, deep. Manistee National Forest. We're like 60 miles into the forest. And I
I've
absolutely
been
thought
looking
I'd
into it.
stepped off into a world that was watching me and I couldn't see it.
Been looking
But
into some hunters talking about seeing werewolves, you know, things like that. Some kind
I've
of
seen big dogs. I ain't never seen a werewolf.
like actually, you know, like on Van Helsing, you know those werewolves, like
Yeah,
like exactly like that.
no
Like,
shit.
yeah, some dude, him and his missus, where is it? I forget where they were, but it's in the middle states. 12 cows. They had 12
There's a
cows. The
lot of
cows were all
sightings.
huddled. The
Oh,
cows were
there's
all huddling up against the electric fence, like it's like 20 by 20 foot
the
area, you know,
cows.
trying to get away. The cows, yeah. So the husband
Yeah,
comes home. The wife is like, "Hey, the dog won't go out," you know. So they go looking, you know, and like deer starts running towards them like crazy, and they ran into something called like looked like a werewolf. You know, they
no shit.
unloaded. Yeah, they unloaded like a slug, you know, 12 gauge slug into its chest. And like it had a bodybuilder's chest and like arms, all like very long arms. Like it chased their little buggy that they were in. It was going 50 miles per hour. It was like keeping up after it got shot. Like tore
No shit.
it grabbed the front of the buggy and started slowing it down. And then the guy, the sheriff, or the sheriff that was pulled up his gun, or the park ranger pulled up the gun again to take a shot, and it disappeared. It jumped away because it knew. So,
Oh,
anyways, they go home, right? They split up. They finally call the police. Sheriff comes down. Sheriff thinks he knows what's going on. Like, you know, he's shit scared too of it. And then an agency just appears out of nowhere. You know, these dudes and military dudes appear. There's a symbol, but you know he doesn't know. You know, this guy's a hunter. He's been hunting since he was little, like you, fishing and everything. And they go
yeah.
out to look for it. They had this device, or you know, like you can't hear it, but it made his dog go crazy. So they go out into the woods. He had like 30 cameras out there, you know, deer cameras out there. They come back and say to him, "Hey, you're all set, but you got any proof for this thing?" They took all the SD cards, all the proof, and if there was any more proof, they wanted that from him.
Oh,
And
no shit.
I think I believe the story, man. Like I think I believe what this guy is saying. And I was asking, like, you ever experience any?
I felt watched.
You know what he said, dude? You know what he said? He said this thing ran up was right beside their buggy and started, you know, grabbing the front light to slow it down. And when he looked over at it, it grinned. And it gave him this terrible feeling, like, you know, it was the scariest feeling ever. You know, like his soul was about to, like, everything, like dread, the worst kind of dread. So, yeah. So it's like,
No,
what
I'm
the hell?
with
He's
you.
like, it's beyond evil. He said he felt like it was beyond evil.
No,
But
it's
this,
just so foreign to that motherfucker's reality that it instilled the fear of God in him.
well, I think it
Kind
could
of
be human experiments. You know, like I think it could be this. You know, people messing with DNA, and I think there could be people or organizations, you know, black projects that we don't know about. And
making bad people and wolf people and shit.
yeah, I mean, we hear about hybrids and
Skinwalkers.
yeah,
They've been
yeah,
around
these
for
things.
ages.
Yeah, yeah. So I was wondering if you guys have ever.
Yeah, my people had
But I was more
story about wolf warriors.
I was more interested in this organization that showed up, this military agency that showed up that nobody knows about. You know, he seems to be familiar with all the military,
Well,
the
here's
different
the
kinds of
thing.
military because he was in the military, but he didn't know who these people were. Showed up like
So
6 of them with guns and all
those
kinds of
stories
high
about
tech.
werewolves come from Native American stories about tribes that when
Yeah,
they were in danger, some of their warriors were skinwalkers, just like you said. They were called wolf warriors. And their greatest warriors would turn into wolves when they sensed danger for their tribe. So it goes into when you get the real, not the version of the white buffalo that I've read on the internet 1,000 times. When you get the real one, it includes skinwalkers in the gathering. When all the tribes do that great gathering for the fucking white buffalo prophecy, there's so many of them together that it said that they started doing the wolf warrior thing again. Skinwalkers start appearing again. You know.
what's the story behind skinwalkers? Like, where do they come from? Like, what
Here's
are
the
they?
thing: like a lot of Native Americans are choosing to either go. Well, a lot of them from Canada are wanting to come to America right now, and they can. You know, so our reservations have seen boosts of people just asking for admittance into the community, meaning they can get, native land here. They can get their little chunk of land and their little paycheck here rather than there. Because they could choose that. They're part of the Anishinaabe Nation. But so if they all get, it doesn't matter.
As for where it comes from the days of Enoch and the Watchers gave the information.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And the
As I was
Watchers,
thinking,
the Watchers gave the information out like the first technology was fire. Right? The Watchers started giving knowledge. Man, some of the first knowledge was fire.
I don't believe the fire story. I think the fire story is just a symbolic of intellect. You know, there's a flame on top of there's a torch on top of the Baphomet.
That's what I was wondering. The torch
right,
is knowledge and greatness.
Yeah, I think that's what it symbolizes.
Yeah,
intellect.
excellence,
Yeah, fire.
and excellence and knowledge. That's what the torch is. It's the light.
Yeah.
It's a burning light of knowledge. You're an enlightened one.
Yeah, I think that's a counterfeit of the real light. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
I think it's the story of Satan. You know what I mean? For God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil.
Well, everything can be. That's our world of dualistic world of dualism. Everything can be considered either or good or evil, or it can be used for good and evil, and every consideration can also be used for good and evil.
Right.
Everything, every bit of knowledge you get can be used two ways: for the good of mankind, or to say fuck mankind.
Except for the knowledge of the Son of God, in my opinion, I think that can only be used. Well, you know what? Never mind. The Catholic Church exists.
I think
so my bad. That was a mistake.
Listen, I think Cain's I think Cain's kids are still out there talking about, no, I ain't my brother's keeper, bitch. I don't know where that motherfucker at. That bloody rock, all that blood out there, I don't know nothing about that God. But I'm not that motherfucker's keeper. You better keep him.
You know, this thing comes up though in, I think, it's kind of a stretch, but I think you'll understand. In the book of the Gospel of John, right? It talks about the good shepherd and then the thieving shepherd or the unrighteous shepherd, right? Now the good shepherd, they know his voice. He goes in through the gate, etc. And I think the other ones that he's talking about, not only are the deceivers in that, but this is the method in which all the dark ones go. They go through their knowledge, but they're going in the back way. They're going in through the window. They're able to do these things that abilities that can be maybe used for good in the future when we are given those bodies, but they're using them for their evil, right? Do you follow with what I'm saying, or is that kind of too?
Yeah,
Actually,
I agree,
yeah.
100%. Yeah, well said. You said what I was trying to say. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everything, man. Listen, everything. Our greatest discoveries, from what they say, are discovered when trying to kill men at war, evil. So they permeate right now that and propagate that evil deeds advance society. War. Let's split the atom so we can kill 1 million people at once. Then they'll fear us. America.
So the
So
what's
you
the
want
Indian epic? What's that epic from India? The
the
Mahabharata.
Mahabharata.
Yeah, the Mahabharata. Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
Mahabharata.
become death. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's most of our technologies are used for bad before anybody really attempts to use them for good, man. Mankind could be living so well right now just on the knowledge we have, but you got
I
them
don't think we
people
know
that say,
anything, bro. Yeah, I don't think we know anything at
yeah,
all.
we
Like
don't know
whatever was
shit,
lost.
Bong, but what we
Right.
do know is how to survive in this world well and easy and self-sufficient. That's what I mean. The technology is here for everybody to live on their own power plant, their own grocery store, their own heat for the winter, and their own coolant for the summer. It's just getting
Yeah.
people to be willing to live a life like I live, and most people aren't cut out for it. They're too fucking lazy. So like earlier when I said I wanted to distill water, it'd just be another process I do every day. So in the life that you maintain, you'll have certain processes you have to maintain every day. You might put 40 hours in surviving, you might not. I mean, at times you're going to work harder than others. When you're growing your food, hunting your food, chopping your wood for heat. In the summer, you chop it. In the winter you burn it. You're doing less work in the winter. You still got to move it, though.
I
Chucking
I think
logs, that's a workout.
I think we're still in Plato's cave. You know what I mean? Even though we're walking to flat Earth, I think we're still in the cave. There's so much that we don't know, that we think we know,
We don't know.
because of the
Yeah,
taught.
we barely know shit when it comes to. If we break our reality down into a million parts, we might know 1/100th, if that.
Yeah, maybe.
1/1000th. One, maybe even 1/1,000,000th.
Oh, we know as much as the
Point.
slave knows about his master's business, right? Like at the top, and his master's plans and agendas. Like, what does the
Yeah,
slave need to know how to do except plow the field? Like, learn how to use this ox and just go back and forth. I mean, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, he doesn't need to know all the
Who do you think
master's
are the
plans.
biggest? Who do you think are the biggest slaves in all of this? The elite themselves. They're under the most slavery than you can possibly
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah. Because, yeah, I mean,
They
yeah.
got to
What a
maintain the
horrified
system
life.
that
Yeah.
maintains them.
You live under fear. You live under
Yeah,
oaths of
But
silence.
think
Like the
think of, think
mafia.
about it though. If they're children of their father, the father of lies, how the hell are they gonna know anything?
Right.
It's all lies.
Yep. especially that torch, that flame that they talk about so much, enlightenment, their light of Lucifer, or whatever that means.
Yeah, it's from the ones that escaped. Well, a lot of the time, that we get the information we have on them anyway. That and the scriptures.
I think God has people in certain places that's exposing a lot of these things. Some what we need to know, what the Creator wants us to know. Just like in the old days.
Look what he did. Look what he did with Paul the Apostle. Paul the Apostle was an initiate by definition, because the Pharisees were usurpers. They were from Mystery Babylon. So yeah, it's hard to read his letters though if you don't know anything. But yeah, he exposed it as well.
Yeah. I think if you read the Bible, it'll be hard for you to be deceived. I mean, if you understand the Bible properly, the way the Creator has written it for you, then you can't be deceived by these. I mean, it'll be difficult for you to be deceived and to go along, to get along. Everybody wants to read books about Harry Potter and freaking wizards and dragon magic and stuff. Yeah.
I just mocked that because Harry Potter's got nothing on. What was it, Moses and his staff?
Yeah. In Egypt.
I swallow your pesky snake. Say nothing.
But can you turn the Nile into blood? Oh my God.
I wouldn't be surprised if Moses' staff was made out of Hollywood, because all they do is try to copy and deceive, and imitate.
Well, wasn't it an olive? Yeah, I don't know. Forget the wood, but I don't think it matters what wood.
I think Aaron's one was it budded, but I'm not sure if Moses and Aaron had the same one.
Yeah, I think it was Aaron's staff that the power was that was used. Yeah, I mean, I look at how many books the Harry Potter collection. I'm like, people read everything, all these books. They can sit down and read all these fantasy books, but can't read one chapter of the Bible. It's like, it's like, dude, the Bible is like way more fascinating than those books because it's real.
Just to circle back though a little bit to the skinwalkers, the teleporters, the druids, and all that shape-shifting rubbish. If you want to cause them absolute hassle, just go and pray for them out of love and compassion. And just watch the kind of mayhem that will ensue after you do that. And if you don't know where they are, go to the local churches first, and you'll find some.
Yeah, it's similar to like alien abduction experiences. When they cry out in the name of the name Jesus, it stops. Yeah, like I was thinking like yep.
No, I just kind of agreeing. I only heard half what you said, but yeah, just with his name, you can stop them. Plain and simple. I mean, some of the testimonies I've heard from people who are the other side, it's like just one little lady is like, no, I'm going to pray for this letter. And then the guy's like, I've lost my power.
I was thinking like, so these things are watching us, it's like watching us, but from the dark, like watchers. That's what I was wondering, like just watching us, and like angels. How the angels they're all observing There's probably one right behind you, looking over your shoulder.
Well, as I understand it now, the ones that would be watching us now would not be the angels in that way. Obviously, we got like the protective angels, but those angels are bound and sealed for now. They will be judged in the end. But obviously, you got the demons. You've got all those half creatures, half people things. So it's probably something like that. And what about what you were saying about the forest? Maybe you couldn't see them because there was those tiny little evil creatures.
I was reading John Dee. John Dee is, the old scientist, Queen Elizabeth scientist, and he gave an account of his experience when he communed with these things. He said he could not be around people or where there was life or like life making sounds. So he had to go to a desolate place where there was no life just to have peace. He said that. And then he would commune with these spirits. And everywhere, all these accounts I see on YouTube, they have the same, you know what I mean? It's the same aesthetics. I mean, animals get away from the, run away, this dead silence, and there's this dread that goes through the animals in life. And I was starting to look into these things again because the earth is not a ball and science is full of crap. So what, what are these things?
Yeah, there's a bit of juxtaposition to what you just said in Saul and David's account, right? So Saul had David become a minister to him with the harp. I can't remember the word, the adjective used, but it's to soothe his soul from the demons or something to that effect.
Yep.
So yeah.
There was a spirit that was tormenting his mind. Yeah. And when David played the harp, yeah.
It depends on which account you read. Some say that the heart would run the demons off, and others just say it would soothe his soul.
Well, David is a psalmist, and if you read the Psalms, I imagine all David did as a shepherd was train to kill the animals, the wild animals like bears and lions, and play harp and sing songs to God about God. So I'm guessing the spirit of God was with him when he played.
Sorry, Bang, to interject. We have Epic. You are unmuted, Epic 007. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome, Epic.
So, how did you find the server?
I don't know, just friends. I'm looking to explore a bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
Not really, no.
Okay. And what is your position at this point? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I'm not sure. I'm still trying to make up my mind.
Okay. Well, surely they've thought it was a ball, right? Surely.
Mm.
I mean, that's what they all say. So, do you think it's a spinning water ball, or?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay. Have you read the rules when entering?
No, not yet. I just joined like 2 seconds ago.
Sure.
What are the rules?
It's in the welcome. It's at the top.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically about trolling, right? You just want to have a civil conversation with you. Don't need the profanities or the trolling. So.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Okay. Have you ever heard about the Flat Earth Society?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So these are the guys that will tell you that we are on a flat disk flying upwards in space, and that you can fall off an edge, and that Australia doesn't exist. they will tell you we have members all around the globe, right? That's what they tweet. So Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. It's an hollow organization put in place to divert people from the truth. Earth is observably and measurably and used practically as a flat, non-rotating Earth. So whenever people want to do some research, they go to Google, and one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society. And of course, the indoctrination is that flat earthers are batshit crazy, stupid science deniers, right? That is what they tell you. How can the earth be flat because of space pictures? So this, and whenever people go into their forum, the Flat Earth Society forums, and read about all the stuff they claim, right? That Earth is a flat disk flying upwards and you can fall off an edge, and they deny Australia existing, then people will be confirmed in that bias, right? That flat earthers are batshit crazy science deniers. That is what they want you to think, right? They want you to think that that we are crazy, right? So that is why they put up this hollow organization, and they fronting them. They are pushing them. Even Obama had a speech one or twice where he said, "We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society," right?
Oh, wow.
So they want you
for a meeting. For a meeting of the Flat Earth
for a
Society.
meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Did I do that correctly? Try to my best Obama impression, but
pretty good.
And I'm a white boy, so yeah, so that's the whole deal, right? We are not the Flat Earth Society. So everything you think what Flat Earth is, we don't. We don't follow that idea. Do you follow me?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do actually.
Awesome. Okay. So
cool. Thank you for that introduction.
One second.
Do you have any questions?
Not as of this moment, but possibly in the future.
Do you like puzzles?
I suppose so, yeah.
Like figuring stuff out?
Yeah.
Do you like to research?
I don't know, it depends what. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah, hanging out here will not be what you expect it to be. You know, you got some characters, there's a bunch of us on here, so just because someone's a rude ass, don't hold it against the rest of us.
Okay, I won't.
It's not quite as active as it used to be because there ain't there ain't that many ballers that come here anymore as there used to be.
Yeah,
They
I'm
don't
sorry.
like
I needed to
Go
help
ahead.
somebody out. But yeah, Eric, Epic. So they told us, right? They told us the Earth is a ball with a certain dimension, right? Oh, he muted himself.
Did I get booted or is no one talking?
No one's talking. Yeah, sorry. There's somebody washing my
No, it's cool.
windows, so I needed to.
I heard somebody leave, and it's usually a sign I got booted. If there's no one talking after I hear that noise. Well, while we're waiting for him to get back, do you know there's I've been on a server before that has a bot, and it will notify you if you've been disconnected. That might be cool to have on this server for everyone that's on phones. It doesn't happen as much as it used to. I think Discord has sort of fixed the bug because it doesn't happen as much as it used to.
Hey, what's going on?
Not a lot. What's going on with yourself?
No, just trying to survive.
Oh, that was quick. I mean, in and out, right?
Smaller hits, man. Smaller hits.
No, man. I picked up one of those little electric vape pens with the THC.
Oh,
Stuff makes a cough. I'm not used
Is
to this. Yeah.
You sound totally different, man. What are you talking on?
I'm not at work and I don't have noise suppression on.
You sound totally different. How you doing tonight?
Oh, not too bad. I didn't end up going into work. I wasn't feeling the greatest.
Maybe it's that
But
vape chemicals you're inhaling.
No, man.
They're pretty nice, aren't they? You could carry around so much. So many, highs in such a small little package.
It's different. Let's just say that. It doesn't hit you like the bong does, but it's not
Well,
bad.
then you should buy a different one then.
This is like watermelon berry, 89% THC.
I don't know. We've had conversations. I don't smoke much anymore, but I got a buddy in Oregon, and the stuff he has, man, I can literally get high just from being around and smelling what he's smoking or vaping.
Well, I just think the quality of the flower that I get is top notch compared to this stuff. I guess I don't know. Like I got pretty cooked last night.
Here in the States, I believe we call that baked.
Now, if I were to pick up like a gram of concentrate and, use it in a dab rig, one hit from that'll put me on my ass. I paid $40 for a 1 gram cartridge. So I'll see how long that lasts. Where did that Epic 07 go?
Yeah, that's what I said. That was quick in and out.
He got scared. His paradigm was going to be shifted.
I was listening in on my computer, and I popped on my phone to come outside and talk a bit. I was saying that Roger did a pretty good Obama impression.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hi, what's up? How are you?
Trippy.
I'm good.
Yeah.
How's everybody
We're
doing
still
tonight?
here. Good, good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I was wanting to pick you guys' brains tonight with a question. Did you guys watch the Bezos SpaceX flight or whatever?
Roger did.
Okay. What did you think of that? I feel like there was a lot of trickery in how they kept talking about it. Because if you pay attention to like how they keep promoting it, they keep saying up to space. You know what I mean? Because now NASA has gone on record and said, well, they've never actually been to outer space and acknowledged that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. So now, if you pay attention to how they're talking now, they're saying up to space, and they're talking about this new Mariana line or something. They're not calling it the Van Allen radiation belt anymore. They're calling it. They said they flew up to this demarcation point or whatever.
The Kármán line.
Kármán line, yeah, that's the line.
The edge of the atmosphere and where the beginning of space starts.
Right, so they didn't go to outer space. If you pay attention to the trickery, they're saying he flew up to space. Right? But what did you think of the whole like visual of like the launch and then the thing coming down? Like, do you think that was like actual real footage, or do you think it was like staged?
The first like 20 seconds of the launch looked horrible.
In what way? Like it was fakery? Or
it looked like bad computer editing.
yeah, I don't understand with all this technology why they can't get high definition footage of this shit. I agree with you. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't look like they've got all these high power telescopes and high definition 8K OLED and all that, and they can't film that no better than that. But I agree with you. Like it's all greasy and 420p quality.
Why do you
the zoom footage when it's supposedly way up there looks more real than the first 30 seconds of the launch.
And you know what else? When the thing landed, it looked like a dummy sitting by the window to me for the longest time. Then when they cut away from it, I kept saying, like, is Jeff Bezos gonna move? Like, he's just sitting there like a dummy strapped in a chair. Like, I never saw his head move or hand or anything for a long time. And then when they cut away from it and come back to it, you know,
I thought they were all dummies.
Finally, looked like it finally moved. But it looked like a dummy in that thing to me. I don't know if anybody else thought that.
How much did that 18-year-old pay to be on that?
Well, there was an 18-year-old on there. I just happened to see it when I signed into Amazon Prime tonight, and I was like, let me look at this bullshit.
Yeah, there's an 18-year-old, and he's supposed to be, you know, like the youngest person to go to space. But the worst part is, right,
the
the cameras.
paying customer.
Yeah, it's the cameras, right? Because it's the same crap camera that they use on every other space flight where you get this kind of window look. You know, like you can put cameras on the outside of those things easily. You know.
What did you think of what they showed from that altitude? Because, like, from what I could see, you couldn't see whether anything was round or flat. You could just see, like, the way they had. I was like, are they gonna do this fisheye lens bullshit? Like, what are they gonna do? And you could see, like, from what I could see, I didn't watch the whole thing. I kind of like fast forwarded to the end. And from what I could see, there was like a rectangular, like, kind of window. I said, let's see if they're going to try to show the Earth being around from up there. And I don't feel like they did that. I feel like they just showed the atmosphere from a rectangular window looking down, and you couldn't determine the shape of the Earth because you couldn't see the whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, you could only see just like some clouds and stuff below it. You know what I mean? I think they strategically did it so you couldn't see any type of horizon, which is why they had shit pointing straight down and at no other angle. I think if they like looked out and
exactly right, you'd think that you'd just turn any moron could turn the camera and look out the window. Like if you look out the plane window, what do you see? Right, you don't see nothing like that. You know, that just tells you it's bullshit.
They had that camera pointed straight down, so you couldn't see really any space, just the surface from below, right? And the span of the window is not wide enough for you to get a view of the horizon in relation to the Earth, right? It's like, why don't you look up so we can see the demarcation of Earth's atmosphere and space? For one, they weren't in outer space. That's the first thing. Yeah. And then two, they don't want you to see that horizon from that altitude is a line. So I'm like, it was just like, you know, just rising up as high as you can, but looking out of a window that's so narrow, you can't see the end of the Earth in any direction because you're just looking straight down, and the Earth is still too big from your vantage point, you know, to see anything. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, you know, if they try to show us around Earth, we know it's fisheye lens or some fakery or fuckery. But they didn't even do that. Like, they just launched some shit straight up there and fell straight back down. That's what I feel like. You know,
people want to be lied to. They have no need to go to great expense.
Well, I mean, look at the windows, right? Look at the windows on the landing capsule. Like, you could take so much pictures from that thing, and
I thought that was a silly view. Like what? I'm like, this is all they're showing us. Like, why didn't you look up? Like, where's the horizon at?
There's windows right around that whole thing. So it's like they've only got one angle.
Bullshit. It's how the fuck do you have a angle like you're looking at the Earth through the floor? Why? Are
because look at the way their windows are shaped as well. Like,
right, because the top of it is kind of like a dome.
So you'd be looking up, yeah. You'd be looking more upwards.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I say that view that they showed us looked like they were looking at the Earth from the floor of the capsule, but the only windows look like they're on the side of the vehicle, and they look like they incline toward the dome. So I would think you should have been able to look out that window and see the horizon, where the horizon meets the Earth from space. But they didn't want. Obviously, they didn't want to show that. They did not
Well, I
want.
mean, look how easily they fooled everybody that they went to the moon. But they know they don't have to show much at all to get people to believe they're doing what they say they're doing.
I think they were careful this time. I think they were careful this time because they fucked up the moon landing so bad. Like, another mistake they made, there were no fucking stars in the background for the pictures that they showed. They tried to show that were fake. Everybody's like, well, okay, well, where are the fucking stars and shit at? You know what I mean? You can't fake that because there are some people who understand and chart the stars and understand astrology enough. They knew they couldn't fake that, so they just showed a black background of the Earth just sitting there by itself. No other stars around. And then they gave us bullshit reasons for that. They know people are going to be watching, especially us, conspiracy theorists are going to be watching. So they're not going to show you nothing that you can pick apart. I feel like they were very, again, deceitful, and very, trying to, cover their ass with what they're going to show so that we can't instantly get online and break it down and pick it apart. You know what I mean? And just because we did that with that telescope. Remember that telescope that they used to have? Not the telescope, but the satellite that they had. And it was like the 24-hour NASA live stream. And the people went in there and started clocking that shit. And they found the same image would roll around at the exact same time. The cloud formation would be the exact fucking same. And it caused NASA to stop their 24-hour live stream because people knew it was some fake CGI bullshit, and they were able to point out why and how the word sex and the cloud come around, that kind of shit. And then they took it down. You know what I mean? I got banned from that live stream 3 times because and people were in the chat just talking like, hey, I'm from wherever, and fuck you, and your dad's fag, and nobody was bothering that. Then I write the Earth is flat. I got banned instantly. So I have like 3 YouTube accounts. So I switched to my account. I got back in there. I'm like, yeah, the Earth is flat. Banned instantly. Like, I mean, within 10 seconds of saying that. Like, people are just in there saying the most random shit. So why can't I just say, the Earth is flat? Banned instantly. That is so funny to me. But I was just curious as to what you guys thought about the bees. So it looked like some bullshit to me. It didn't prove or disprove anything. I was very disappointed. I thought they could do better.
Oh, they can do better. They just have no need to do better.
Yeah, because people are that shmee. They don't need to do better. You're exactly correct.
Right? The only vacuum is the vacuum within the people's craniums that believe that stuff.
Well, it's like I was thinking about, in boxing, right? You have these different weight divisions, right? And so you got heavyweight, and you got middleweight, lightweight, and stuff like that. And I was thinking about how it's quite a show, right? But nobody would enjoy the show if you saw a big guy, right, beating the crap out of a little guy, And so that's why they created these. I think they created these divisions to sell the show better. And I think when I compare that to some of the issues they're having in some of the sports today, where you've got like hugely bigger, larger, more, I guess, born more naturally ginormous, really, athletes that are just crushing little athletes in some of the other sports. And I was thinking, what would sport look like if they actually did that for every sport, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it would be quite a different scene, when you look at some of the sports that we watch, and a lot of the the combatant type sports, I guess, like football and even like basketball, like there's certainly a lot of advantage to the taller, bigger, sized athletes. And then I thought, like, I was just thinking about how the show, right? If we're looking at it like a show, now the show is this whole transgender thing where we're saying, well, now we want, anyone who identifies as a woman who fulfills their very, very slim requirements now can compete as a woman, and it's just going to ruin the show. You know what I mean? So I'm like thinking, why would they allow that to ruin it would ruin the show, like in terms of like women's sports,
Transgender athletes should have their own league. Simple as that. It's the only way that can be fair. Because then you're still gonna end up having men with men and women with women when you do that. Because they are your biology. Facts don't give a damn about feelings, right? If you're a man, you're a man. I mean, you can go ahead and take hormone blockers so you can get secondary, features. Like larger breasts and stuff like that. But that's not gonna change your biology. Your muscles.
I just wonder if the show, right? That like if we're looking at it like they're putting on a show with the space stuff, and obviously this is part of that show, right? This is part of this distraction, part of this, part of the bullshit that they're selling now is you can identify not as male or female, but as whatever you want.
On the show to kind of reel everybody back because that flat Earth stuff was trending so hard, and kids were going to school challenging their educators. They needed to put this show on to kind of reel people back from because this was really taking the world by storm. This whole topic, so that's what they need. They need another demonstration to reiterate this programming, so people can be like, yeah, okay, yeah, there's confirmation of it right there. Thanks for clearing that up. But for me, that was a really lame show. To me, it didn't confirm or disprove either side of the argument. It just looked like some bullshit to me.
Yeah, it's scripted, right? Totally scripted.
I just don't understand why they. If you look like at the last few minutes, like before the thing came back down, it looks like there's some black on either side of the window, like because the way the window is shaped, which didn't make sense to me because it just looked like the view was from looking straight down. It didn't look like it was from out of the window that you could see on the module when it landed and how you could see how the windows were. It looked like whatever view of the Earth they were showing had to be from a straight down advantage because there was no horizon anywhere. And I think that they did that for two reasons. One, they don't want you to see, like if they were actually at that high altitude, because I'm not sure whether they actually launched some shit and pushed it up that high and just fell back down, or if they just CGI'd it. But they can't get the stars right, and that's why they don't want to show you they can't fake that. That's why they don't want to show it to you, because they know people are going to catch that right away. And if they flew up there, they don't want you to see the horizon is flat, because it's going to be, and it shouldn't be at that altitude. You would definitely be able to see the curve if it was actually there based on the given circumference of the Earth under that, false pretense. So they didn't want to show you any horizon. And to me, that should have been the first thing they showed. And I still wouldn't have believed it, because I just said, okay, fisheye lens. That's too easy.
Yeah, well, what's crazy is he, him doing that when he's also gone on record to say that there's a massive financial collapse happening. It's just astounding to me that someone who's involved in that space is flying up there like that. Like I'm doing. Like, and you think that's a good idea? You know what I mean? Like
financial collapse happening. Yeah, like Jeff Bezos, he hasn't done the fucking world a favor by giving people $15 an hour in the States at Amazon, regardless of your position. I was making $15 an hour like 18 years ago when I was a fucking kid. You know, I was just telling somebody today when I'm 46 years old. I just had a birthday. I just turned 46. When I started working, minimum wage was $5 an hour and 50 cents. Okay, up until recently, minimum wage had gone up to $8.50 an hour. If you do the math on it, then that means the minimum wage has gone up 8 cents a year in the last 36 years. Okay, that's an income increase to a family of half a cent a month. Okay, and this is why I don't vote in this country, because I can't be Republican and I can't be Democrat, because neither side has it right. They're both corrupt as fuck, and they both feed the same corrupt trough. When I was a kid, gas wasn't even $1 a gallon. How the fuck is anybody supposed to be able to afford to drive to work if you're like, there's working class?
Yeah.
How the fuck are you supposed to maintain that? That's like, what, $3?
With all due respect, you should see what we have to pay in New Zealand, man. Like, you should see the prices we have to pay. Like, you guys have got it easy. You guys have got it easy compared to what we'd be paying.
I pay about $400 a week in gas, and I started working in '93. I was 12 years old, and minimum wage then was $4.25 an hour.
Bro,
I think you got some numbers mixed up a little bit.
Wait a minute. No, I don't have it mixed up. I know how old I was when I was starting to work. And you got to realize in different states, minimum wage is different. I'm from Ohio. So in Ohio, minimum wage was $5.50 an hour. I got my first job at Paramount's Kings Island. It's an amusement park in Ohio. And that paid $5.50 an hour. Minimum wage recently, and this is what caused this big debate the last year or two, was like $8.50 an hour. That's a $3 an hour increase. So if you divide 3 by 36, you're going to get 8.
How much does it cost for a gallon of gas in the United States right now?
Like $3 and some change a gallon, I believe.
In Texas right now, the average is about $2.90.
Yeah. Alexa, what's $3 divided by 36?
US dollars divided by 36 is 8 US cents.
That's 8 cents. So for my state, minimum wage went up 8 cents a year over the last 36 years. Okay, so 8 cents a year is half a cent a month of an increase to a family. How much has gas gone up in the last 36 years? And they're wondering, you need a part-time job just so you can afford to drive to your fucking full-time job. Right? And they wonder why the economy is collapsing and people are running on fucking Capitol Hill. You know, I was telling a friend of mine, look, my parents were born in the 40s, right? In their generation in high school, they actually taught you useful shit like how to take on a trade, get your driver's license, stuff like that. And when they were kids, there were no McDonald's and Wendy's and, Walmarts and big chains. Families own businesses like diners and, restaurants that sold, milkshakes and hamburgers and shit like that. Most people cook their own meals at home, but if there were a few, you might have a few local-owned businesses and grocery chains in your neighborhood, and those are family-owned businesses, right? If you pay attention to the way school is structured now, it's structured so you don't learn shit after you pretty much have everything you need to know to function because they're not teaching you shit that's useful other than basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. You're supposed to have that down by 5th or 6th grade, right? So everything else you learn up to the point you graduate is complete and utter bullshit, and it's not helpful to you at all, right? And if you're lucky and you manage to have some kind of way to get into college, if you pass the standardized test game, some other, rigged bullshit, you can get into a university, whether you're going to go into debt or, some kind of scholarship. I mean, that funnel of process of elimination is staggering. It's because, if you notice, they've stopped teaching trades in school. They don't teach you even how to, get your driver's license anymore. Trades are out of school. They're not teaching you anything useful so that when you turn 18, you can come out in society, have any idea how to balance a checkbook, manage a budget, maintain credit. Nothing useful, right? It's because they need people at these Walmarts and Taco Bells and Wendy's and stuff. So that school is actually, declined on purpose. because they need people to fill these bullshit ass jobs and don't pay shit. And so school is actually structured for you to come out and be stuck there for the majority of the students that are attending school. Because they need people. You need somebody at, Taco Bell to take your order and at Walmart to be there to ring your groceries up. Because now all these corporations and businesses exist, and the whole family, business and family farming, that's gone. Like, that's gone. So school was changed to accommodate the need for bot labor. So they dummied down the whole high school education process to accommodate that. A lot of these kids, when they graduate, they're not going to be able to do too much more than that. And the problem
Most people
is
in their 20s, most people in their 20s don't even know that their car has a spare tire or where the spare tire is.
Most people in their 20s now can't write cursive, can't spell February or Wednesday. You know what I mean? All they know is that they want to be the next TikTok star or YouTuber or some shit.
They can dance, right? They can dance and they can do a little dance,
Meme some shit. Or, go on some kind of social media journey to be transgender. Like, this whole new generation is fucked.
Yeah, man. When Americans come here, they freak out because we pay twice as much for pretty much everything you guys pay for. So they when they see our guests, they just freak out. They're like, they can't believe it because we pay double what you guys pay at the pump. I just did the conversion. We pay double. Yeah.
Last year when I renewed my lease, it went up $35. Guess how much they want to renew my lease for this year? $35 a month. Guess how much they want to renew my lease for this year?
What's a lease for? What is that for?
For my apartment. Like every year at the end of the lease, they say the property value goes up, so they raise your rent at the end of the lease, right? So the last year when I renewed my lease, they offered me a renewal, and they wanted to raise my rent $100, and I said absolutely not, and I negotiated with them, and we settled at $35, right? Guess how much this year they're going to raise it, and it's non-negotiable. Just take a guess.
Do you mean like $35 a week, or you mean $35 a month?
You pay monthly. You pay monthly.
Okay, right.
Guess how much they want? $700.
Oh man, that's nuts. That is nuts.
Get your Second Amendment protocol out and just hold it to their face.
$700 a month. That should be illegal, but there's no rent control here in my state. They have that in some states like, New York, but $700 a month.
Maybe they just want you out of the houses.
No, they're doing it to the whole complex here. This is a small gated community, and there are 300 units here. So at the end of everyone's leases, what they did was they said, okay, we're upgrading the whole community. So what they did was they slapped in a few stainless steel appliances, some new fixtures. At the end of the lease, you have to move into an upgraded unit, or they're not going to renew it. And so the upgraded unit has a new price tag. So mine is going from.
So I'm an economics guy, right? So I'm going to give you a quick lesson on what's happening right now. So what they're doing, and they're doing this on purpose, right, is they're trying to protect their money. So what they're doing is they're buying up like real estate like crazy, right?
Well,
they're buying up anything
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're buying anything they can, and they're buying it for ridiculous prices because they don't care. Because at the end of the day, right, they're going to lose their money if they leave it in these other areas, right? These areas that aren't commodities, they aren't safe for them, right? So they know that at least with real estate, even if like the real estate collapses, right? Yeah, even if it collapses, they still have the land, they still have the properties, you know what I mean? And people still got to live, right? People still got to go in them. And so they know that. So they'd rather, rather than watch all of their inflated money disappear anyway. And they know it's inflating badly and it's going to happen because you can't print money and give it to your citizens and not basically devalue all the money that they've already stolen from everybody, right? So,
yeah, well, they've done that. They've been doing that since the Nixon administration. Your money hasn't been backed by shit in America since the Nixon administration.
Yeah, so I mean, in America, 1 in every 5 homes is being bought up by one of these guys, right? 1 in every 5 that goes to market. That's what you're competing with now, and these are people who don't need people to live in them. They actually don't need you in those places. In fact, it's better for them if they can get you out, right?
I
Because
know
then
what
that,
you're talking
then
about. You know what? This community
yeah,
that I was looking at, they bought 3 of them for cash. I was looking
yep,
at.
that's what they're doing. They've got everything ready. They can just pull the trigger.
I was like, who the fuck has that much cash that they could just buy 3 of these for cash?
This is
Right?
what they're doing right now. They're buying them for cash. They're all ready to go.
Actually buying it for cash though. They're taking out loans that have 0 interest, and then they use the system. They use the system to have it on them as debt, so that they don't have to pay any tax on it.
No.
It's a
That's not what
swindle,
they did here.
but it works within the system.
Yeah, that's one of the ways, but that's not what they're doing right now. What they're doing
That's
right
not what
now
they
is
did.
they're buying assets. They're moving their money into these assets. The assets right now, the safe haven right now, that's better than gold, better than crypto, better than stocks, better than anything else they got.
Property.
Is property. That's what they're buying, and they're buying it with cash. And this isn't loan money, because all the people who loan money, they're going to lose everything. They're going to lose those properties if they've loaned out to buy those. These are people who are buying them outright. Buying them outright. Yeah, they're doing it right now because they know what's going to happen. This is what they do before a huge crash. To protect their assets. This is what they do, and they're doing it right now.
My main client, he's only worth about 13 million if you add up all his stuff, and the cash that he has, he's looking for property too, because he knows there's a crash coming, and he ate his lunch in 08. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself, and he don't want to go through that again. So
Yeah,
he's
08 was when it crashed the last time. It's gonna crash again. And since
well, it was the stock market that got him.
Yeah, the
In
pandemic.
08.
Yeah.
The pandemic.
We got a lot of people.
They have conflated. I just could not believe it when these motherfuckers told me how much they won at the end of the league. I said, "You have got to be fucking." Am I being punked right now? Like, are you fucking serious? $700 fucking dollars? Like, I'm out of here. Like, I'm moving out of here in 9 days. Like that shit is ridiculous. I've lived here 15 fucking years. My rent has gone up on average about $12, or $13 to $14 a year. When I moved in here 15 years ago, I was paying $11.89 a month for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-car garage apartment. And this is in a nice neighborhood. It's like a luxury apartment community. My rent went up about $190 in the last 15 years, which is decent. That's an increase of about $13 a year. You know, some years my rent didn't go up at all. The highest increase I've ever gotten is $50. And then this last one was like $35. You know. These motherfuckers talking about $700 a month for the next lease. You can kiss my ass in the crack, bro. I refuse. Like, I'm not doing that.
And they're ready for that, though. They're ready for all the people who are gonna say we're done with that. They're waiting for that. They know what's coming. I mean, this is what a Great Depression is. But the interesting thing is, right? The interesting thing right now is the smoke screen that they're putting up, right? So they're still saying, like, you've got people who are saying, look, this is 2008, and then you've also got the other big ones that are saying, oh, but this is completely different. And I tell you why they're saying that is because they know when everything comes down, they're sitting there ready to buy up all this shit, right? This is what they're getting ready to do. Because that's what you do in a depression, right? The people who own land, who own all their land, all the properties, right? They're gonna have the power to buy up everything, like when everything starts to settle. Now, we don't know how long, in terms of depression, how long this one will last. Whatever they've set it for, because this isn't I guess this isn't the 1920s, 1930s. But if it follows the same pattern that they used, well, after the depression, you're going to have a world war. Because that's what they do. They don't change their methods.
Yeah, they need listen, they need another fundraiser, man. If you pay attention, they do a shock and awe campaign about every 8 to 10 years so they can for a money generator. It was September 11th, and before that, it was Pearl Harbor. Zika, SARS, H1N1. They do these campaigns now. It's COVID. Like, why does the government give a fuck whether I get a vaccine? The government doesn't give a fuck whether I have medicine for insulin, okay? Or if I have medicine so I can breathe. Symbicort is like $375 a fucking inhaler. I would die without that, right? They're not giving me that shit for free because it'll
Yeah,
kill
you
me
should
if I don't have it.
you should see the prices that they actually charge for a little piece of plastic that goes on a mask for an inhaler, right?
Bro,
That they got from China for probably $2, maybe 20 cents. I don't know, but they were charging $250 for that stuff.
bro,
This was
listen,
this is only a couple of years ago. Like this is before you guys even need these inhalers.
my
They were
inhalers used to
charging a
cost
lot.
me. My inhalers used to cost me $25 without insurance. $5 with insurance. Without insurance, my inhaler is $375. The government doesn't give a fuck whether I can afford my inhaler. And without my inhaler, I would be fucking dead. So fuck this vaccine. I'm not getting that shit. I don't give a fuck what they say. Like they would literally have to catch me and hold me the fuck down. I'm not going to take no experimental vaccine that a pharmaceutical company made that's not FDA approved. And even if it was, I wouldn't take it. I'm not getting no free injections the government's handing out because I don't trust the government and I'm not doing that shit. If I catch COVID, then I'm gonna naturally vaccinate myself to that bullshit by surviving it. And if I don't survive it, then it is what it is. But I'm not getting that shit. I'm not voluntarily, no. I will never.
I mean, it's what's interesting is the data's coming out. What they're saying now is that the new Delta variant, the vaccines don't work on it. So they're saying this new variant that's plaguing Australia right now. They're saying that the vaccinations don't even work against this variant, and so it's kind of like they're still vaccinating, but it's like, what the hell for? Yeah, I mean, the vaccination don't work against this variant that they're talking about, and this variant is what's pushing the next crash.
Anytime your body is exposed to some kind of sickness, it naturally fights it. And it naturally, in my opinion, is like a vaccination process in and of itself. Okay, the body's dealt with it, it's fought it, it's registered it, it remembers it, and they claim that's what a I'm not gonna go voluntarily sign myself up and get injected with COVID so my body can fight it because I got an organized infection of it. A controlled, organized infection of it. No, COVID is gonna have to catch me slipping.
Yeah, but this is something that you probably need to go and look up because that's not actually what this vaccination is made up of. It's not the same as previous vaccinations. This particular type of vaccination, I don't even know why they call it a vaccination because it actually doesn't follow the same way that previous vaccinations were used, which is what you just spoke to. What they do now is they're putting in something different into your body. This isn't COVID. This isn't got the disease in it. What this is supposed to do.
Hang on a second. Hey, can somebody, if we're going to keep talking about this, someone ought to mute deafen the live stream.
Oh yes, you're not allowed to talk about this stuff as well online, or you get nailed big time. Yeah. We actually probably should,
but just for the live stream purposes for their YouTube channels.
Yeah, they'll wipe out the YouTube straight away. So I know on YouTube they're just calling it C19 now. People are saying C19 so they don't get picked up. Or they just call it 19.
What kind of censorship is that? Like, why the fuck what happened to freedom of speech? When did that go away? Like, have you seen how YouTube's algorithm is all fucked up and how you can't say shit on social media anymore? Instantly banned. Because you're going against the agenda. I have never seen the government so concerned with me getting something that's supposed to be saving my life, or they're going to pay, like, my grocery store, Publix, is giving out $150 if you just get the vaccine from them. I'm not getting that shit. Why does Publix give a fuck whether I get vaccinated? My friend got that shit. She's been sick twice, like, really sick. Twice. And 3 times if you count the day she got the vaccine. I haven't had a cold in like 7 years. I am not.
Do you know what the worst part of that vaccine is? They put in law that you can't sue them. You cannot sue them for anything that happens to you after you take their vaccine.
Have you
They put that
seen?
in the law.
Have you
My
seen
my
people
sister
that
in
have
law
a?
got the vaccine a month and a half ago, and she felt sick the other day, and she's a normie, and she went and got tested, and she tested positive. And when my wife told me, I said, "Your first text message to her should be, thought the vaccine worked."
Right.
Because
Because
it don't work. It's not for the
what you guys have to understand is vaccine. When you get a vaccine for something,
We are off the topic, so.
Cognitive dissonance, is that part of the flat Earth? I guess this is that part of it, or is that just
So it's a
part of the
part of
system?
everyday life, everything, man.
It's just how people
Cognitive dissonance,
respond
like
to
what he's trying to
undeniable
ask,
logic. You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like
what he's trying to
they
ask is
cannot.
he's trying to ask is
They just
that a flat
cannot
Earth thing, or is that something that was
concede
already
to
around?
it. You know what I mean? And so
I feel
you know,
like
if it's like I can
T-Spirit,
show you
when you speak, you don't seem to hear anyone else.
that this ball that I'm holding is round, and I
Disconnect her and reconnect
put it
her.
in your hand, and you
did
you still are not in total denial. You know, like that's just what it means.
Hey, ma'am, can you disconnect and
You're
reconnect,
just
please?
committed to your understanding, regardless of the facts. You know, regardless of the proof,
Yeah,
the evidence.
she can't hear us.
Hello, yeah. Hey, conspiracy, can you hear us?
Now I can.
I think
Oh,
when you
yeah.
speak, you don't hear us.
Some of my colleagues, I think you cannot hear them when they speak.
I can
No,
hear
it
you
seems
every
like when
time you
your
say
mic is
something. Somebody
engaged,
said, "What is
your speakers are
cognitive
disconnected.
dissonance?" And then I responded to it. I heard him, and then I heard you.
Well, if you can hear me, can you disconnect and reconnect? I don't think she can hear me though.
Most of the mics are on mute, for what I can see.
See, she can't hear me. You can't hear me, can you?
They're on mute.
Can you hear me?
She can only hear certain servers. It sounds
Some
like.
Can you hear me?
Some of us asked you just now if you can hear them, and I don't think you can hear those
No, I can hear you.
colleagues. Yeah. So they asked you to reconnect, disconnect
Oh, sure,
and
yeah. We
reconnect.
can disconnect and reconnect. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. Okay.
Who was asking about cognitive dissonance?
Just me. I was just asking. Was the cognitive dissonance, was that something that they increased to target like people? I'm not sure what I'm asking.
Psychological defense mechanism when you've got you got facts that oppose your fundamental worldview, basically.
No, I believe what he's asking is it a flat Earth thing, or is it just it was already something that's there, and it's just something that we grab onto because in the topics we talk about, we experience it a lot.
Yeah, we just experience it the most here, but cognitive dissonance has always
can
been a
apply to anything.
factor when it came to anything to do with discussing conspiracies.
Right. So, but I think I would say the flat Earth one was the one that would really, because I know for me, right, like people showed me the Earth, the moon thing, right, and as I kind of looked at the evidence of the moon stuff, right, the moon landings, I could reasonably see that they were full of shit, right,
Right.
and then. But when I found out about flat Earth, that just completely blew my. It was like a whole nother level of the experience was almost like what I would describe being completely flawed. Right, like I've never been completely flawed in my life, and when I saw that could be true, right, could be true. When I saw that, it was almost like I wanted to implode. I wanted to implode.
Yeah, so you were able to recognize all the issues in the arguments with the heliocentric model, or the
There's so
claims of
many.
it. If you'd refused to acknowledge what you knew to be true and logical and sensible, then you would have experienced cognitive dissonance, you know.
Yep.
And that's what most of the globers do. It's when they can't admit obvious things, you know.
You know what's
It's like the
beautiful?
right.
argument, you know. It's like, you could take a soda can, open it, and there you go. You've disproven the whole idea that gravity holds the atmosphere to the globe, you know. But they have to ignore every single real life experience they've had that contradicts their belief, you know, what they need to believe for the heliocentric model to stay alive in their mind.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like the tank, right? The air tank that you when you're a diver, because I was a diver, right? So when I used to stare at that, and I used to think, how do we put all this air into this metal object, and then we can go underwater, right? And it doesn't float up. We can go down, right? It's heavy, and I was just like, how does that work? Because you take another object, and if we put the amount of air, right, that we're putting into that same metal tank into a different type of container, that thing's going to explode out of the water, right? It's just because you're talking a lot of air when you compress it into that. And it used to baffle me how that works. But the new stuff that people have been sharing and teaching me about in terms of, not gravity, I'm like, okay, there's something to that, especially when there were these questions that didn't make sense already, especially around the whole vacuum. Because I mean, when you look at an air tank, right, that you use to go into diving, are these the same type of tanks that they are using when they're supposed to be going into space?
Couldn't tell you, but I mean, it's the same idea. They claim to be containing oxygen and something in their spacesuits, their space packs, backpacks, whatever. Or they're connected to the shuttle or whatever it is. It's all just nonsense at the end of the day.
You know what's beautiful about the flat Earth versus the heliocentric model? If you look at the heliocentric, the heliocentric model kind of takes the mystery out of the Earth because we're just all like hamsters on a wheel, just chasing our tail because that's all there is to the Earth, right? Just us running around in circles, flying around in a circle.
Yep.
What's beautiful about the flat Earth model is that makes Earth a complete mystery because then it's like, how far can you go in any direction, right? And it's clear, right, that we are contained by the government to just this known area because you can't go past the Antarctic Ice Treaty. And that is my big brain wall that I keep hitting. What is beyond that point? Why have all the superpowers of the world gotten together and can only agree, they can't agree on anything else. They can all agree that you cannot travel past this point. You will be met with military lethal force. Why? What is beyond there?
Oh, we all want to know.
Yeah, it's a system that took the governing of this world, the power of ruling the world, and they don't want you to know, because if you get to see what is beyond there, it will contradict their religion, which they are pushing to us. All the religion systems which they are pushing to us, they are allowing us to believe in.
Do you think that we'll ever get to a point where we can have somebody rogue go over there and show you, fly a drone or do something? and just show us?
No, it can't be done. No.
You can disappear so easily.
Well, they say Admiral Byrd did it, and look what happened to him.
That's when they agreed. No one
that
else
was
could go
prior
out
to
there.
the tree, and he was military.
Yeah, that was
and
prior to
who knows?
the treaty.
For everything he apparently told us, who knows what he didn't tell us?
Right. They found something out there. But everyone's so focused on going up. No one's focused on going out. Have you ever noticed that?
Oh yeah, if they believe in the Helio model, of course. Obsessed with going up.
Everyone's obsessed with going up, but no one's focused on going out, and that's another huge distraction. I think that's why they put so much money into movies about going up, because they want people to stay focused on just going straight up. If they really believe Earth was a ball, how come they don't fly off of it to the side or from the bottom? You know what I'm saying? They don't just fly straight down. You know what I'm saying? Or fly straight to one side. It's always straight up.
But for the first, say, 5 years or 6 years of this flat Earth, everyone was talking about going out towards the south. And then the more you started to do research, you see that there's drones patrolling, there's military patrolling. They've got orders to shoot down any objects that they see. If they find you in your vessel, they turn you back and then they arrest you. So going south, What we saw with Admiral Byrd was that he had an unlimited budget. He had the full military power of the US military behind him, and he still wasn't able to reach the outside or the area where he was going. He said it became so inhospitable. It was minus 200 degrees centigrade. So if a human body was outside, it would be dead within minutes. So they often had to just spend days inside the tent. So if you think about a natural boundary, God's created something that gets so cold that the human body cannot achieve
Right,
that
and it's the same
exterior.
thing up or so far out. It's a
Well, I mean, we have the technology to overcome that if
We
it was our
do.
desire.
We do, and they know that
Uh,
now. We still can't go.
well, it wasn't in those days. They went and they did not know what they will find. And when they reached there, they found that you have days when you have weather where temperatures drop below 80 degrees Celsius. And at that temperature, human beings cannot breathe air cold at 14 psi, at minus 80 degrees Celsius. You need special equipment for breathing at those temperatures, and you have to breathe like 7 psi of air pressure and double the oxygen temperature to survive. If you breathe the normal air at that temperature, you die instantly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
It'll freeze
yeah,
your lung
yeah,
out. It's wet. The
yeah.
lung is wet.
And
Breathe that
yeah,
cold air, and you're gonna freeze.
mm,
Your lung, quick.
yeah, and when you're
And also
talking about
the wind
We have the means to work around all this. If the whole world knew it was fucking flat and we're like, okay, let's go and fucking explore, we have the means to
We have the means.
overcome
We
all
have
these
the
challenges.
Antarctica is such a plateau. It's such a flat plateau that there's no obstruction. So they were saying that the wind could achieve 150 mile, 200 mile per hour gusts on that area
Wow.
where it is literally so freezing you can't breathe, and then the wind would just
Yeah.
push you backwards if you were trying to progress.
Yeah.
So it's a
We were cast out into this
Take
place.
your
It
pick.
makes sense.
You know, I'm all for knowing what the limits of this construct are.
I still want to know. Like, I would give my life. Like, if I could, I would die right here and now if I could just have the answer. If I could just see it, it'd be worth it to me. I would risk my life to have the answer. If someone said, if God said you could have the answer, but I had to kill you. It's like, that's the old saying. I could tell you, but then I had to kill you. Like, I would be all for it.
Well,
I don't
if you die, you probably get the answer. So I'm just saying, like, it's a bit of an oxymoron.
Maybe you get the answer when you die and you just do it over again. You don't remember. I just want to know so fucking bad, like, what is beyond that point? The flat Earth adds a mystery to the Earth. Well, how far?
Imagine that, right? Imagine that, right? You off yourself because you want to know the answer, and then they go, "Well, now we gotta put you back in there." Imagine that. Imagine if that happened. Oh man, how pissed would you be, right?
Right.
And you're gonna have no memory, right? You're gonna start all over again.
And you
back
end up
in the
fucking
trap.
living as a globe-tard. Fuck that, man.
Yeah.
That's
And
too
then
much
I'll
of a
be
risk
born
to take,
again,
you
and
know?
I'll be born a globetrot again. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that, right? Like you got out, and you got out mentally. You die, and then you're back in there.
And then they hand
Imagine
me
if
a
that
ball,
was,
and
yeah.
they hand me a ball Earth and program me all over again. Right.
I mean, I think that's how imagination works, right? Like you can imagine these things, but the truth is, we just don't know.
I
We
would
don't
give
know.
anything. I would just give anything to know that. I just want to know that. So, like the Earth. Like when I look at this, like when I understand it, I find the Earth fascinating again. Like the heliocentric model is pretty boring. Okay, it's just a 25,000-mile ball. We're just rodents chasing our tail in a fucking hamster wheel. But when you look at it like this, it's all the mystery is back. Like, okay, well, what about this? What about that? Like, how far down can you go? How far out can you go? You know what I'm saying? Like, people. I think people's biggest issue with this model is, well, the sun is round, the moon is round. So what?
Yeah, but it's because they're
Neither
dumb as
one of them
shit.
are covered. Neither one of them are covered in 80% water. So that one has nothing to do with the other. A basketball court is flat, but the hoop and the ball is round. One has nothing to do with the other. They work together, but they don't have anything to do with the other. It's clear to me the sun and the moon are obviously intelligently designed and mechanical, like a clock. You can set your watch by it. The force that's spinning it around, and it's still like explosions generate chaos and shrapnel. It just random acts of shit going everywhere. There's no way the sun and the moon are still spinning around like this because of some explosion that happened eons ago. Like, there's just no way. This is order. Like, this is intelligent design. It's obvious the sun and the moon are intelligent. Like, I don't know how anyone can look and not see that.
That's why Freemasons, they laugh at atheists the most. Because it's the most ridiculous notion that there's no intelligence to anything around them. To believe
Just
that,
random
you're
chaos.
fucking mentally retarded, basically.
Right. Like, listen, what, to me, the easiest concept to explain a creator is the human process, right? Do you
People are
know
just
any?
scared of it. They're just
You know,
scared of it. They're scared of ultimately having something above them because it means they're not their own master in a
God.
sense,
Right.
But
Anytime I run across an atheist, I ask them, because atheists are just the most ignorant, in my opinion, because that's like another huge, big cognitive disconnect one. I asked them this very simple question. I said, do you know any human being that skipped the process of being a baby?
yeah.
No. So that means that would stand to reason if you trace all of humanity back to the first two human beings, or the first human being. When you have a number, 1 and then 0 is, part of that process. First there was 0, and then there's 1. So that means the first human being would have either had to been a fully functional adult or a baby. So if you don't believe in God, let's just skip the fully functional adult, because that's what the word tells us, that God created us and then we could multiply, right? So if you want to say, if you believe in the Big Bang Theory, that we evolved from amoebas to mammals to humans, you believe in that, even the first amoeba would have still had to somehow morph into a baby. What baby do you know can take care of itself?
Yeah, these are all
It
valid
doesn't even make
questions.
sense. There's no way an amoeba evolved into the first baby and it just took care of itself. You know what I mean? Like, bro, that doesn't even make sense. Even for an
No,
animal.
it was it was a fucking monkey taking care of a human baby. That's how it went.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it a
A
lion and a
monkey,
lamb?
full blown monkey, hairy monkey, just gave birth to
Right, the first monkey needed
fucking
something to take care. Needed a parent to take care of it. Like, everything needed something. So it just stands to reason that these things were created, and so that they could then multiply and continue the parenting process. You know what I'm saying? Like,
They know the truth. Even atheists know, because any atheist who looks at like information understands that information is in everything, right? There's information in everything, so they know that there's something to this shit. They just don't. It's just easier for them to say, "I don't believe in that," right? But they're not saying that they don't believe in something. That's the thing. They have to believe in something. There isn't You can't believe in like nothing. But what they say is, I believe when I die, I am nothing. Then I go back to, but that's still not being an atheist, right? A lot of them are like, I'll just turn into energy and become part of the circle of life. But that's still believing in something. You know what I mean? There is no such thing as a real atheist, right?
Right, that
It's
makes
just
sense. That makes perfect sense. You know, I think a
Atheism's
lot of
just
people,
born out of angst and frustration, pretty much.
it's like you said, it's frustration. You know what people's biggest frustration with God is? They feel like, well, if there is a God, why does God let
Yeah, why would they allow all the suffering and etc.
and all this?
etc.
You know
It's
how
like
you know
God's
how I
not allowing the
reconcile it?
suffering. It's you fucking idiots. You're
That
fucking
yeah,
you're
we
making
allow
all
it,
the
right?
suffering to each other. You're
God
responsible.
gave,
Yeah.
Take
we are
responsibility.
responsible for our
Stop
suffering.
fucking blaming me. I gave you all the tools. You
Yeah,
know,
we pay
We were given,
gave you a
tax. We
Garden
pay
of
tax,
Eden,
and
we were
we don't
given a
have to.
covenant.
You know.
We were given a
and you're
covenant.
pissing all over it. You know.
We were created.
Imagine if everyone in your country turned around and said, you know what, this whole week we're not going to pay tax. We're not going to pay our rent, right? We're gonna make up in our communities. We're gonna take that money, right? Put it together and actually put it towards our communities. You know how much good they would do in their communities, how much roads would get fixed, how much, people would get looked after. There'd be so much money to look after your community if everyone just took all the tax of the whole community, took it, put it together, and said, let's put that towards, you'd have new schools, you'd have new basketball gyms, you had swimming pools, you had whatever you fellas need,
You know what I do? You know what I feel like? I hate the concept of government, presidencies, monarchs, and kings and queens. I just feel like that's bullshit. I like the concept of villages or communities, neighborhoods. I don't feel like I need a government. I can govern myself. You know, like neighborhoods are broken down like by zip codes or cities or something like that. I feel like that would be better. You know, someone shouldn't be like all the way up on a hill somewhere unreachable in a White House or a castle or something like that, and they need to speak for a whole continent. You know, everything should be localized to like zip codes. You know what I'm saying? Or cities. You know what I mean?
Well, they used to do that, and then you know what they did now? People who want to do that, they now call you a cult. So any group that wants to join together and just do their own thing, now you're a cult.
I can govern myself. You know, village management. You know, back in the day, it was more simple, and people got along better. And you know, everything was like self-sustainable within a collective that wasn't too big, and you just have these breakout collectives, villages. You know what I mean? Big government just doesn't work. It's just too fucking corrupt. And these people are so far removed from people's everyday's trials and tribulations. And you have a few corrupt representatives that speak for us all, and they don't have uniform solutions that work for us all. Because people need solutions for their environments, and not everybody's environment is the same. You know, if I live in Beverly Hills, California, 90210, I don't need any solutions. You know what I'm saying? So why are we going to have a uniform policy that works for someone who lives in a zip code 90210, but it doesn't work for someone who lives in a zip code that's 32210? See what I'm saying? Like, this whole thing needs to just be torn down, in my opinion, and thrown away because it doesn't work. That's why I don't vote anymore, because it doesn't
It
matter.
all fundamentally stems from just our error in how we regard each other. You know.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. I was thinking the same thing where maybe we just start with ourselves. Like, I mean, it's all a state of mind anyway, right? Like, in beauty, riches, everything is just all a state of mind. Like, you know, when you were little, right? When you were little, did you think you were rich or poor? You know what I mean? Like, when did that concept actually become something for you? You know, because like, I mean, I remember growing up, right? Yeah, and not even having a concept of was I rich or poor. You know what I mean? Like, I was happy because I didn't have that concept. You know what I mean? The older I got, the worse it got.
If everybody could live by the 10 Commandments, we would literally have a utopian society. Just 10 simple principles.
Yeah, but people don't want to be responsible for themselves. Living by any commandments means being responsible and self-governing. People don't want to do that. They're lazy. I don't know what the word is, but yeah.
So true.
That's
That's
why
so
we
true.
have government. Government is just there to govern the people who don't want to govern themselves, you know?
I can govern myself. I can totally govern myself. I feel like people's biggest problem with God is like, why doesn't God fix this? Well, you need to fix it because here's the thing. The only thing God can do to fix human beings is take away free will. And if God were to take away free will, you'd be like an animal who just lives off instinct. There would be no more Xbox, PlayStation, Discord because you wouldn't have any use for any of that stuff. My dog doesn't know about right or wrong or choice. My dog lives off instinct, right? So if God were going to fix it for us, because you can't handle free will, the gift that is, you'd be like a fucking animal, and then you would just live off instinct because everything in nature has a balance because it lives off instinct. It doesn't.
You know,
live off free will.
animals are intelligent too, and you can actually communicate and teach them things.
Well, that's not
And
what I'm
they can-
talking about. There's a difference between. I'm not talking about intelligence. My birds are intelligent. My dog is intelligent. I'm talking about what separates human beings from animals is free will. Like animals have no use for right or wrong or religion. For example, if my
That
dog
is
had,
humanity right now. The world we have is because humanity lives from its instincts, doesn't live from its higher mind.
no, we
That's
live
what
from
separates us from the animal kingdom, our higher mind.
free will is what separates us. For example, if my dog were to have 6 puppies, right, and eat one of them, that's not a crime. That's just instinct, right? But if I have 2 children and I eat one, that's a fucking crime. You know what I'm saying? Like
Is it though? Is it though?
it would be a crime. It would be a
Why?
crime. And
Why
because,
is it a crime though?
because we're human beings, not animals.
Yeah, but crime is laws are not in the natural world.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're ideas,
Animals don't
concepts, you know. They're not. They're
Animals
ideas.
don't exercise free will. They have no use for law, right or wrong. They live in a balance, right? That's natural. They have a natural balance and equilibrium and everything with the earth. We are the only things in the earth that don't have a natural balance and equilibrium and are destroying it because we have free will. And we can't satiate our free will. We cannot satiate our desires and our wants because we have those things. In order for God to fix that for us, he'd have to remove it. And if he removed it, then you'd be like an animal. You know, my dog doesn't give a shit what's on TV or about no birthdays or no holidays. Or my dog lives off of instinct. It eats, sleeps, shits, and reproduces.
You sound like you're describing the human race to me. I'm just saying, you're describing the human race right now.
People live off instincts.
Yeah, they're living off. They're not. They're not living free.
Think about guys that go out and kill other guys because you know the guy slept with his girlfriend or something. That's pure instinct, you know.
I'm not. Listen, I never said human beings don't have instinct.
She's got disconnected.
She got a lot going on for her, I think. Your internet's back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I'm back. I'm sorry. I never said human beings don't have instinct. What I said is that we have something in addition, and that's free will. Animals don't have free will. They have instinct, we have instinct, but we have free will. That's what raises us above everything. Free will is what gave you Discord and Xbox and cell phones.
What if I told you there's humans that don't have free will?
Now, everybody has free will. There are limitations given your environment and certain constraints, but everybody has free will. Animals don't have free will. They have instinct. We have instinct and the gift of free will. Free will.
Or you can be enslaved.
We're
and
all enslaved,
you can give up your free will. You can give that up.
We're all enslaved, but you still have free will as a
never
slave.
don't have free
I'll give you an example. You can kill yourself if you don't want to be a slave. You can exercise your free will to commit suicide if you don't
Animals can do that. Animals can do that too.
Animal is not going to get a gun and blow its brains out. An animal may
No,
stop
but
eating.
I can tell you now, animals can commit suicide. They can get to a point where
Animals can
they
stop
can do that.
eating and stop drinking and get sick and die. The animals do not have free will.
No, I wouldn't. I don't.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't
They
go that
run
far.
on instinct.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Free will is the idea
Animals
of
live off
having
instinct. We have
having
free
a choice
will.
between two things.
I'll give you an example. My dog doesn't have a problem being my pet because it doesn't have free will. It has no sense of self. That's like being a fucking slave. You know?
Yeah, but I disagree with you on that because animals can be taught just like humans can be taught.
I never
You know,
said they couldn't
animals
be
are
taught.
intelligent,
I
right?
never
So
said they weren't
to make a
intelligent.
statement to say they have no free will,
They don't.
right? They
Animals
choose.
have a-
Do you believe
Animal could
animals have
choose to be your
emotions?
pet or not. That animal could
believe
choose to hate you or not, right?
Animals live off, and what I'm telling you is I have never said animals are not intelligent, and I've never said animals don't have instinct. They do. What I'm telling you is the gift, and this is also what's in the Bible, is that human free will. If my dog had free will, like if apes had free wills, they'd be on iPhones. They're still swinging through trees eating bananas. We have free will. That's why we're
You
on
can teach
Discord having
monkeys. You can teach
conversations.
monkeys to play on iPhones. You can do
can't
that.
teach a monkey to create Discord, bro. This is what free will gives you, right?
Well,
And
you know, maybe not. Maybe you could, but they could create something, right? They can create something.
A monkey can pick up a stick and stick it in a mushroom and use it as a tool to get some ants out of it. But a monkey does not have the free will to do.
So
what
it created something, right? And maybe it created something right there. It created a tool.
A monkey is
You
using
can either say that
instinct
all technology stems only from the
out of
ability
intelligence.
to memorize.
Out of intelligence. We have free will. Free will is why we have, like, we're disobedient. You see what I'm saying? Animals live within the law of nature. We do not, because we have free will. We're not limited to instinct. That's what I'm
We live
telling you.
within the law of nature as well. We live in a hierarchical system.
No,
we live
we
under
actually
authority.
If we lived into the law of nature, we wouldn't be destroying the only enclosure we have to survive in. Like, we literally can't get out of this place. Like, we can't get out of it. But we're destroying it from within. So we don't live within the law of nature, and that's because of free will.
Yeah, but we aren't destroying it. Some people are destroying it, and some people aren't. So I think this is where you gotta kind of look at the big picture here and realize that
The big picture is humanity overall is destroying the earth. That's undeniable. There are some people who, like this small group of us, who are conscious about certain things, but there's no question that we can't continue on the way we have, because we cannot get out of this place with the plastics, with the pollution, with the the extinction of animals. There's no question that there's not going to be a reckoning for the use
I
of
guess
our
that's my whole point though, right? Is that we were taught to do these things, right? Just like you could teach a dog to do things, right? So we were taught to use plastics. We were taught that this was good for the environment. We were taught to smoke, right? We were taught that smoking was good for you. Women were taught that rings were, diamonds were a girl's best friend. This is all bullshit, right? This is all lies, right?
Right. Well, you get no argument from there that we have what the difference between a human being and an animal is animals instinctively teach their young what they need to survive. We've gone beyond that. We've gone beyond that.
I think you're burying yourself, man.
You are certain that there's a difference between. I mean, there's obviously differences, yes, but it doesn't mean that like we're disconnected in a sense.
Constructing universities and shit. No, we have free will. This is all that we are able to do.
Yeah, we have the ability to transmutate the materials we find here on
everything we have done
into
is
what we
because
need to solve our problems. But that doesn't make us better than animals or
Those
above
are your
animals.
words. Those are your words,
What
not
do you-
mine. I never said better.
What do you
Well,
mean it
that's what I
doesn't make
kind of
us
feel like
better?
you're getting at.
Well,
Yeah,
that's your interpretation, and those are your words. I never said animals don't have instinct. I never said animals are not intellectual, and I never said that we're better than animals.
Animals don't reason.
In fact, we behave far worse than animals because of our level of intelligence and free will. In a lot of cases, Animals aren't fucking each other over for a percentage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I never said that. So please don't take that.
Well, I mean, yeah,
context.
maybe just misinterpreted you then.
Yeah.
I would like to go to the thought of we, I see that we as human beings, right, as a race of people on this earth, that in the culture that I came from, we believed that we were guardians, right? We didn't believe in this thing of dominion, right? We didn't believe that we had dominion over the animals, over the things of the sea. We believed that we were in partnership with them, that we were part of looking after these things. So we saw ourselves as guardians, right? Guardianship. We believed that we were given these things to be guardians over. So we would nurture the environment that to make sure that everything survived, because if we didn't, we died, right? So it was in our best interest to make sure that, the things that we ate were clean, the things that we ate were being looked after. We wouldn't overhunt an area. We had to move to another area and, and that type of thing, right?
Everything you just said is in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, that man was put in the earth to tend to and keep it. So to help maintain it, not to rape it. So that's how it started out.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. That concept of guardianship, that's something that was passed down for many generations, right?
With free will and disobedience and the option to choose. I don't want to live by this Kodak because that's not fun for me. That's work.
Well,
that takes discipline.
there are writings, ancient writings, that say that the world is actually the medium for the man to live. The animal kingdom is given to the man, and all the plants and trees, they are renewable food, self-sustaining. But once the man invented agriculture, aka Osiris, and he first plowed the land, and the land started giving its food. So the man, ever since, had to work the land to get food from it.
Well, according to scripture, the ground became.
Well, the Bible.
According to scripture,
Cain was a tiller of the ground in the Bible. Cain was a tiller of the ground.
The earth became harder to till after the first sin, and we were cast out.
Yeah, well, in Greek mythology, this character is, and also Romanian folk stories, this character is Osiris, the founder of Egypt, the first kingdom, which, the first kingdom outside the European, where there was a king, Aetes, which had the richest kingdom, and he was the biggest, greatest king that ever lived. And this king had the garden of Hesperides, which
Actually,
is known.
Mansa was the richest king to ever live.
I'm sorry?
Actually, Mansa Musa, the richest king that ever lived. Go ahead.
What's the name? Can you repeat?
Mansa Musa.
Nasa Musa?
Mansa Musa.
I don't know that name, but maybe if you can write it in the live stream voice text, yeah, I can pick it up. Yeah, thank you. Is this from the Bible?
I don't think so.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah.
I would agree with you, though. The Egyptian had vast, advanced knowledge, and their kingdoms were powerful.
Actually,
Absolutely.
the Egyptians, they didn't have knowledge by default. They took knowledge from Europe because Osiris was not born in Africa, in Egypt.
You're wrong about that.
No, Osiris was.
The word Egypt, it means bondage. Everyone came to study in Kemet, and Kemet is in Africa. You got that backwards. You need to do some more research on that.
Well,
Europeans came to study in Kemet. Egypt was not called Egypt until Kemet was overthrown.
But Osiris is the founder of the African Empire. How do I say?
No, you're wrong on that.
He was the first pharaoh in Africa. Osiris. Yeah, he's the one who tamed Bos Urus, the mighty bulls, which and he.
What's debated is Narmer was the first pharaoh in Egypt, but again, Egypt was renamed after Kemet was overthrown. You understand? The word Egypt means bondage. Like you should do a little more research on that because that's not actually correct.
I mean, Cain, right? So, do you believe that Adam was the only man on the earth, or do you believe that there were other people on the earth as well?
Adam and Eve, they had 63 children, 30 daughters and 30 sons, along the three, Cain, Abel, and Seth.
Yeah. So when in the Bible, when he had Cain and when they had Cain and Abel, there's no mention until Seth, like of children. So that's 100 and something years before Seth was born, and so there is no mention of other children. I'm just saying that
There is mention in the book of Adam and Eve, apocryphal book. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Adam and Eve weren't the first people on the earth because in the scripture of the book of Genesis, it tells you God created mankind before Adam and Eve were created. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's also there is other cultures, right? They have a different creative story. There are many other cultures that have a different creative story pre-Adam, right?
This is what it says in the Bible in the book of Genesis. That's the only one I actually research and go by those scriptures in the Bible.
Well, the Bible actually doesn't speak against the other pre-Adamic stories. Most of the pre-Adamic stories actually fit into the Bible context. The Bible doesn't actually speak against the pre-Adamic stories, is what I'm saying, of the other cultures. It doesn't, it doesn't completely disagree with them at all.
I cannot find you guys in the chat.
I am get beget.
So I mean, one of the things that's clear is that when Cain killed his brother, right, that he was afraid because he knew that when he went out there's all these other people that he said they'll kill him. They'll kill him if he goes out there, and then he gets this protection given to him. Yeah.
I never says what it is, but he gets marked.
And that means that no man can kill Cain, neither the angels or demons. They cannot kill him, and he has protection. And I kind of believe that Cain still lives, and he's actually in the Death Valley in USA, in a deserted mine city. Is this guy who claimed that he bought this city and he's living himself alone there. Yeah, I watch the videos on YouTube of this guy. He's a red hair guy, and he's living alone in those mountains. And there is a lot of symbolism tracing to the life story of Cain. Yeah. And he's fine even today, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, Mormons used to have lots of stories about calling on Cain. So I don't know if that's a Freemasonry thing but they used to warn about they used to warn the young men not to if you called on him that he'll come. Almost like the whole I don't know these what do you call them urban myth type things that you have in. Yeah, they didn't have the Candy Man they had Cain. Like Cain was the boogeyman or the
yeah.
for Mormon. They used to tell me stories about like there's a story about two young these Mormon missionaries with the white shirts, right? That they did this thing where they thought they were being funny and they told God to send Cain to them. And then apparently this dude showed up at their door, knocked on the door, opened the door. They saw this big, huge black guy. They sort of looked at him like, "Who are you?" And he said, "You sent for me." And then he beat the shit out of them. And then he left. And, that's one of those urban myths, right? One of those stories that's just, back in the 80s went through and there's lots of other different ones that they had. So, I don't know, like, because it doesn't say what happened to Cain, but it does say that no man could kill him. So
Yeah. And I find very similar the story of Osiris and Typhoon. They were brothers, and Osiris killed uh, Typhoon, and in the story they call Typhoon like very big dragon, some kind of snake, which when he was moving, his belly was resting on the tips of 7 hills. And they had a father, the king Aetes, and this father was so big that the children were playing with some golden apples on the seashore, and the sun saw these children, and it stopped in the sky, looking at the children, admiring these two children playing with golden apples. And then time passed, so the moon came, and it was the first. This was the first time when the sun and the moon first met in the sky, and then the moon stopped admiring the children, and a servant from the castle saw this event, and he was staying at the castle, and the king heard the event, and he knew it's his children. So he went and he took one of the children and raised him above his head, like a father does, But he raised the child so high that the child exploded and turned white. And the other child on the seashore, when he saw what happened to his brother, he feared and he turned black. And the king took this child, the white one, and kept it to his palace. So all his life he lived in the garden of Hesperides, where the land was giving everything that man needed. Uh, he, he never worked one day in his life. But the other child forges himself a whole empire in Africa and builds a bigger kingdom than the kingdom of his own father. And he comes back, like in Trachea, at the southern lands of Lower Danube, and he asks someone, "What's beyond this water?" And he gets a reply that that's the land of the happy Hyperboreans and the land of the bees. And yeah, he goes there and with gifts to his father. But his father knew that these gifts are from his lifetime's work. So everything Osiris had was what he worked for, and couldn't he didn't accept those gifts because he
It sounds a
understood.
lot like the Cain story, right? Where he
Yeah,
presents
yeah,
his fruits
yeah, yeah,
to God, and
and those,
God is
yeah,
displeased. Yeah, because
yeah,
it's not
and
what.
Osiris, yeah, he couldn't accept because it was like, you worked your life and it's like taking his son's life, accepting those gifts. But Osiris took this as an insult, and he went back, and then he came with an army, and he then killed his brother, and he brought a golden plowing tool, um, which was one blade was like 2 meters, was going 2 meters deep in the ground, and it was of solid gold, this plowing tool, and uh, he plowed the land from somewhere in Hungary all the way up to Moldavia, almost to Ukraine, something like that, across Romania, and we can even today we can see the trace of this line which he plowed. Like there is 1 meter sump on the land, and then like a 1.5 meter deep canal. You know, that's crossing the whole Romanian country. They found
Right,
this
like a
on Google
ditch.
Maps. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And ever since then, when he plowed the land, then the land stopped giving his gold. So all the trees or plants, they extract almost no gold from the ground. So the food became less nutritious, uh, and that kind of thing, like the trees of life, or yeah, trees had such were giving such kind of fruits, golden apples and peaches and plums and whatever. Yeah, and I think I believe that gold is actually the most important fertilizer for the ground. And when we find gold in the ground, it looks like the root of a tree. You have these veins, which they
Yeah. They
go in all
some people
directions.
believe
Yeah,
people believe that gold, that's why they call them veins,
yeah,
was the blood of the Titans, right?
yeah.
The actual body, the blood lines, the blood veins of the Titans, and so in pre-Adamic stories, you have these Titans, you have these beings
Yeah,
that were huge, right? They were bigger than giants.
yeah.
They were huge. Yeah, so and they could
Well,
like
the
move whole
Titans,
mountains. Yeah,
the Titans could also be giant trees. But yeah, even in Romanian culture, we have the ancient Dacians, which people in Romania, in villages, they say that, yeah, these ancient Dacians living in the mountains, they were such big men that they were taking a rock, like 1 cubic meter rock, they were taking it in their hands like it was a stone for us, like picking a stone, a
Yeah,
brick.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, we have stories here in New Zealand as well of giants. But then we also, and when I say we have a story of a giant, this giant would be well over the height of like your average, like a mountain that you could run up,
Yeah.
So you have a mountain that you could probably run up, like with a road, maybe take you a couple of hours or something. And they were like that size, so they weren't high enough that the snow was on them, but they were certainly that, well, according to the stories that we have, they were big, and they could walk into the water, like into the water, into the sea, and their head would stay above water, like, well, at least around the island.
Yeah.
So obviously
So
they probably didn't go too far.
I myself, I read very little from Greek mythology or stuff like this, but I read the book of a history academician, a Romanian one, and he's very well known internationally. But yeah, he died in 1905, so yeah, he lived long time ago. But this academician was, he looked like he was very humble man and modest. Um, I'm not praising him much, although he deserves what he did for our Romanian culture. And his book that was written, he was working on, but he didn't got to finish it because he died. Um, and his book has been published post-mortem, and
It's
how
good
do
to
I
have
say
that
it?
information, right? Like,
Yeah,
imagine,
his
I
book
mean,
was banned.
yeah,
Was
right.
banned in Romania, so it was kept
I mean,
secret.
yeah. I mean, we have a similar. Where we have a a book that was written by two, I guess, what you'd call shamans,
Yeah,
who they were just writing like all the stories of all the stars
yeah,
that they have of our culture. So our culture was a culture that they watched the stars and they watched the moon. They weren't a
yeah,
sun culture, right? They weren't
mm,
they didn't get up and worship the sun or anything like that. They actually followed the moon and the stars, because the moon and the stars,
yeah,
they used
yeah,
to look at the certain stars and they could tell them
yeah,
what their weather was going to be like, how their season was going to be, what they needed to do to get ready for
yeah,
what weather was coming. They could do this
yeah,
by looking at the stars, and that's also how they learned to navigate, the sea. They didn't navigate
yeah,
by the sun. They waited for night, and then they could travel in the night, right?
mm,
Because they could follow the stars, and they knew where they were going by night. And so, this was a culture that had a lot to do with the stars. But what happened was the Greek stuff, right, came
mm,
along and messed up the culture, because you had.
yeah.
And so what these two
The
dudes
Greeks,
did is, well,
yeah,
they rewrote all of our stories, right? So that, because all the
no,
ones that people were,
they
well,
didn't.
what, no, let me
The
finish. Hang on.
Greeks.
So the
Okay, go
Greek, the
ahead.
Greek, the Greek influence that came from colonization, right? It
Mm,
changed all of the stories that people were telling each other what the things meant. it added Greek ideas into the culture. But these two original guys, they didn't do that. They didn't learn that way. So they restored it all, right? They wrote down everything, and then they could go back in that. And so now when you have so I guess like all the experts, all the elders that come together, and they have these what we call huis, right? Like meetings in our meeting houses, right? They get together and they teach each other, and they share each other's knowledge, and they don't they don't sort of say you're wrong, I'm right. They just present the knowledge, and this knowledge that's come from this book, this book that they left to him, and they told him he was never to, when he was a boy, they gave it to him. He's an old fella now, and he shares this knowledge, and he explains how all these other things, all these ideas, and he gives the genealogy of their ideas of how they were influenced by the Greek, names of the stars and that sort of stuff, and then he restores it back to the way that they used to see everything in our culture. And so, that's one of the challenges, right, that you have. With
the
influence
way
of other
the way we learn about the Greeks is the Roman way,
right?
Which
right.
is, and this is what this academician was actually pointing, that the Greeks were speaking about the Hyperborean people, a priestly people, and the ancient Greek geographers, they were pointing the correct geographic location of the Hyperborean civilization, and it was Dacia, ancient Dacia. But the problem is that the and these people were the ones who held the solid gold tablet books. So
Right. Yep.
their knowledge was coming from solid gold tablets. One tablet had 10 kilograms of gold. And the Roman Empire, they conquered Dacia in the year 105-106. The Roman Emperor Trajan. And this emperor is actually the most renowned. He achieved the greatest conquer ever. The Roman Empire, in 700 years, they gathered, by conquering nations and lands, they gathered in Saturn's temple about 4,500 tons of gold. But when Trajan conquered Dacia, only 14% of its territory, he took 15,000 tons of gold they carried away, and about 33,000 tons of silver. But this gold and silver was not gold just extracted from the mine. It was
It
gold
was
and artifacts already.
right.
It was manufactured, crafted, and vast majority of it was tablets. It was a book where
Right.
the truth.
This is probably
was-
where the Mormons got the idea for the Book of Mormon, which was made on gold plates written in Egypt. A mix of Egyptian and Hebrew is what they said, which they probably got the idea from that similar. Right.
But actually, I think I personally trace this Saturn temple as today's Vatican building.
Right.
So and
Well, it's funny the the Temple of Solomon type thing, right? That everyone sort of alludes to this Temple of Solomon, and I look at that and I go, that just looks like a Greek temple to me. It doesn't look like something that the Hebrews, that the Israelites would actually do. Even the tent that they show in that scholars have tried to say, oh, this is what the tabernacle looked like. I'm pretty sure that's not correct either.
I have to run shortly. Be right back. 10 minutes.
Oh, it's a good meeting. Yeah, and enjoyed listening to
Yeah,
your
you
information.
too. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
think I'm
was
going to head
nice
to bed. Yeah.
Okay, good night then.
All right.
Rest well.
Good night.
Yeah,
You
ciao.
too. Ciao.
And are you awake? Nobody's awake. Okay.
Yeah, I'm awake. Cleaning
Oh,
the
what's up,
pool.
Raj?
Yeah, cleaning my pool. So,
You have a pool?
yeah, a small one, like 3 meters by 2 meters. But
What's in it?
yeah, what?
What's in it?
Water. No, well, not anymore. Not anymore. Yesterday, we had some rascals, some kids. They stole some like powder for soup and for sauce, right? They stole it at the grocery store, and they thought it was a good joke to throw it in the pool.
Oh no.
So my whole pool was orange, and I eventually found the kids. Yeah, we made them scoop out my pool with buckets. So that was a good thing for
That's
them to
funny.
do. So yeah, but now I'm cleaning it up and filling it up again. So yesterday these kids were emptying my pool with buckets. So that was a good punishment, I would say.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you wreck some people's stuff, then yeah, you need to work for it, right?
Yeah. No,
Pretty
agreed.
much. Yeah. Hope they learned their lessons.
Roger, were you here for that guy yesterday?
One second. Yeah, oh, sorry. What did you say?
Were you here for that guy yesterday?
Which guy? the blob
Well,
Earth guy or the
fucking angry
was it
analysis.
the guy? Sorry.
This guy, he was called Angry Analysis or something.
Oh no, probably was sleeping. No.
Fucking, I asked him to prove, or somebody asked him to prove something that pulls something down, a force that pulls something down.
Oh
You know
yeah,
how he
yeah.
responded? You know how this fucking prick responds?
Drop a
He
pen.
says, no, he says the ISS floats.
Oh, it floats.
Fucking believe that shit? The ISS
Well-
floats. The ISS orbits above Earth. So that somehow proves a pulling force. I can't, I mean, I can't with these people, man.
Yeah.
And this guy's supposed to be a podcaster.
Was he? Was he now?
Yeah, it was called Angry Analysis Podcast. That was the name of his fucking Discord account.
And he was here on the YouTube or on
Yeah.
the Discord.
Embarrassing himself in the live stream.
Right.
And he said his podcast wasn't on. What was he even doing here? He was going on YouTube. Obviously, Trying to get famous, I guess. Who knows?
Yeah, I went off when the blob guy, the blob Earth guy, which you talked to, and
Oh shit! Yeah.
and the rocket button pusher, right? I push a button.
Yeah. I push a button and rockets go up, and that proves a
And a
law.
rocket goes into an arc. That's why the Earth is a ball. Yeah, that one. I studied it for 3 years. Push a button.
Bullshit.
It's so funny.
And
what
then
these
he
people-
gives like he sends us a .com site and calls it a fucking TM. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the TM. I went through it. It was just how his computer worked, something like that. His operating system. So it was just bollocks. It didn't
And the
even.
operating system didn't mention anything about curvature. Isn't that just amazing? Even though he said it did. Hate liars like that, man. That guy was like the worst because he was like stolen valor. Like he pretended to be military. You could totally tell he wasn't. He might, you know what? You know what I think? He might have studied that for 3 years. Sure. He might have studied it on his own time, but even if he was military, there's no way that was his MOS. Because if that was his MOS, he'd be fired. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. That Blob Earther guy. And then he said, you know, the first thing he said was that the Earth changes its shape, that it goes through phases. And then the very next thing he says is that the Earth is a disk. Disk floating in space. Right? Then, not 5 minutes later, I try to bring everyone back to, you know, the whole disk conversation. Why we can't say that it's a disk because there's no space. Fucking guy says, I never said it's a disk. You remember that? He said, I never said it's a disk. You guys brought it up. You gave that idea to me. Shitter. Get dishonest people like that in there all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. These people just. I don't know, with the Blob Earth guy, maybe he was just confused. I mean, didn't sound like the smartest, the brightest ones around. So maybe he was just confused. But
He was not the brightest crayon in the drawer. I'm telling you right now.
But the rocket guy, he came in with all this confidence, telling us he pushed a button. So Earth is a ball. I mean,
That angry analysis guy was sinister, though. Like genuinely
Sinister?
fucking evil. He was evil.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what he does. I think someone I don't know yesterday, but they put it perfect. That's what he does for a living. He draws people in and then strawmans them. And makes them He convinces whoever's listening to him that that's how you argue, and that isn't. That's not how you be correct, because he wasn't correct. Just making shit up.
Oh, fuck. But was he there for a long time or a few hours?
I think, I don't know. I guess it was like 15 minutes. Maybe 20.
Sorry, guys, for the noise.
You at a daycare, bud?
No, it's at the neighbor's.
Oh. Man, there's not much going on right now.
Yeah, well, I don't know what time it is in the US.
7:30 a.m. on the East Coast, anyway. So that's 7:30 Eastern.
Yeah, it's like it's 1:30 for me in the afternoon.
1:30 p.m. You're either really behind or really forward. Question, Roger.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see the sun from where you're at?
Yeah, it's shining on my head now.
It's right over your head?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but I'm in the
'Cause I
Netherlands,
see
so
it
it
too.
won't be. It won't be right over my head.
Oh, right over.
Still,
Oh,
still
okay.
in an, yeah, it's still at an angle, but yeah, I can see the sun.
Yeah,
It's pretty high up.
I'm seeing it too. It's looking weird today.
Weird?
A little.
How weird?
Well, I can see the circle of it, the wheel of it more clearly than normal. I've been seeing it that way for the past few days.
Okay.
Has it looked weird to you?
No, it's looking normal. We have a very hot day today and practically no wind, so it's looking normal to me.
Be back in like 6 hours.
Sure, talk to you later, man. Oh, he's gone.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck for all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core scientific. All a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chilling peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy of mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hear through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Flat Earthers, we regulate any fallacy on this Discord. And we damn good too.
That's right.
But you can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy with the facts, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Flat Earthers, mount up. It was a full live stream, global broken dream. Grace was in the chat, dropping all the facts so you can see the truth. So you can get some funk, just rolling with the globes, chilling with my bros. Just hit the globe, bro, with a 1, 2, 3 on a mission to sense wigs. Are you ready for me? Lobby full of globers, just trying to clown. Don't dare come to the stream and face that sound. So I joined the voice and I said, let's do this. Some brothers using the 3 points on someone clueless. I jumped in the combo and said, what's up? They tell me about his fallacies and now he's stuck. Now these globers peeping me, I'ma protect and serve. Now they're dropping so hard, they straight hit the curve. Won't you think of better things than some lame ass tricks? Going full retard is not something we fix. I'm getting tired, I'm wasting my time. I can't believe they're not getting paid a dime. I addressed that point, you're repeating back. I looked at the brother, said, damn, that's whack. Got my homie worn out, and they all around. And none of them making any sense, they're going round and round. I better come up real quick, they already start to clown. I best pull up my facts and lay them busters down. They got verbal diarrhea, am I the only one? I can't believe you, but I forgive, you're done. The hole is the one, that's my own dharma. I hear the ping, and I see my homie karma. 16 fallacies, your argument old. Lady Karma's about to make some bodies turn cold. Now they're dropping and yelling, It's a tabulate. Karma and LWH had to regulate.
Hell no, you and pull us back into the weeds. You know a real man by his deeds. Sit down, let the imagined crown, or be a clown in a lockdown with no bound. Just go back to the playground with your melt down.
I laid all the busters down, I let the mind explode. Now I'm switching my mind back into peace mode. If you want the truth, sit back and observe. There's extra material at the bottom of the server. Now Bong got the beats and that's a known fact. Before I got jacked, I was on the free track. Back up, cause it's on Lady Karma and me, Trace the OG.
Just like I thought, that we're in the same spot and need us in desperate help. The lobby never disappoints. A fool we can pull into VC check-in.
One of them guys was cool as hell. He said, ooh, we like your style. He said, I wanna know where I have to go. Would you help me out? We got the rules all squared out. You don't sound like a troll or a rat. Get in the live stream text chat.
If you're feeling scared, just come on ladies' night. Come in the live stream and show us your mind. Should be so easy if you are so right. Or we can just talk, you don't have to fight. We just want to show you the light that's so bright.
I'm flowing into a whole new era. G-Funk, step to this. I dare ya, funk on a whole new level.
Flatter there's a bass and the bass is the flatter.
Trace, chords, strings, we brings melody, real facts. Where truth is life and life is truth.
If you know like I know, you don't wanna step to this. It's a flat earth era, funked out with a gangster twist. If you read like I read, then you learn something every day. And if your ass is a buster, FE will regulate.
You're listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Special thanks to Bong Sao for this awesome beat. And thanks to you, the listener. Until next time.
You were listening to Drace and Karma. FE parody, FE regulators, Bang on the beat.
They're amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff.
Yeah. You know what I like the most? It's not perfect singing like the Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's unique. It's like real people sing. That's why I love it so much. Though that Hollywood music, they have to add special effects to your voice, everything. It makes it unreal.
Yeah, we can do another one. You want another one, Get?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Okay,
Rajesh.
this is Kai. Sorry, the internet made you stupid.
Is anybody there? Sorry that the internet made you stupid. Tired of the influencers influence. Living for the views, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. You just a catfish, wanna live lavish. Broke little joke that don't pay their taxes. Gucci bags, but you still got the tag. Shit, ass so thick, yeah, we know it's plastic. They be selling their lip kits, narcissistic. Little dipshits, materialistic. Got the rich outfits in the land of misfits. Hypocrites trying to live a life unrealistic. Yeah, oh my god, look at this. Yeah, got a blue check, now they on a power trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, got a blue check, now they on a power trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip. Sad what it's done. Sad what stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that your Twitter feed made you stupid. Sorry that the president made you lose it. Looking like a fool, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta post it. Gotta bitch. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta post it. Gotta bitch. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb, so stupid, stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid.
But Mr. Trump, you're not a nice person. We have people that are stupid.
Go stupid.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Emo,
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glob, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Does anyone want to add something? Ask something? Or I was gonna play another song. I mean, it's quite Let me see. Yeah, so all ODD's numbers are are all gone. Hmm. Oh, I like this one.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappeared due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now. This is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition. Right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
The PhD, Booger Eating Schmuck, M. Scott Veach, 5 November 2019.
It's your question. The way you've answered it is the only way that it can be answered is how you want me to answer it.
What the hell did you just say?
It's your question. The way you've answered it is the only way that it can be answered is how you want me to answer it.
You serious? Yep, I'm afraid he is. Allow me to repeat what you just said, and then we'll pull it apart and check for second grade coherency. So, the premise. It's your question, the way you've answered it? What in the world, sir? He didn't answer his question. He asked you. This gets even stupider if you can believe it. The conclusion. The way you've answered it is the only way it can be answered is how you want me to answer it. So the way Nathan answered his question to you, which is inane bollocks, is the only way it can be answered is how you want me to answer it? Say what? This last section, besides being two disjointed sentence fragments, is light years beyond non sequitur. A big part of the problem, Vrat Screech, your pie hole is about 5 minutes ahead of that walnut-sized piece of horse shit you got between your ears. And you have a postgraduate degree? Eh? From where? Mail order from Tuco Community College in Tobago? Here's a thought, son. First thing tomorrow morning, have one of your slobber nurses file a failure to provide services suit against Tuco. You have an open and shut case.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief that the sky is a vacuum? I.e., please don't point at the sky and say it's a vacuum as the proof that it's a vacuum. That's circular reasoning.
I'm not doing that. Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes. We're going to do that together. And what we're going to do, the way we're going to do that is we're going to get you to see that the atmosphere is an example of that.
So Nathan says, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container beyond your fundamentalist religious belief in a sky vacuum? I.e., please don't point at the sky and say it's a vacuum as the proof it's a vacuum. That's circular reasoning. Your response, I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. Is that logically consistent, Screech? I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes? Unbelievable. Let's just finish this up. Your response, I'm not doing that. Yeah, so yes, the answer is yes. We're gonna do that together. And what we're gonna do, where we do that is we can get you to see that the atmosphere is an example of that. You knuckle-headed ninny. Nathan just told you not to point at your fairy tale sky vacuum as proof of gas pressure without a container because it's circular reasoning, i.e., you're using as proof what you're attempting to prove. So immediately after you said you weren't going to do that, you said yes. The answer is yes. You're going to do that together and show Nathan as your proof an example of circular reasoning. Outstanding performance. Great job. I take back everything I said previously. For your safety, and most definitely the safety of others, you need to be subdued immediately by the authorities, straitjacketed, sedated with horse and elephant tranquilizers without cessation, rubber-roomed, then forced lobotomized. Friggin' scary, dude. Wow.
That's all, folks.
Mole Man, May 2021.
We know how, though. Wait.
How?
It has weight. It has weight.
How do you know it's got weight?
Because it's an observation. You can measure it.
So we know something has weight because we can observe it, doofus. Well, I can observe the moon, so according to your less than preschooler logic and basic reasoning skills, I can weigh it. When does your Rhodes Scholarship end?
Because I can scale the weight. There's a force.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped right in it, numpty. You see, Green Man Alishi, weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. MG love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal ma was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick! Can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
Fatality.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal ma is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche? Sunshine.
There's mass and acceleration. So by definition, there's a force.
Wrong. Hey, Dick! Can you educate this wiki parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
Fatality.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
You have an
Yeah,
experiment to go your hypothesis.
Yeah. I take water up and I pour it down. It accelerates down.
That's astonishing. A scientific experiment explains a how, why, cause, and effect question. But you just spewed a 3-word, well, duh. It accelerates down. What is the answer?
Say it ain't so.
So far, Baltard, you're really knocking it out of the park.
You can see a water, well, like a waterfall. A waterfall. Yeah, because by definition, mass times acceleration is a force.
Hey, Hey, Dick! Apparently, this bald-tard bozo is bafflingly bewildered. Time to re-educate. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal ma is false,
Fatality.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada.
Weight.
And that's it.
What is weight?
Weight is what we can measure.
Say what? That's not all you said a few seconds ago. You said...
That's weight. It has weight.
How do you know it's got weight?
Because it's an observation.
So which is it? It doesn't matter anyway. 13th century alchemy and Alice in Wonderland have more veracity than your mindlessly parroted weight. W equal mg. MG love you long time. Slime of a crime fiasco.
Don't introduce a force. The force is there.
How do you know?
Because there's mass and there's acceleration.
Where does the acceleration and the mass come from?
I don't really give a f.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Hey, Dick! Never mind. He ain't getting it. He's got a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip on 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. Nothing's gonna sever that fanatical religitard stranglehold. Attempting to separate a spinning space monkey from their mindlessly parroted Wiki Discovery Channel pseudoscience is as futile as extricating a cantankerous disposition from a honey badger. It's dug in like an Alabama tick.
Yeah, Kimo, I can take a cup of water, cup of salt water, and weigh it. Then I can take an egg and weigh it, and then I can drop that egg into the glass of salt water, and you can weigh the whole system, and you have the weight of the salt water, the glass, and the egg.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters.
So it still has a force acting on it.
Really? What force might that be, young Skywalker? The MG loved you long time force.
You're busted.
Kimo, isn't Anthony the force when he added the salt?
What the hell did you just say?
He's the cause for the acceleration. So Anthony is the cause for objects going up, like helium balloons and airplanes.
You serious?
Yep, he is. In conclusion.
That was fun. I can play another one. Yes, another one. Now we're at it. Go.
Negator and his bald-tard boyfriend, twice removed, curved water, March 2021.
Who says
So
that
are you saying
stars don't
that all
rotate east to
stars-
west? Who's saying that?
Well, and so when the southern cross is above the southern celestial pole, it's actually rotating west to east.
Dude, Gator, you just said that stars move west to east?
Yep, he did. And we're all dumber for it. Now, Negator's made some really stupid comments in the past, but this is a whole other level entirely. Folks, what this bald-tart imbecile of epic proportions is essentially saying is, in the southern latitudes, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east.
Because if the Earth were flat and they were only moving east to west in every aspect, then you would never see them moving right to left.
Oh, brother, we got another live one. This time, the ball-tard brain surgeon curved water. Number 1. The sun and the moon and all the stars, save for Polaris, move from east to west, no matter where you are on the Earth. From, and I don't even know why I have to provide citation support for this patently obvious fog-a-mirror, well, duh, but here you go. From NASA.gov, the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars all rise in the east and set in the west. From the astronomy department at the University of Nebraska, Path of the Stars, for an observer on the Earth, objects move from east to west. This is true for both northern and southern hemispheres. Number 2. The Earth is demonstrably flat. No ifs about it, crayon muncher. Number 3. Right to left, forward and backward, counterclockwise and clockwise are subjective directions, whereas north, south, east, and west are cardinal directions. They're objective.
Look at you, big dummy.
Let's say we have a one-way east and west street, with all the cars driving from east to west. If you're on the north side of the street looking south, all the cars are moving from your left to right. If you head across the street, make sure you look both ways. Safety first. And turn around looking at the traffic facing north. The cars are moving from your right to left. Question. Did the traffic change direction when you crossed the street, or are they all still moving from east to west? And it was your dumb ass that moved relative to their direction of travel. So left to right, forwards and backwards, up and down, clockwise and counterclockwise are relative or subjective directions. They're not objective directions. And finally, to see the stars, save for Polaris, the sun or moon move from right to left is to all of a sudden like face north, then look up. Next block of instruction, how to look through a window on Wednesday mornings. Psst.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Max?
The party's over.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, what's up?
Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that QE clip when he talked about chemo?
You mean Scott Veach or Momo?
I think it's the one you played after the Scott Veach.
Okay.
Just moments ago, you played one, and
This is
QE
the
was
one.
talking.
Yeah, this is the one. I think I posted in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Okay.
I have chemo also in Gem Panda now.
Mhm.
I told him. He made a comment in Gem Panda that about gas pressure and temperature, that he said that they go hand in hand, you know. And I was laughing at his comment, and yeah. And I told him, you know, it's funny. I just listen in 24/7 a funny clip how QE is exposing you, and now to read the stuff you just post here, it's super hilarious. And he was like, "Oh, which clip? Show me the clip." I told him, "Yeah, just go to 24/7 live stream voice text." Oh no. I think he's banned, or
Yeah, but you can find it on QE's channel.
Yeah, I know.
So, but Chemo wasn't. Moleman was the guy that wanted to use FSMA. So.
I see.
So not Chemo. Oh well.
But I don't think I've ever heard anything as dumb as that clip where the baller is saying that Anthony's the cause.
Yeah.
That Anthony's the reason
Yeah.
that this thing moved. Like, what the fuck?
Well, Flat Earth Solar. I heard Anthony talk about this, right? Who was this? Was about the submarine. Was GE Platypus, right? He was here, and he claims to be an old submarine. So he worked in a submarine, and Anthony was claiming that the guy the guy pulling the lever is the cause of the submarine going up and down. Yeah. You should talk to him, right? Because he has a point, right? It is you that throws up the ball and makes it fall down again. So it is the guy holding the lever determining which way the submarine goes.
But it's so they're reaching for descriptions to try and muddy the water. Like, he's not wrong that the guy who pulls on the lever does determine whether it goes up or down. But it's not the pulling on the lever, it's what happens after you pull on the lever and whether it fills the ballast tanks or drains the ballast tanks that determines whether the thing rises or sinks. So it's not simply the act of touching the lever, it's what does that lever do? And then, for them to now try and bring it back to the lever, it fascinates me the whole time why these Globers always come up with such bullshit, especially in Gem Server. But it made me realize that why they come and talk about this every day is that it allows them to use their imaginations. So we ask them questions to which there are no answers. And then they have to use their imagination on the spot to try and make up some nonsensical explanation for why it could potentially work. But it's always bullshit. But they're using their imagination, and I think that they get off on trying to actually be creatively making up bullshit.
Yeah, you should talk to Sleeping Warrior if he's here. He has a brilliant explanation about this. So it was like a talk for 1 hour or 1.5 hours with GE Platypus.
Because I've also heard them say that the salt, because it's actually a solid, that it would fall below the egg and then it would force the egg upward, because like the same way that if you put a brick in water, that it lifts the whole water level, that by adding the salt, it's like adding a solid. So you're raising everything up, the water and the egg, and everything would be raised by that solid being introduced. And once again, it's like it's dissolved into a liquid. So
right,
no, it's no longer in a soluble form like a brick, but it's, they're using every ounce of their creativity to just not get to the actual logical answer, like the density changed and therefore movement was enacted, or that movement was generated from changing the density. That's what their brain should be going toward. But now they're saying Anthony's a cause, salt is a solid, or they're using that imagination in all the wrong ways just for the sake of imagination's sake, And they just can't understand that east to west, clockwise versus anti-clockwise thing. No matter how many times you explain it to them and give them examples, they just always think, no, the stars are moving in a different direction in the south. So retarded.
Yeah, well. I mean, yeah. Just like the Bezos and the Branson thing, right? They grab on and they're like, yeah, they went to space, and then one day later, Neil deGrasse Tyson comes along and burns down that fantasy. No, they didn't. They went 2 millimeters above this globe. That's not space. It's a magic trick because he invoked magic again. He said there's a magic border where you could see where curvature will appear, right? This magic border. So he nullifies their claims by saying, no, they didn't go to space. They just went up and down, and that isn't space. But if you go higher, then it will be space, right? So it's still a magic trick. But it's funny, right? They eat their own. Oh. Sorry, I had a call.
No stress. I remember in the first 6 months of looking into this topic and really finding all the evidence that shows that it can't possibly be a ball. But yet my mind kept doing this thing where it was like, so all the evidence suggests flat, but what if it is still a ball and we're just like, maybe we're looking at something too close that it looks flat, but that maybe it is still a ball in some way. And when I was in a chat group called War of Words, and they were all non-flat earthers, and I managed to steer it onto this flat earth topic for the last week. They all been saying, but how can you be 100% certain that it's flat? And I said, it's through this evidence. As you get more and more evidence, you approach the 100%. But I still don't even know if I'm fully 100% certain, because we can't actually know what its overall shape is. We can only measure at small local areas where it exhibits as flat. But that idea of like, is there any percentage still left that it could be a ball?
No. No.
Short answer.
No. If it was a ball, we'd all be dead. It would be so noticeable if it was a ball. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and even like so noticeable, that's still like 99%, Still like that 1% that, I don't know. It's just something that I always ask myself, like, how when you say anything, can you be 100% certain unless you've gone and seen the evidence yourself? Now, we know water's level. We know that it's motionless. We can't determine any motion anywhere. But what if it was that like they say, that you just wouldn't feel the motion because you've always had the motion? Or, is there still like 0.5% or 1% that there's still like a question mark there? Not that it could be a ball with that 1%, but that there's still enough of a question mark that we shouldn't be making broad sweeping claims with certainty. Because like it's the same with me. I look at the probability. Like you say, if it was a ball, the probability is very high that we would know. Now, we don't see a ball, so that causes that to come into question. But it's still probabilities. And probabilities are not always 100% probable. Sometimes they're 90-10 or 80-20 or, so it's like with these globers, they kept saying to me, but, we go into space and they all do all the stuff. And I brought up the gas pressure argument and that it can't be. And then they were saying, well, it's an open and a closed system because when rockets leave the atmosphere, it's proven that they puncture a little hole in our atmosphere, and then our atmosphere leaks out a little bit through that hole, but then the hole closes.
Is that what they told you?
Yeah. So I said, so how does gas make a hole, and how does puncturing through it to make the hole not leave the hole there always? And then they wanted to say the hole in the ozone layer was because we were sending rockets too much. And
That's not even what they told me. They told me it's because of all the gases in refrigerators and spray cans, right?
Those what is it, TCPs or PCPs, or there's some little anagram.
CFK was it, if I'm not mistaken? CFK.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. These globers, and this is the whole problem, right? They been fed with imagination all their life. I mean, Star Wars, Star Trek, going to Mars, all these imagination cartoons, children's cartoons about going to different galaxies. So they are used to use their imagination, and then they just go off into Narnia thinking, well, it's just puncturing a hole in the atmosphere.
Once again, using their imagination, but in the wrong way, to try and create things that wouldn't happen that way. Like, once again, why is it that the rocket pushing through the denser atmosphere lower down doesn't make a hole? But then when it gets to the Kármán line where there's no more air left, now it punctures a hole. Like, it's just that those inconsistencies are everywhere. But can you say with 100% certainty just because of inconsistency? Or would it be a high probability but not as certain?
I would definitely say that when you measure something, you know the dimensions of that area you measured, right? So if you measure all over the quote unquote globe, and all of this water measures flat, then it is not a globe, right? I mean, sure, technically speaking, right, flat is not a shape claim, so could be any shape, but it's not a ball with the radius of 3959. That's the whole deal. So yeah, it's a thin line. These guys will wander off in then saying, well, we can't know anything for certain, right? And then everything is for the grabs, right? So we might be brains in a jar somewhere. So
well, that's where they went. They went to the simulation theory.
Right.
Maybe this is just all a simulation, and some of us are simulating a ball, some of us are simulating a flat. That's why we're all seeing it differently, even though we're all, it's like you have to go there, because if it's actual, if it's physical and you can measure it, there is an answer. There is one answer. There's not two answers. So
Exactly. We have Dawn Crimson joining us. And he jumped. That's a shame. Yeah, I got a little like 3-4 days ago was Jake on the plane was here. He's a Gamma Goon, and saying that the Earth is a closed system, but rockets can go out, right? Yeah, but technically it's open, but for all purposes it's closed. Okay.
like, give me another example. Can the door be technically open and closed?
Right.
Can the container be open and closed? Like, no, only air that's containing itself can be both open and closed.
Yeah, but when you Google it, right, it will tell you Earth is a closed/open system, right? So they need to hold on to this contradiction, because it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if it is an open system. So they just assume it's a closed/open system, and when they need it to be, it's open because rockets can leave and quote unquote asteroids, meteorites can come in, right? But it's a closed system, but because the air is staying here, such a clusterfuck. Claiming airplanes will fly backwards. And, oh man.
And it's peculiar. They sometimes want to argue about the whole thing. Entropy only applies to a closed system. And then they say, but the Earth's an open system, so it's not applying to us. But then when you look, they say that the universe is a closed. The universe is closed, but it's expanding. And then the Earth, which is a high pressure next to a vacuum, both open and closed. It's like they're literally clutching at straws at whatever's available at that point to half support their point they use, without any logical consistency across the others. Like I said, it amazes me at how creative they get with their answers. And even with all that creativity, they can't get to the answer, which is the answer, which we are already telling them is the answer. Their creativity still can't lead them down that path. They can't even fathom it. It has to be another way.
Yeah, and it's amazing, right? So they go into their imagination to keep the globe alive, but they don't have enough imagination, quote unquote, to think about the Earth being a flat plane, right? Which is what we all observe and experience.
Doesn't actually require a lot of belief to go outside and look at the flat horizon, but they're claiming like it takes more imagination to see what's in front of you than to come up with 15 reasons that are fallacious just to try and keep that globe alive in the mind.
Yeah, but the shadow on the moon. Oh my God.
Tidally locked moons prove it's a ball. The tides. How do you explain tides on a flat Earth?
They were perfectly.
Yeah, Earth is flat and tides work. So therefore it is working on a flat Earth.
Exactly.
But what's peculiar is like in all other systems, if we want to raise or lower the water level, we either have to inject or remove water. The only way to fill your pool is to add water. The only way to drain your pool is to take water out. Now we have these 2 tides. That's 4 tides, but depending on your location, the average is 2 tides a day. And the water, the entire water level drops. The only way to drop my pool level is to take water out the system. So therefore, tides on a flat earth must be being injected or being ejected or circulated somewhere else so that that volume of water actually is changing.
Yeah, and I love how they explain it on a ball, right? So they tell you the moon is pulling it on one side and also pulling the Earth a little bit. So that's why the Earth is moving away from the water at the position where the moon
opposite
isn't.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here you have a bulge, and that's perfectly explained by the moon that's above it. And then here you have a bulge that's perfectly explained by no moon being above it.
Yeah.
Okay, good story, man. And that's equatorial bulge is 40 kilometers high. Okay, what's the deepest that we've measured in the ocean? 12 kilometers. Okay, so the equatorial bulge is 40 kilometers of water. Yes. What's the deepest ocean? 12 kilometers. Do you not see a discrepancy between 40 and 12? No. There's an equatorial bulge of 40 kilometers. The oceans are only 12 kilometers thick. Come on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if it was you, but somebody, I think it was yesterday, said that the moon doesn't rotate, but in the heliocentric model, it does. 10 miles an hour. Or else we wouldn't see one face of it.
Yes, that's such a loaded thing, you know. So rotating implies that it's a sphere and that it's turning on an axis. By 10 degrees per day implies that they've measured how much this thing is rotating on its axis. Whereas what we experience is just the same face always towards us.
No, they didn't measure it. They calculated it. Oh, 1 sec. Welcome, New Perspective.
Thank you. I'm just about to go back to sleep, but I just thought I'd pop in.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, we have Dawn Crimson. Dawn Crimson, you have been unmuted. You had a question? Dawn? You have control of your mic, so you can ask questions if you would like.
No, there's no question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit low, but...
Yeah, okay, listen. Thing is, 3 3D objects actually generate gravity, but if you're saying that the Earth is flat, it's a disk or something like that.
Whoa,
that means
hold on. So let us start from the beginning, Dawn Crimson. How did you find the server, man?
Look, I'm not a flat earther, dude, but
No,
just
yeah,
sounds...
that's not a problem.
You're coming in.
just
You're
like
coming
really
in.
vague.
You're coming in. You're coming in declaring something that you want us to like be on the spot with answering questions
Oh
to
no,
you.
I'm not. No, I'm not trying to like do anything to you, but I just want to understand your perspective.
No.
How
I
do you
know.
look at things?
So yeah. It sounds like you've gotten the impression that we all think the same thing about this flat Earth, and you've probably gone to Flat Earth Society because that's like the most surface investigation you can do on this subject. You got a lot of feedback coming in. By the way, you got.
Yeah, you have a lot of static on your. Can you do something about
Are
it?
you driving? You're driving. He left.
He jumped.
Like, oh, they're actually intelligent. Wait, I thought I was gonna go there and just tell them how stupid they were.
Yeah, we're a
Funny.
disk in space.
But Roger,
People are
didn't you
annoyed
hear?
because they're hearing more and more about this being legit, and they're like, "Wait a minute, no, it's not. I'm just gonna go prove that right now." Oh, oops. Sorry. Go ahead, Solar. What's up?
No,
Don't worry about it.
he was proving to us that all three-dimensional objects have gravity.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to stop him.
Right.
I was just waiting. How did you determine that? Yes, today. We've all
Most
been waiting
hilarious
6
part
years.
about this are these are people that as we know, the worst thing you could call them is religious, and gravity is their god, and they're defending it tooth and nail. It's so hilarious that they don't even realize it.
Or, funnily enough, also the term flat earther. Like he said, no, I'm not a flat earther. Like,
Yeah,
as though
exactly.
he's been, or maybe someone's painted him as such, and now he's coming
Or
here to kind of.
he was thinking maybe we only allow flat earthers in or something. Maybe I don't know.
No, I've never experienced anything like this Discord server.
It's hilarious.
Everywhere else you go to is like an attack and a belittling and trying to deliberately put someone else down. And then you step in here and there's actually intelligent people and they're actually listening to one another and they actually listen to every word you say and respond to every word you say. And that to me was so eye-opening. And you go across to Gem's server and they rumpus you, put words in your mouth, claim things you've never said, straw man you, then do a victory dance. Do a victory
Do you
dance
think
around the
most of
straw
them
man.
know the truth? You think most of them know it's not a ball? They have to, right? Otherwise, they have no common sense. So they're just there to defend it because that's their job or whatever or something.
Well, it's like I was saying to Roger just now about how these ballers have the imagination to come up with 10 different reasons why it can't be flat. But they lack the imagination to think how it could be flat.
We don't have the answer for them, so that it's a panic moment because we need to have an answer that explains it all. And there's no win on our side other than just it is like it seems as far as we can tell. There's nothing else we can guarantee for you, and that's not good enough because they think that their side has all the answers, and every single one of their answers is a contradiction when you break it down.
But yet they've got the reasoning ability and the creativity to be able to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally choose not to apply the reasoning ability which they've already demonstrated on other excuses. You can see that they've got the ability to follow what you're saying. But then they choose to disregard what you said. Like Rog said, they've got to keep the ball alive in their imagination. So they use the imagination to always have an answer against your flat proof. Because their imagination needs to keep that ball alive. To me, what's most peculiar is that they show me daily that they have the imagination to come up with 10 new reasons why it can't be flat. And sometimes those are really well thought out. Not accurate, but at least the argument is well thought out, which shows me that they have the ability to apply their minds, but they deliberately not applying it to the point that we're asking them to apply it toward.
It's the deepest of spells. It's so ingrained, and they have to have something. They can't. They can only see it as we believe in a conspiracy. That's how they have to see it, because their whole security, their whole world view, their whole paradigm would crumble, and it's scary for anyone. I mean, that's why most of us are people that have always been able to be the loner and not worry about what everyone else is saying, and just think for ourselves. And there's not that many people. This is a litmus test they could be putting us through. Maybe they know that they're allowing this information to go because they know the psychological study here is so telling for them, and how well they've done with this illusion of being on a ball. And they had to make every one of these things a contradiction, and all of it make completely no sense, so that they could make science into a faith. That's why it has to be the opposite of everything it seems, or everything that's even possible. So you would have faith in science, and science is facts in their minds, even though there's a difference between real science and pseudoscience. Wouldn't you say, Damsel Meldick, who just came back in? He's not even listening. He's just in here to. Well, he doesn't even have his headphones on. Is that the guy that came in a bit ago, or is that someone else?
That was Don Crimson. No, Don Crimson,
okay.
but he's gone.
Yeah, the turning of the moon is why I came on, because you know about that, Roger. They say that the moon turns just perfectly so that no one on Earth can possibly see the other side, but it's turning with the spin of the Earth so perfectly. So that's really what the church is saying. Bravo! You have to give him a slow hand clap, I guess, because it couldn't. How could the most obvious thing also be the thing that most people think is the craziest thing? Bravo. Let me ask you guys this: do you think that talking about we don't know what it could be because we only can see so far, and what if the whole discussion's about whether it's a shape or not, like as if we could know what the whole thing is. But when you think about it, how could there be and if this is reality is, regardless of any simulation theory ideas or any of that, this is our reality is land, water, and sky, and whatever other terrain there might be that's in this reality. So how could there be an end is the question. How could there be an end if we can't even fathom what would be on the other side? I mean, would that just be like a non-reality? Like if you were to ever even get to a barrier, what's on the other side of the barrier? If you stuck your hand through, would there be a non-reality on the other side? So in a way, it's almost like it can't end, in my opinion. It seems like until we know that there's something on the other side of said barrier that is a non-reality, then reality is definitely infinite, because I can't imagine what a non-reality would be, if that's even possible. Even if this area is contained. On the outside of that container, what is that? Like antimatter? What I mean, that doesn't make any sense either.
Well, yeah, Don Crimson is back. Okay. 1 second. Oh, and he jumped again. Ah, man. Oh. Yeah, that would be something, I guess something where God resides?
But then is God completely outside of the system? You know, I mean, in the same way I asked this question the other night, if we're talking about laws of thermodynamics that can't be broken, then the first law, thermodynamics, part of it is that energy can't be created or destroyed, right? So saying that God created us from nothing is similar to saying the Big Bang created us something from nothing. So I mean, it makes more sense for me, at least. This is one idea. It makes more sense that God is everything, that God is within everything. God always existed and always will exist. There is no beginning or end, because that breaks the law of thermodynamics that energy can't be created or destroyed.
So the way that I've heard this be explained, and it made a lot of sense to me, was if you're talking about a video game programmer and the game which he programs. So the video game programmer is creating a game where every man in that game can only run at 1.5 times the speed. So once you're in that realm of this game and you press forward, your man can only run at 1.5. Does it mean that the designer of the game can only run at 1.5 meters or 1.5 times the speed? No, it doesn't, because he created a realm with all of these physics in it just for the characters in that realm. The game designer is completely separate to the game. So in the game, you might get gold every day. But in the real world, the designer of that game, he doesn't get gold every day. But just within the realm of that game, the dynamics that are built into the engine of that game would be very specific for the characters in the game, but never that the designer of the game is held by those same metrics. So he's
I understand.
completely outside of the entire physical. So when you were saying, I don't understand how it can be a non-physical reality, that word physical is just it's his version of what we're living in now. But if he was the game designer, he doesn't need to be bound by the rule sets which he enforced into this game in the first place. And then once we leave the game, we enter maybe another realm where there's completely different physics entirely, because we're no longer in that.
Those are all imaginative concepts, right? That we would leave the game and enter another realm, or that there would be another realm outside of that someone else existed and that created us, is all imaginative possibilities. You know, it has to do with belief.
Yeah,
but I'd say it's almost a non sequitur in that the God in the programmer concept, he's not putting the breath of his life into the game. It's just the program that's has its own limitations, and those characters in the game would never think that they might join whatever the godly figure is in that realm, or have it. I mean, those are all things that supposedly we're supposed to be on his level, almost more so, right? Or whatever. So these are all imaginative concepts. I'm just saying that if we're talking about the laws of thermodynamics, and if energy really can't be created or destroyed, how could we imagine that it ever had a beginning or an end? How can we reason that it even has a beginning or an end if we're actually sticking to those laws of thermodynamics? That means it has to be just like they say God is in the Bible. It always was and always will be. But does that mean matter and everything in the world included? Maybe, yeah, because it seems like things have to abide by those laws, right?
Well, it doesn't say that the creation was always and will always be. It says the creator. No. So therefore, anything within this physical creation, I get your point. Your point is actually very good in terms of how if nothing can be created or destroyed anytime in this existence, how could we even postulate that there was a point of creation where everything sprung in?
And that's how can something come from nothing? We argue about that all the time, right? We argue against the ballers for that reason.
And the ball side will say that they used blue and red shift to align which galaxies have been moving outward and which ones are moving inward. And then they can trace it back to the starting point where everything seems to move from.
But once again, it's just as fallacious as what if that galaxy just is red? Or what if that galaxy just is blue? If I have a red light outside my house, does it mean that that red light's approaching you because it's red? No. It's just we do see that when white light is pushed towards you and you're accelerating towards it, that you do see a slightly more red shift rather than a blue shift. So it could be movement, but it could also not be movement. And therefore, if there wasn't that single point that the ball earth model describes as the singularity where everything came out of nothing, if there wasn't that point, would we still be talking about a point of creation? Because one thing that I've often thought about a lot is that in the Bible, especially in Genesis 1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. And then it says that God was over the face of the waters. God moved over the face of the waters. And then on day one, he created light and dark, and he raised the land up out the water. But when it says God moved over the face of the waters, were the waters there before? So how I've heard some atheists bring this argument up is they say that God is like a teenager who found this creation that had water already. And then like when you draw over your older brother's picture or something, it's like this little teenager has now just built a reality on top of what was here already because the waters were here to begin with. And that when he put in the firmament, he separated the waters from the waters. So it's not that he put the firmament and then added the waters both inside and outside. It's that the waters were there and that he put in this firmament to separate those existing waters. So is the actual reality water, and that he went and built this entire realm on top of base that was water that was there already? Or did he create everything, including that water which he hovered above, before he raised the land up out of it and placed the firmament? And have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, I've always thought that if there was an element that you could call God, it would be water, because it's within everything. It has an intelligence, they say, or we know to a certain degree. It keeps everything circulating. I mean, it is the God element, at least. Maybe you could call it like a God element. Not that it is God, but, you know.
It's the antecedent for life.
Yeah.
Water is the antecedent for life. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting that there's the other big lie, it seems, is that water is not necessarily just H2O. You looked into that at all?
And the same with air. You know, like we used to call air AER. Same like the ether, the AETHER. The AE always implied like air, but that it was something else. It was an actual physical substance.
The AE, the connected AE that we see.
Yes.
Kind of, but yeah.
Yeah. So that whole thing, then they changed air to AIR, and then it made it just like oxygen molecules that are bouncing off of each other. And once again, we'd use diagrams to help us understand things, and then often those diagrams are shown to be completely fraudulent. Like the Brownian motion, when they look at air molecules, or when they try and magnify air, and then eventually they start to see something moving. It looks like little vibrating balls that want to like bounce off of each other. But you can't see the ball. You can just almost see the interactions between the surfaces of those things. And that Brownian motion, they then assume, okay, it's actual physical balls. And then that ball must be an oxygen molecule. And then this one must be a nitrogen one. But if you take the air anytime, take a sample of it, it'll have a mixture of all the chemicals in varying degrees. So even just normal air, pollens, and you'll pick up smoke, and you'll pick up Now, that's not just O or O2, and it's not just nitrogen. So how the fuck can O2 carry smoke and all these other things along with it? And this is also something that, people often, they talk about water memory. And the more that I looked into it, it was like, water is the greatest solvent that we know. If you leave a diamond in water long enough, it can dissolve. So everything dissolves into water. So if I've dissolved a little bit of juice into my water, does it mean that my water now has the memory of juice? Or does it just mean that I've got a bit of dissolved juice in my water? Now, when we go and pick up these water molecules and we see that it's got a memory because it still remembers the plastic it was exposed to, it's not remembering the plastic, it just dissolved a bit of that plastic into it. So you're picking up a trace element of something that dissolved into it. But yet people think about that as like this memory substance. So why I brought this up now is, what if air is also like a solvent? We know that everything oxidizes. So if air is, when it comes into contact with smoke, a bit of smoke dissolves into it. And when it comes into contact with pollen, pollen also dissolves into it or mixes in it in some way or whatever. That it's more like a solvent carrying trace elements now, rather than necessarily the oxygen having a memory of what's been around it or where it's supposed to jostle based on its density relationship, or it's like a massive solvent that's blending these other things into it.
Physical quality to it, Mark, as well as a physical, yeah. Seems. Right?
Are you talking about water or air?
Yeah, it seems like what you're saying is that there could be a metaphysical interaction going on almost. Right, not just the chemical mixture that we like to think of it as. There could be some more.
Yeah.
There could be a relationship between the solvent and the water that's beyond what we're capable of even not necessarily understanding, even though water is this base element that it seems like that's the connector of everything. I mean, that is the God element, if there ever was one. And the intelligence of it is maybe what keeps, the universal consciousness connected. And that ether is the medium. And that is one of the biggest things it's not about the shape of the earth is the funny thing. These people that come in here, they never get a chance to even get to the point where they realize it's not about the shape of the earth. It's just the starting point, not the final ending point. It just shows you that there's other things that are being obscured that are the reason that they want us confused is we don't realize these other things. Like in that Lost History of Flat Earth series, which I'm sure you've seen by now, right?
Yeah,
we talked about this, right? Yeah. The ether collection, the ethereal collection of these steeples, and possibly the generation of energy for the people through these massive, amplifiers that we now use as churches, and they filled in the amplifiers with the glass to muffle, to deaden it, and took out all the important things. That's what they really don't want us to figure out, I think, for sure.
So I work in energy. I do solar power. Mm-hmm. And this topic is one of my absolute favorites. Free energy, unity, trying to understand the dielectric versus the electromagnetic spectrum, looking at the transverse wave versus longitudinal wave, power transmission. When it comes to these Tartarian subjects where guys say, hey, look, there's a spire sticking into the sky, there must have been energy being delivered to them. I have a little bit of an objection because of the way that I understand how electricity flows. So they kind of like the ballers when they take massive leaps of logic and there isn't really the small steps in between them. So like, for example, Nikola Tesla, he was able to use the longitudinal wave. So all of our power is on the wave, the up and down motion. We see a sine wave. a modified sine or a pure sine. All of our power is in that up and down sine wave pattern. The longitudinal wave is where it covers kilometers to only complete one up and down. So it's a really long, flat wave. It's not an up and down tight Hertz wave that you're used to. But for him to do that, he needed the Wardenclyffe Tower, which was a piece of technology that was able to convert effectively the natural resonant energy of the planet into then a usable form of energy in either DC or AC. So, sorry. So effectively, it's like there's definitely other components that need to be added for that spire to then be the collection point that they've said. In some of the previous videos, I've also seen that they spoke about lighter than air travel, that we were all using blimps in those days, and maybe those spires were anchoring points.
That's what I was just going to say.
I
was just going to say, yeah, the idea that they had something that those spires are knobbed to hold on to something like a wire that was attached to a balloon, or like you're saying, a blimp. And that's what would be collecting the energy, sending it down to the thing. And then they had the whole idea of there was something taken out of those towers at the top, like
that's
some kind of
that's the biggest
mercury gold combination, right?
Yeah, that's the part that really, like right from the start of when I started looking into Tartaria and all the ancient infrastructure and who were these ancient builders, it never made sense to me why they would put so much decoration at the roof level, or why they would have those little like lookout towers in the four corners with another spire on top. That it's, how do you firstly access that room? Secondly, why go to all that effort of building a lookout room so far above? Like, it's not like someone's going to live there daily to look out from there. But it was like
they were always open. There was never any way to close them. Like okay, I'm going to look out, and I have to duck down if I'm going to try to avoid someone seeing me. It was about seeing the airflow is important, right? Go ahead.
Yeah,
kind of like with the fireplaces. There are some ancient buildings which have fireplaces that got walled up, but the fireplaces themselves have no soot inside them, which is really weird.
Right. Yeah, and they were way too big to think you put wood in there. A lot of them, and they have those ornamental things that seem like maybe they were using like radion maybe, like there's the whole thing about they had radion. I don't want to John Levy's recent ones.
It's like that lost history.
These little pellets.
In that lost history as well, he makes a couple of things that I know he's consolidating a lot of information from a lot of different people, and he's sort of linking it up into his new flow of how it all works together. But even in there were still assumptions that are wrong, that as flat earthers, we should really be doing our homework and making sure that we don't repeat things that are not factually accurate. Like one thing he said was that there's no flights from South Africa to Australia direct. I've personally taken a flight direct from South Africa to Melbourne. So when people make those claims, yes, the majority of flights go up into the Northern Hemisphere, but there are direct flights. But some flat earthers will claim there's never a direct flight because it bolsters their argument a bit better. But when you then find that there is you disregard a lot more of on one.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of disinformation that's been embedded into this our lexicon on purpose, or mistakenly, and he probably just picked up on that as one of the things he thought was true. Never checked it for himself.
Or like, for
example, coming out with Volume 2 and Volume 3, by the way. Did you know that?
Because he spoke about also like how the kings and queens in their castles wouldn't have had heating, but yet the peasants in their little villages would have had like fireplaces and would have had straw in their roof as insulation. And so he made it like this whole thing, like what were those rich people using for heating? But when you look, all those castles have fireplaces. They often had fireplaces per bedroom. or they would fill little containers with coals that were placed under beds, or so there was hundreds of ways to heat a castle. But in that Lost History of Flat Earth, he made it like there's no way to heat a castle, and only the poor people who lived in wooden houses had the ability to warm themselves up. You know, just some of those inconsistencies, they make me like, come on, man.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, I think that, there's a whole thing I don't want to get into about his, there was a drama that happened with him and that PV Angel, if you didn't know about that. But there was a response, there was a video, well, supposedly his channel got taken down, or at least the claim is, it's on his channel. I'll link the whole thing. I don't want to get into the drama of it. It's he said, she said, or whatever. But that PV was under the suspicion that he was a guy from his own team called Elijah Castle that that supposedly they thought was he thought Ewar was Elijah with a voice changer, and then the whole response was, I don't even know who this Elijah is. I haven't looked at your work. Our work's not even similar, which is true. But the good thing about that video that's posted on his new or whatever his channel is now is it explains that there's a volume 2 and volume 3 coming up, that he's acknowledged where he gets his ideas from. He's never tried to claim it's all his own. Why would it be something that you own if you're accusing me of stealing your work? What's the deal with the copyright? I'm trying to figure out where the hell we live. That's kind of a weird claim. But the reason I mentioned that was because he's coming up with volume 2 and volume 3. Oh, and he also claimed in that he had originally made the series just for his family, to be able to explain to his family that this is what the world might actually be. But that's kind of a strange claim too, because he doesn't, the way he presents it. So this is you thought it was this way, but it isn't. Like he's making a grandiose claim to all of mankind more so than just a personal family, informational video. So that was a weird
Hey Ma, check this out.
Yeah, didn't seem like that. So I don't know what to think, but I enjoyed a lot of the concepts, especially the prog clock.
But like when you think about that moon, the moon reflection of the Earth, and how all those clocks have that little small circle embedded in them, that was also very, very good dot connection. Like I say, wisdom is often about restructuring already known stuff, but in a way that it appears new. And I think, it's like with Socrates and all of those great guys who provided us all the quotes and stuff. They didn't really say anything amazing, but it's just the way they put those words together that it's wisdom. And it's the same like with Iwa. It's like he took all this other information, but he placed it in a new order. And that new order seemed to help it to make connection with people. And I guess that's, it's an absolute skill to have something to say, firstly. Like, I think that's why everyone is so attracted to this Discord, is that if you've actually got something to say that can change people's lives, you can make massive change in this place. But not only having something to say, but the ability to say it in a way that it can be heard. And both having something to say and being able to deliver it in a way that it can be received is the real skill. And I think that's what he did there, was he condensed this and placed it in an order where suddenly it kind of made new connections possible and also strengthened other maybe previously weaker connections. And through that entire process, it's definitely an incredibly thought-provoking piece of information. Like I say, as flat earthers, we've always got to be skeptical. We've got to almost take it line by line and see that it is truly factual. Because we must, at this point now, we shouldn't be putting out misinformation about that there's no direct flights, or that castles couldn't heat themselves, or so certain things we should be more careful about.
You should leave a comment for him about that. I bet he seems like the kind of guy that might try to make those corrections in his next volume 2 and volume 3, which is part of the other thing I was going to say is he claimed that he did give credit to some people that he got ideas from, including someone named Flat Fact. And she has a video that I'll post in the live stream right now that was kind of a follow-up to the idea of the arches, the Arch de Triomphe, and these other arches around the world and what their purpose might be besides the whole idea with the horseshoe magnet. And it's to center the solstices. And if you notice where they're placed, and the reason they're placed with opening on both sides, in her opinion, would be that the sun comes right up through the middle of it at a certain time of year for the equinoxes. And then there's some of these arches that have 3 arches instead of just the middle one. And then the left and the right also would center the winter and summer solstice perfectly. I'll put that in there. It's an interesting one. She's got a lot of interesting work. I had never heard of her.
Yeah, that horseshoe magnet was really fascinating.
Yeah.
Once again, if that Arc de Triomphe is actually a giant horseshoe magnet, we should be able to metal detect it and determine what metals have been used inside of it to create said effect. Sometimes I think that we can be a bit speculative and we just jump to the next dot without actually forming a solid connection between those 2 dots. Having magnets just randomly placed at certain locations, once again, like when you understand power, you've got magnets inside most of your equipment, you've got capacitors, you've got your motherboard, you've got all of these circuitry. So what's connected to that horseshoe magnet?
Right.
Or where does that energy get transferred to? That would be strengthening the connection between those 2 dots. Whereas I think he just kind of said, look, it's the same shape. Then from there we can extrapolate it is a magnet. But that's also fallacious. But that's really just us being we're already anticipating the questions that are going to come. So we're kind of preemptively trying to dig a bit deeper so that when that question arises, we have something worth repeating.
Yeah, and with the cathedrals too, like he said, red brick is a very good conductor or storer. Like it would work like a battery. Like so, if they were collecting this etheric energy, and we see these, structures below, is that what's holding the energy? Is that somehow working like a battery? They can store energy in, or is that something that's also just a possible concept we threw out there? Or is there something below these structures that was also taken out, like some kind of mercury pool, like they're finding underneath the pyramids or other places that could somehow store the energy for future use?
And that to me is also like peculiar because we can't measure this etheric energy. When Bob from Globebusters picked up that 15-degree rotation in the ring laser gyro, they then started to try and put it in like a Faraday cage, and they try to put it in various things to try and see if they could remove whatever effect was happening in this ring laser. And they couldn't modify or remove any of that, what they then called was the ether moving above us. But the thing is that you would almost need to know what it is before you can know if it can be stored. So in batteries, the way that we store in batteries now is a chemical mixture. We take mechanical or chemical energy, or like kinetic energy, movement or whatever, and then we try and store it inside of a chemical mix. When we push that energy into a chemical mix, it makes the chemical volatile. And the more volatile the chemical becomes, the greater potential it is storing.
So your lithium iron phosphates are one of the most stable, volatile chemicals. So you can get it volatile, and then you can drain out that volatility as the energy which you then use afterwards. Now, there's things called capacitors, which collect effectively on their surface exterior. There's no chemical in a capacitor. So if the brick is acting like a capacitor, whereby it's storing energy on its exterior or its surface, then I would venture that we would have other things like bricks that we can store energy on. But if it's a completely different energy type, then we don't actually know how we could store it, because we haven't even measured it in the first place to know how would you store that dielectric potential energy, as opposed to what we use nowadays as electromagnetic energy, and that can be stored in a chemical mix, no problem. But with this etheric energy, so once again, like when you look at like the buildings being built with red brick, a lot of the time that was almost as like a signal or a demarcation, in the same way that a barber had the red and white striped pole, and then that would show you that it was a barber. In the same way that these power stations were often built with red brick to show that they're a power plant. Now he's bringing in why the red brick part. Like, what's the specific thing? Red bricks have a higher percentage of clay. Clay was used in the Baghdad battery. So there is a potential here. There is a link. I can see the link he's drawing. But without us measuring what that energy is, and if that even can be stored in a brick, on a brick surface, that's where it's maybe just taking the next leap without actually joining that, you know?
When Bob was testing with the gyroscope and used the Faraday cage, do you know if he used a really strong neodymium magnet to try to influence it?
He didn't mention anything about magnets. He mentioned 3 different cages. One was for electromagnetic interference. The other one was for EMF interference. And another one, so they were looking for signal interference. I don't remember him mentioning anything about a magnet.
Yeah, because you're talking about etheric things, and Bob talks about it possibly being the ether, and then you got the bald monkey. I forget what it's called, Ken Wheeler.
Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, and he's got his giant neodymium magnet, and he's looking at the field through the ferrocell, but then he points the magnet at a TV, and way beyond the field, there's some distortion in the TV. So there seems to be like a bigger field that's not like you can't detect any attraction or repulsion within that field, because it's not the magnetic flux line that we generally associate with magnetism. So if that had any effect on the gyro, the gyro is within Earth's magnetic field, so there could be some play there that we're not accounting for, don't know about yet.
Yeah, I've got Bob on Skype, so I'll actually send him that. I'll ask him to see if FE Core can do magnetic interference with that ring laser. Because once again, it's light, and we do know from like those ray tubes from the TV that the magnet does affect that light. But the light that thing was measuring is a rotation. I wonder if it was a magnetic influence, would that imply that the magnet or the magnetic field is rotating? And have we ever seen anything where a magnetic field does rotate? Because it's normally static around the object that's giving off that magnetic field.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. The magnetic field would be static, but there would be something else that would be reacting to the magnetic field, if like getting moved by the magnetic field, if you will.
It's so weird that Bob's like the one reference we have for this gyroscope being used, and if it's not, first of all, if the ballers want to use it as a proof, then why not they just use it in all their own videos, right? So it's their first study. But also, why is this not just this thing that's used, and the use of it is common, that we could look up other studies besides what Bob may or may not have done? What is that? What it's normally used for? Is that what it's supposed to do? Show the degrees of rotation? What was it made for to begin with?
So it's based on the Sagnac effect, which assumes that, or it basically works on the fact that there's not this relativity thing that it doesn't matter which direction you're moving, light always travels the same. It's the opposite of that. It says that if you shoot light right or left, and that object is moving or spinning, that you will notice a difference in the collection of those lights. So when they rebound around the exterior of the circular object and get received by the receiver, there's a variation to show you which way that object was moving. So the highly sensitive ring laser gyro is sending a laser inside of it in a pathway, and then it works like an accelerometer. If I start moving it rightward, picks up by how much I'm moving it rightward because of how that light deviation occurs. So when this thing is left stationary and it picks up that 15 degrees or 14 or 13, depending on various factors which he showed or discussed, he didn't show it. The various things that can cause those anomalies, there's still an assumption that something around you is moving. Either it's the ground or it's something in the air, but that this device, because it's using the Sagnac effect, is so incredibly precise that it can determine that. But then when these guys took it up in altitude, so they stayed on the same latitude line, but raised altitude, it lost more than 1 degree of rotation, which means it seems to be rotating quicker at ground level and it gets slower as you ascend in altitude. Which, if you think about a toroidal field, or like the opposite of a hurricane starts off slow at the top and then it gets tighter and faster as it comes down towards the earth. It's like that same kind of effect, that down towards the earth is the greatest rotation that we can measure, but as we move upwards, the rotation slows. So that also is like, what the fuck is that then? What is slowing in rotation above my head, but it's faster at my feet? Like,
well, we know there's magnetic
Obviously
fields,
not
right?
the Earth.
Well,
Yeah,
it can't be
it's
the
not
earth,
the
yeah.
Yeah, especially because it kind of runs into the same problem as the pendulum, because it's because it's attached to the Earth, and it wouldn't really. It has to be detecting a flow of something. But there's electromagnetic fields, and we know that. So could it be that, or is there some kind of etheric field that's beyond electromagnetic, or how is that connected, or is it the same with different, parameters, or what I'm saying? Like this, it seems like there's lots of things it could be. What was it created? What was the reason for the creation of the ring laser gyro? The original for light.
Well, the gyroscopic effect just destroys the globe on its own, and so they had to use them for artificial horizons and planes everywhere, so it wasn't a good look. And so once they could use the Sagnac effect to achieve a similar outcome, they gave it the gyroscope name, but it doesn't have the gyroscopic effect.
So it was a tool. It was created as a tool of deception. It seems not to actually measure something that we're not being told about. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it was
Yeah.
just used to replace something.
And it was used often in aircraft, so it's like designed for when you're yawing or tipping, when you're changing that aircraft by a couple degrees and you want to have that precise accuracy. The mechanical gyro, they talk about the pendulous vanes, because as pressure changes, the gyro can start to lose accuracy in the mechanical version. Whereas at least with the light one, it's all contained, which means it's not exposed to any external variation, which meant that it was meant to be more precise.
Yeah, that's what they tell us.
I think it was Zachary Zabala, or one of them bought it, and Bob was just around them when they were doing the tests, but yet Bob is the one who spoke about it on that Behind the Curve documentary. I remember when I watched that, I thought, kind of like in sales, if your customer says to you, like, have you ever had a problem with this product? Now you can say, yes, we've had 10 people who sent it back and they were completely unsatisfied with it, and you can give them the full truth. Or you could say, by percentage, very few people don't like the product. And you could be answering the question truthfully both times. What was puzzling for me is how Bob went into like so much detail about how it would it caught us completely unawares that we'd actually discovered this 15-degree rotation, and that enforced what the ball model was saying. And it was kind of like the salesperson explaining every problem that the product's ever had to a new potential client. You're not going to get a deal then. And it's also not smart to expose every weakness that your product has. But yet he explained it in such detail, and then afterwards said, well, he was just being 100% frank with them. And then they obviously edited it to show how he was like, saying, well, we had to scratch our heads and go back to the drawing boards because now we'd measured the 15-degree rotation of the Earth. And that's the part that they put in the video. And it's like, no, exactly. Bob.
Right.
No,
right. Same thing.
Bob.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, you got played.
To give him the biggest out on it would be to say maybe he was just being affable and thought he was off air and was trying to relate to these guys. Was like, oh, you got us, kind of joking, almost like if we were taken back, but that's obviously not the case. But here's one for your side if that's true.
It's also if someone's playing amicable and you're an analytical mind, you're going over all the details and you're just laying it all out there, and he seems to be receptive, then of course you're going to tell him the small things. You're going to steel man the opposition, but then afterwards he was just holding up a mask and you didn't see it. It's hard to judge that in the moment, and not everyone is savvy with human interactions like that.
It's interesting that there's some of these issues, though, especially concerning Bob and Ken Wheeler and Sleeping Warrior and some of these lines in the sand that aren't being talked about, the static field or the downward acceleration possibly caused by not only density but maybe diamagnetic,
electrostatic dielectric acceleration.
Dielectric acceleration, right? These are all things that make, as flat earthers, we should be able to lay on the table and pick it apart and not feel like we're attached to anything, because it's not about that, right? What is it, and why is it that we can't just put it out there, and instead of having it be this behind the scenes kind of grudges that people are holding and being suspicious of each other of some weird long-term goal about how it's going to fit into some other chill perspective. I don't know. It's interesting that those things aren't kind of squashed by now. I don't even know where I stand on either of them. I mean, these are things that seem like they could all be in the consideration. Density causes it. We don't need anything but density, except for maybe this acceleration rate may be due to an attraction of some sort. And it does make sense. There might be a big ass magnet underneath us causing this electromagnetic field that is somehow attached above. That could be a very good possibility. But there's a lot of things that would. I'll let you. I have to go back to bed. I'm just rambling now. I'll listen to you guys talk about all that.
I think you answered yourself, kind of like they it's not settled, so of course we're not settled on it. Like some people are find one idea more compelling, others the others, and I'm more on your side where I'm like, yeah, let's look at everything and not stake the ground until we have evidence.
Yeah, that's what this is all about, right? All right, guys. tonight, talking to you always.
Someone want to unmute Liam?
Yeah, sure. Miam, you're unmuted. Welcome. Am I coming through? So, Miam, you have control over your mic? You want to talk? Miam?
Someone else joined called Justice. Or Just Us, I guess. Oh, they left.
Yeah, we have Nani. Nani is VC verified. So, Miam, if you don't want to talk, that's fine. Or if you want to talk in the future, also fine. You can hop on to the VC check-in, have a little interview, and get a role. I'm going to mute you for now.
Do you think that calling the person's name out when they first join scares them off?
Yeah, I had that a few times now, and yeah, I don't know why.
I consider it a coin flip. Either it fires them up so they want to talk, or, yeah, it scares them.
Point is, right, you join a live stream, a Discord live stream, so you would imagine that you would assume people want to talk, right? So it's okay if you don't want to talk. It's all fine.
The people who leave, I don't know, man. Maybe they just don't want to be seen in it.
Right.
It's almost embarrassing for them.
I went into a chat group the other day where I brought about 30 or 40 of them across at various times, and then they all complained saying that they joined the live stream but could hear nothing. Obviously, they hadn't been VC verified, and I did say to them that they needed to go through that. But they said if they just joined the live stream, it was dead quiet. I'm not sure if you've had that effect before.
No.
They should be able to hear the conversation regardless, right? They just can't participate.
Yeah. Or else join the YouTube. I mean, let me check. Yeah, YouTube is working, so I don't know why that would happen. So does anyone want to talk to Flying Scotsman? I mean, we had him a few times in the room and circle jerking around.
Does he still think he lives on a ball?
We can ask him. Flying Scotsman, do you think you're still living on a ball? I've unmuted you, Mr. Flying Scotsman. So how are things going in South Africa, Flatter Solar? Are you still safe? Is it calmed down?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay.
You know what's peculiar is that
it's kind of like with all these things, when it happens, everyone thinks it's the end of the world. And then 1, 2, 3 days later, it's like, what just happened? And no one even remembers. And everything
Same
just
with-
goes back to normal. It's like,
Yeah, same with the Floyd thing, right? I mean,
yeah,
tons of cities were wrecked in a week, and then everything was weird. Everybody went back to lockdown and stuff. So it's
yeah. So with us, it's like, in South Africa, we've always had this black-white issues, this racism that's like a boiling kettle that's always about to boil over, and then in the late 70s, we had the Sharpeville uprisings, and the whole country was burning, and there was a lot of destruction. And then in the late 80s, it happened again. And in the early 90s, with the abolishment of apartheid, it happened again. But exactly like you described, it's maybe a week or two of chaos, and then very quickly after that, it kind of settles back to normality. And so we had a bit of food interruptions for about a day or two where people were panic buying because they thought all the food's going to be stolen. And so there was a very short-term bottleneck in the supply chain of goods, which then made everyone think, okay, this is the end of the country and you're not going to be able to get what you need. But within 2 or 3 days, that supply chain had normalized back to normal. So, yeah, it's you don't want to be in bad areas. I guess it's like anywhere in the world. You don't want to be in a bad alley late at night. In certain areas, it's kind of the same here. You don't want to be in the middle of a township, in the middle of a riot, when all that sort of stuff's happening. But a week or two later, and it appears to be pretty much going back to normal. What's peculiar is that they've started prosecuting people, and they're finding that a lot of the guys who were involved in the looting and the riots were actually CEOs of really successful companies. But because it's kind of like that crowd mentality of the mob, the moment that the mob starts stealing, then it encourages everyone to try and steal. And now that the CEOs of certain companies are quite high profile, they've been found in the video footage and are being prosecuted extremely harshly. Some of them are like wealth capital companies, so they control billions in funds in asset finance and asset capital. And then they're going and stealing TVs from a Walmart because everyone else is stealing a TV, so we might as well go and steal TVs also. So it really is just people taking advantage of weakness. But it's amazing. I don't know why it is this way, but the moment that this stuff starts in South Africa, every single person around the world starts messaging us saying, like, especially friends who've left South Africa and immigrated to other countries, they'll always send us the videos, and now they seem like very caring about South Africa, but they couldn't wait to get out of South Africa when they were immigrating. But then the moment that any sort of chaos happens, it's either that they just want the latest scandal, so maybe they just want information that they can share among their friends, but it's genuinely not often out of a genuine care for people. Like all over Fox News has been on South Africa for like a week now. Before that they couldn't give a damn about South Africa, but as soon as there's negative riots, suddenly we're front page and center again.
Did you just say the CEOs started the riots?
Not started, but participated.
With what intention? Like, to encourage more people to do it?
Just as a selfish to get whatever they can out of the situation. So, for example, what happened is
That just doesn't make sense.
Like a large Walmart got broken into, and everyone started stealing the TVs and the bicycles and basically all the electronics, anything that's easy to carry that they could sell maybe for some value. And then what happened is...
But these people are rich.
Correct. So when
when you're in a group mob mentality, you can be standing there with all the wisdom in the world not to get involved. But the moment that punches start to get thrown, often what you'll find is every man starts punching. And it's a peculiar thing about, they used to do that with the stonings. When you would stone someone to death, everyone would pick up a stone. And the moment that the first stone gets thrown, it's like open season. Everyone can start throwing stones. And then because everyone threw one stone, generally you couldn't prosecute who killed the man because everyone threw one stone or everyone threw a couple of stones. But there's this mob mentality that the moment the mob starts to act a certain way, even people on the periphery who would have higher moral standards will often lower their standards and jump in with the mob and start kicking the guy on the floor or attacking the police officer because everyone else is attacking the police officer. We have this ability to be herded. So what is really peculiar is that, like, the riot started, it's not really the people who are most desperate that are stealing. The guys who are stealing are arriving there in vehicles and then loading up their vehicles and driving off. So it's not below the breadline people trying to achieve sufficient just to buy food that day. It really was a situation of opportunism and them thinking that there would be no comeuppance or no consequence for the action. But because they were CEOs and they're quite high profile, they were then spotted or they were noticeable compared to thousands.
Yeah, it's not like rich people are gonna be greedy, you know?
I guess I just assume that rich people, the people at the top of the capitalism, understood what's really going on, and why would they like get their hands dirty when they don't need to? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me yet. I've always assumed that the mob mentality would have never reached them.
How do you think they
least.
got rich in the first place? They were jumping on opportunities where they could make a profit.
Yeah, I understand that opportunities. Logical opportunities. But so to be at the top is for you to understand how the system works, and you understand how mediocrity works, and you are above the mediocrity, and that's how I thought how these people get to the top. So if they're above that, well, it just doesn't make sense to me, unless it's just an act, unless it's not like they genuinely just want to go in with the mob momentum. I don't know, it doesn't sit yet with me, at least.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good
So,
morning.
Nani, you're having a bit of static over your mic. Is there something you can do? It's like.
Okay, hold on.
How you guys doing today?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good to hear, Roger.
It's still flat and beautiful.
Indeed.
All right, I got one for you. Why do we say good morning?
I suppose this is just my conjecture. I'm just guessing here, but let's see. Does it have anything to do with actual, like, the root word of mourn? Like we mourn.
That's what I'm thinking, because I I could see a period of time where somebody would say, have a good morning, meaning like, hopefully you get through the grief quickly. I could see that. But I don't know what that has to do with the sun coming and going.
Maybe they mourned the sun when it was departing and the night was coming. I don't know. I'll do some more research. I'll get back to you on that.
I mean, I'm curious because I always thought it was weird. I hate using words for like different meanings that are spelled and sound exactly the same. It's kind of weird. I mean, sure, morning has a U in it. The other one doesn't. But it's literally phonetically the same thing. Good hello, good howdy, good beautiful.
I like the way you said the last one. Good, beautiful.
I know, and what's funny is when you're going off of like how we were told or shown how to talk to each other, everything sounds weird. But once you get into a kick of replacing that with something else, it all starts making sense.
We were talking about how rich people sometimes do risky, dumb stuff, but that's also how they got there. My foster grandfather, for instance, is works within the government a little bit and is a high-ranking Freemason. Got recruited into the Octopus, the secret society behind the Freemasons, and he didn't want to be importing drugs under diplomatic immunity to create a drug war in my country, but that's those were his orders. So that's what he did. I mean, we don't know what these CEOs do behind closed doors and what they get told to do. So I don't know if they were told to participate or push this or something, and they just got greedy seeing everybody else steal stuff. I don't know.
Bro, look, all right. So the whole diplomatic immunity thing. This is a fun one for me because I've looked into this particular topic of drugs and diplomatic immunity a while back. Most of the stuff going around the world is covered in a diplomatic immunity sticker. Somebody. It's either that or it's protected by the police, the military, sheriffs, Pinkertons, whatever.
It's protected by those who have their fingers in the pie.
Right. But see, here's the fun thing, all right? So, as a free man, you have inherent from God diplomatic immunity. As you are supposed to have your own dominion, you are to be your own government. You're supposed to control your own damn mind. However, they've muddied the water and made it to where people can't get to the organic. I got a buddy right now running around with those stickers. He can take one of those stickers and put it on his bong and they can't touch it. Even if it's loaded, they still can't touch it. Here in the States, people have been pulling up, and this is just a FYI, not to like run off and do it, because it is a bit of a rabbit hole. Your master file from Social Security or Department of State, it's attached to the Social Security number. I got some friends that have pulled their master files. Well, somebody's using their Social Security number to traffic tons of cocaine. A buddy's master file has him as an international drug lord, even though he just works a shitty 9 to 5.
That sounds like it could be a movie, a drug lord at McDonald's.
Right. But see, that's the thing, though. I know my buddy. He doesn't do any of that. He doesn't even do drugs. He doesn't smoke pot. He doesn't even take an aspirin. Like,
Hilarious.
Sorry. So I just learned that Steam released a new video game.
Ooh.
This video game is called Stay Homer. It's on Steam. And the goal is to purge every demonstrator from the street by killing them. If you gather, you die. Oh my god, man. Stay home in your next life.
It's
bro,
not
the
programming
movies,
or anything.
the movies for the last 2 years, dude. They've got a bunch of them. They all suck, but it's all suggestive programming.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, before anything, Contagion was the first one.
Can somebody recommend me a good religious debate Discord server that uses voice channels? If nobody has, it's fine.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't debate theories. I debate facts if I can.
Okay.
I think there's a biblical channel here, but it has to be like there has to be people there talking, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not too active all the time. I'm not too sure, but
Yeah,
Well, if
but you
somebody
can
wants to go come here,
you can generally ask if someone wants to join you down there, and there are generally someone who wants to join.
I see.
anybody wants to talk about Bible, holler at me. Just say something.
Yeah,
Are you
well,
really
this is a flat Earth server, so I wanna. We need to keep it on topic, right? It's been the last few months. I know it's easy going now, right? But last few months were constantly religious debates. This is not what the server is for. So if you really want to do something, then if you really want to debate this, you can move down in another channel. Or
Yeah,
Leo, you want to?
That's what I'm
That is
saying.
what, that's what everybody was saying, Roger.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I was on a call.
I mean, if it's off topic of flat Earth, there's other rooms we can go to talk about it.
No, it's fine. I'm just in the mood for listening at the moment and just can't find a good one, but it's fine.
Yeah, I didn't look for any of those on Discord. As soon as I got Discord, I joined a friend of mine's room, which is dead. And then, like 8 months later, I looked for this one and I found it, and I've been here ever since. I don't jump around a whole lot. I look
Do
for
you ever go
something.
to Gems?
Did
Oh
you
no.
come here as a globalist?
Hey, Cuddles, you don't go to Gems.
No, bro. Y'all can put that link in the chat a million times. I'm not ever gonna click it.
Oh man, it's so fun. It's where you go and test. It's like, you've learned a new skill. Now you need to go test the skill to see if you've mastered it or not. It's like you've got to
Yeah.
go into the weeds, into the swamp.
Look, my daughter's
It's like going to the zoo, except for you're on the inside of the cage as opposed to the outside of the cage.
Yeah, you're inside with the cheetahs and the monkeys. Yeah, I know.
And complicated rocks.
Yeah.
tell ya.
Motherfucking complicated rocks.
I avoided going there for a long time up until I joined probably 2 months ago, and I've still never spoken in there or typed really anything. But it's worth
dare
it.
you.
It's worth it just for their search bar, just to like type in people's names and see what they've said, and like that's totally what it's for. Like just go there and use their search bar.
Oh,
I go.
type in dirty words, see what happens.
Yeah, it's hysterical.
I go there to ruffle their feathers, try and find something fallacious that they're talking about, and then just stick on that. And then they call me Flat Earth So Liar because they think that I'm just talking shit. But eventually there's like 40 of them against me. And they're all screaming and shouting that I'm a moron. And I'm just talking calmly. And it's fascinating how many ballers then message me and say, what you're saying makes sense, but you're dumb because you still think it's flat. But it creates a response. And I like to just stir that pot a little bit, just get it moving. They kind of get into an echo chamber part when there's been no flat earther there for a while. Then they start talking about how ludicrous this is, and they start talking about how stupid we are for thinking it. And then you go in there and just completely pick it apart right when they're busy making the point that you can provably show that they're the one who doesn't understand what they're talking about. I think it's like I go there at least once a week for a bit of a release. It's like a gym release.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with. I've listened to you do that. It's really cool.
You want to see me go?
Thanks, man.
Hey, Indio, I sent you a link the other day. Just curious if you ever clicked that and watched it.
I remember you saying it was hilarious or something, right?
No. It's just, it's just just something cool. Like I put together a slideshow.
It was your drone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, just let me know. That link probably expired. I might have to get you a different one if you want to check it out.
Yeah, that day when you sent me that DM in, I had so many DMs. Kill yourself. This, that, and the other thing.
I get it. Don't worry. It's just
I was making my way through that stuff.
Yeah, it's nothing important. So, but yeah, if you get a chance, I'll send you a new link because I'm pretty sure that one probably expired.
Yeah, and it's live by the sword, die by the sword. So if you're going to go in there swinging, expect to be swung at. And don't be upset when they do swing,
They'll try to dox you, just be careful.
Can someone turn on your video feed manually from Discord?
No.
Don't say no. You don't know if they can or not.
They can remotely do it. Manually means they'd have to be standing next to you. Remotely means you could.
So basically, I was in there probably about 2 weeks ago, and then someone did a screen share. So it goes into those little blocks where you can see like all the different screens, and then suddenly my camera turned on, and I saw my camera turn on, so I pointed my phone away from my face because I haven't shown my identity here yet. And after that, it's just been kind of going in my mind, like, do they have the ability to turn on your camera and take a screenshot of you while talking on your phone to Discord?
Yeah, people can get into your device and they can use exploits to turn on and off features.
It depends on whether the app is whether the ability to turn on your camera is client side or server side. If it's server side, then they can do it. If it's client side, then they can't.
Yeah, if it's client side, they would need some kind of remote access or like a program that allows them access.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I would advise is going into Discord settings and check if you can turn that off, screen share.
Granted, I don't know what hooks CAA put into all these programs, and I don't think they have access to it, but you never know.
Well, I can tell you someone used to have access to the cameras. I used to, way back in the day, I used to wear a bowler hat when I was on Discord. And I was on one night and someone typed in the chat, put the bowler hat on, old dude. That told me my camera was live. And for the past 3 years, my camera's been taped up. It's up to you what you do.
Yeah, that's crazy, yeah.
You could just drill the camera out, drill the lens.
Yeah, yep. Like just like that.
You know, that's the thing that's probably been the thing that holds me back the most is the fear of the doxing and the destruction like they did to Brian Mullen and all those other guys with careers. I'm also at the pinnacle of my career, and it's like I can't jeopardize that. But yet, my first thought in the morning is, this world is flat, and this creator made it, and it's something that rests really heavy on my heart that I'm supposed to be doing more. But yet, the fear of what the backlash could be is, I guess, it's that permanent thorn in your side or your.
Well, I don't recommend putting your picture on the internet at all. So,
I also I'm in marketing, so when I learned how we use Facebook as a tool, that was the last day I ever used Facebook personally, because the way that they're tracking your user data and how they can profile you and figure out how you're gonna choose different things, and even from the way that you speak, they can go and they use an algorithm to determine how you would speak the next sentence, and they can write how you would talk. Like there's so much analytics built into that thing, into understanding you, either to steer you or to replace you, or I don't know what the actual intention there could be. But the moment that you know what that tool is used for, you no longer want to participate with using their tool, that they can then do that stuff to you. So I don't post photos to Facebook. I don't, you know what I mean? So I've kind of been very cautious, like you say as well. Don't put it out there. Once it's out there, you can't take it back.
Yeah, it's solid advice.
But don't you guys also wish that you could do more in like your personal capacity?
Oh, yes.
What do you mean?
I often wonder, like, if I could have a single conversation with someone, and after a single conversation that they could accept this truth as being self-evident and truthful, effectively you could sell anything to anyone at that point, and you'd probably be the most effective salesperson in the world. If you could take this subject, which is the most polarized thing, and get someone to concede on even just one point, you've done more than what 99.9999% of salespeople could ever do, and that's taking the customer from a point of them not wanting to buy the product to completely the opposite, and actually seeing the merits of the product and wanting to buy it after being so opposed to it in the first place. So my profession, we do a lot of sales. I'm always thinking about how to make this better. It's a lot of marketing driven stuff. It's a lot about the propaganda, choosing the right words in a sentence can mean everything. So you can say the same sentence 30 times and they can all hit deaf ears, and you just restructure the word slightly and it now implies everything without even needing a definition. So an example of that would be the trigger phrase tyrannical patriarchy. So someone sat down and brainstormed all the negative traits of how men are dominant in the patriarchy, and then said, if we say that they're aggressive, well, that's just one thing. And if we say that they're condescending, that's just another thing. Each one of them has power in their own resonance. But by using the word tyrannical, I've encapsulated or encompassed every single one of those definitions into one powerful word. And when placing the word tyrannical before patriarchy, it cannot be now a productive patriarchy, or it cannot be a positive patriarchy because it's a tyrannical one. So now that word tyrannical patriarchy says everything it needs to just in the name, and it's like a spell. The more that these women start repeating this tyrannical patriarchy, the more they start to think, yes, I was oppressed by men. And then they start to create narratives in their mind. So as a marketeer, you're always looking for that catchphrase. How do I find that catchphrase that once people hear it, they buy my product uncontrollably and I become a bazillionaire? So now, with this type of a topic, I love to engage new people who've never heard about it. And sort of, I don't even mention the word flat. Then we'll just talk about other topics, the moon landing, we'll talk about the government, sort of bringing them up to speed. And it's the same with all kind of sales techniques, is that you're trying to close the sale, or you're trying to get to the point where the person agrees with you. And a lot of people go into these things to win. So I don't care if I smash you to the floor, I won, and I can stand up and dance around your corpse lying on the floor. And that to me will be a victory. But to me, the person sitting across from me, if they agree with me, that's the victory. It's not about crushing them. So it's about closing the sale. Now, if you take all of that, what I do every day, it's like, how do you blend these two together and find the right sentence, the sentence that's the anti-spell to the globe spell? What is that miracle group of words that you put together that when said in this order and followed up by this picture and this example, the mind can understand it, and it's reasonable and it's plausible, and in fact it's quite favorable, so they actually start to want to have that thought. They actually they want to bring that into part of who they are. And when you get to that point, then people live your brand. That's when a Harley Davidson rider is a Harley Davidson rider. He wears his leathers and he's completely immersed in the brand. They go 20 of them all together in a group on a Sunday morning to go have breakfast somewhere. They're the Harley Club. It's like when you get someone to live your brand, that's when you've truly succeeded in completely engrossing them into the common goal of what the outcome is. Now, your guys like Whitsitt and your Nathan Thompsons and those guys who are going out and fighting the good fight and being on the streets and, being upfront. I think, Drace, you also said that you're also doing a bit of face-to-face work. Those guys are really forging a new, like a breakwater. It's like the front of the ship that needs to cut through that first bit of water so that the rest of the ship can move through. But at the same time, is it leading to the conversion? So in sales, you always want to see, I engaged with 1,000. How many of those 1,000 firstly took more information? And then secondly, how many of that little proportion that took information actually purchased? And if you're only getting 1%, 2%, you need to change your strategy. So the whole time through the sales process, you're always going to the end and then back to the beginning. Do we need to redesign this whole questionnaire? Do we need to change every word in every question? Because if it's not getting to the result that's desirable or attainable, then you make constant modification to make the message more precise, more shorter, more concise, more punchy, more triggering, all the emotional triggers. You figure out how to condense a 3-minute commercial into 30 seconds. The whole time it's to measure what was the conversion rate or the close rate. And if you're not getting the desired close rate, you make changes. And with this type of a topic, I think that if we all put our heads together and we really came up with that step 1, step 2, step 3, and you're a flat earther, like how powerful that could be. And then with my marketing, I could drive this, but it's
I totally agree.
But it's so hard to, if you're just the guy out front like a Nathan Thompson, you just get bashed. You don't have the support from the network. Potentially you haven't spent enough time at the drawing board and then rehearsed your pitch. A lot of us often just go off the cuff. And yes, we're incredible, and a lot of you guys are phenomenal off the cuff. But why they practice scripts and why your insurance company says the same things, and it's because it's been measured. So they've done it to a sample group of 100 and they saw it had this outcome, and therefore stick to the script from word 1 to this word, and then the client's going to say, all right, tell me more. And you've got them where you needed them to be.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to make some scripts to have as a basic teaching method for people who want to talk to their family and stuff, so that they're not stepping on these landmines that we see a lot of people step on.
Yeah, but how do we know what works? Like Solar was just saying,
experiments.
They have focus groups. Yeah, they have focus groups.
Results.
Yeah, like were we gonna make a global focus group? I mean, it actually scares me what would actually work. It probably just speaking gibberish would it probably actually convince some of these globers.
Okay, so how does anything work? You have to go and get the feedback. So that's why, like, your cell phone provider will send you a message saying, please rate this call, or please tell me what you thought about this. Or they'll say, how was our advisor? Was our advisor kind and courteous, and was he knowledgeable? And so it starts with wanting to know that information. And no one wants to know that information because it's going to say Jack was shit and Tony was shit and he took too fucking long and it was 3 days overdue and you're going to get a lot of that kind of feedback before you get the real nuggets like, wow, that was mind-blowing. It was really concise.
Oh, I can imagine what we'd have to do surveys and stuff. That's the only way we could figure it. I mean, we've done them before, kind of, but kind of like trolling surveys. Because to get the feedback, we need, like, basically find globers that have never been exposed to the information. Come up with like some template pitch. See, get their feedback on how effective it was, and then modify it from there.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. I don't know if I want to get into, like, to me, that's like almost like pushing propaganda. I like people to come to their own realization. I don't want to, like, trick people into it. Not really trick people, but use, like, subconscious motivations that, like, people purchase shit for subconscious reasons. That's why we put stuff on end caps and, you put toys and candy at eye level to the children, because impulse buying is what, drives a lot of consumer purchases. So I don't want people impulse buying the flat earth.
Yeah, so we have
just, like, come to the realization, that, what you see is what you get, and it's not some convoluted concept in their mind. That's not reality.
Yeah, we have 2 new members. Maybe we can talk to them. Yeah, you're unmuted.
Yeah.
What's
Oh,
up,
hello.
yeah? Hello,
Yeah,
man.
guinea pigs.
I wanted to do VC check-in, by the way. I didn't want to. I was just listening and waiting.
Okay. Well, how did you find the server?
My friend showed me it.
Okay. And have you looked into the topic?
Yeah.
Okay. What have you looked into, if I may ask?
I've watched quite a lot of videos on Flat Earth. I'm
Okay.
basically proving the point that, like, how the Earth can't be a globe,
Okay. What videos?
I can try to find them for you, but it will take a little bit to go through my history. But
Well, why don't you give us your 3 best proofs the Earth is flat? 3 best proofs for you, like the 3 things that convinced you.
well, how the, like, what's it called? Wow, you put me under pressure here. I don't want in front of all these people. Oh my days!
Come on, man. We're only streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Don't worry about it.
Actually, let me see. Can I get the link?
Just go on YouTube and search 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it'll come up.
Is that actually a stream?
Yeah. This is episode probably 2000 or something. Whatever the hell we're on.
Oh shit! That's crazy. But can I go to VC check-in? I'm going there now.
Well, we could do the check-in right here.
I'd rather not. Have stage fright.
Listen, the check-in is basically you just agreeing to the rules.
Okay, well, I agree to the rules.
Did you read the rules?
Yeah, like the one that CJ posted, yeah.
Okay, so
oh shit, there's a lot more of them.
Yeah, there's some special episodes in there when we've had like cosmology, PhDs in cosmology, and Mick West, and a bunch of other random so-called scientists in quotes, scientists that never did an experiment in their life.
Right.
Stared at my telescope. I'm a scientist.
I'm here to like just learn more about flat Earth because I want to believe it, But
there's nothing to believe.
Yeah, it's not about believing. It's basically to prove it.
Okay, recognizing that it is actually flat.
Okay, so
is that better?
Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Knowledge is factual. Belief is not factual.
No, knowledge is things you actually know. So, like what you ate for breakfast.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
You know that. You don't believe that, right? You know what you ate for breakfast.
That's in the word, though. That's kind of obvious.
So, but like when you say, I want to believe it, that's
okay,
like kind of stating like it's a belief, like we don't experience it. Okay.
I want to know
you
it.
already, okay, dude, your Discord etiquette sucks, dude. You're talking over me. So anyway, you already do know it. Okay. And I can tease you to prove. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
No.
Okay, then. What have you experienced as?
Flat.
And motionless. Yes, flat and motionless. So there you go. There's your knowledge.
Okay.
So at some point in your life, probably 5th grade, or probably when you were 5 or 4 or whatever, some people came along and said, that experience, that knowledge, discard that. And look there in the corner. You see that little ball over there? You live on that. And when they told you that, what evidence did they present to you that it was true?
They didn't prove anything.
Did they even give you any evidence at all? Did they
gave
just
me pictures,
assert it?
Which could be easily faked.
They gave you pictures in kindergarten?
Yeah.
No, they didn't. Stop it.
No, I didn't learn it in kindergarten. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't remember because I was like.
Look, they start teaching. Listen, every classroom has a globe in it. Right. So when you're in kindergarten, when you're 5 and 6 years old, when you can't make discernment, right, because you're just a little child, this is when they start telling you that the Earth's a ball. And they don't present any evidence to you that this is true. They just keep repeating it over and over and over again.
That's true. Yeah.
So you don't see the pictures unless you watch the news. You turn on the news. It starts off a newscast. There'll be a spinning ball. All around the globe. The news today. Blah blah blah. Right. So that's kind of like push propaganda where they just keep showing you this imagery over and over and over again. Now, let me ask you this: if I showed you a picture of the Earth from so-called space, right? How can you tell if that's an authentic image or not?
You can't.
Of course you can't. Why? Because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view, right? So you have no reference to compare it against.
Unless I was an
Your
astronaut.
only reference to compare it against is other images that you also don't know are true to compare it against. So you can compare images from 1972 to like 2005 to this, that, and the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all you can do. You're comparing images against each other.
You know what I reckon? What I think would be a cool thing to do. Like if a flat earther like us, if one of us went to space, like became an astronaut, and then proved to everyone, like
really?
Because obviously, like, what do you think happens? Like, if you're an astronaut and you go to space, do you think like the government and stuff tells you or like forces you not to?
Outer space can't exist. How many people do you think have been to space, so-called space?
Hold on, give me 1 second. How many?
Yeah, you gotta Google it. Well, I'll just tell you if you have to Google it. It's less than 600.
556 people.
Okay, yeah, so less than 600. How many people claim to have seen the entire Earth as a ball?
556.
No. 23. The 23 people that say they went to the moon. So, does it seem reasonable that 560 whatever or 23 people get to decide existential reality for the rest of us? And we all have to just trust them that they experienced something that nobody else ever experienced, and that we're supposed to reject our experience of everybody you've ever met, every human being that's ever lived, and we're just going to put our eggs in their basket and say, yes, we're just going to believe you, and I'm going to live my life because you said some words and you made a claim that nobody can verify.
Could I just, like, out of curiosity, like, why would they
Can you
lie?
actually think about what I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so think about what I said. Does that seem reasonable?
No, but I just want to, I'm just,
Yeah,
expanding
so
on the idea.
one sec, one sec. So I ask you, which videos did you look? And now you're talking about sending flat earthers into space.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not at all what I'm saying.
You said what would happen? What would happen if we sent flat earthers into space? And then India said that couldn't happen. And why would you trust those 560 people that allegedly went to space?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why couldn't we trust them? I'm just looking at both points.
Why should we? Because they're making a fantastic claim. That's why. Just like 500 people said they saw UFOs or Bigfoot or unicorns, right? And they said, "Hey, look at this picture of Bigfoot." Would you trust them?
No.
Of course not.
I'm not. No, why is everyone arguing at me? I'm
listen, we're not arguing with you.
You're getting aggressive, man.
Dude, you haven't seen aggressive. You don't know what aggressive is. If this is aggressive, man, you need to take some testosterone.
No, but like I'm just saying, like you're arguing against me here. I'm with you.
No, listen.
Oh. Everyone's attacking me. Bro.
Anyhow,
what's going on?
Oh boy. Oh my God, the victim card. God damn it.
I'm on your side, man. Calm down.
We're calm, dude. Listen, we've done this hundreds of times. This isn't clever or witty. Okay.
Oh.
The victim card, calm down. The fake. Oh, you guys are so aggressive and angry. Stop it, dude. Please. Like seriously. You're not the first person to do this. You're not even the 500th person to do this.
Doing what?
What you're doing. Your little tact, dude. Your little game that you're playing.
What am I doing?
The information is the only thing being attacked. So if you feel like you're being attacked, you're too close to the information that's being attacked.
Yeah, you're most attacked.
I'm so confused what's going on right now.
No doubt.
I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to learn more, by joining this Discord.
Listen, you're trying to talk about everything else but the information. You're trying to stop us from giving you the facts.
No, I'm
right?
not.
So, yes, you are, because now we're talking about you and your feelings and everything else. We're not talking about Flat Earth. We're talking about you. We don't want to talk about you. We don't care about you, right? So, listen, It's real simple. 500 people say they went to a magic place where when you let go of something, it doesn't fall, and it just floats around. right? Do you think that that is a fantastic claim? Hello?
Well,
Is that a fantastic claim that you can go someplace way up in the sky,
that's
right?
pretty
This
wild.
magical place
That's pretty crazy.
where everything you've ever known, right? Everything you've ever experienced is somehow different, right? The world is different. You drop things, they don't fall. You know, like you're floating around. You know, everything you've ever experienced is out the window, and there's some new weird environment, right? But they say, go get these pictures. Trust us. Why would we believe that?
That's true. Yeah.
So, but we can go beyond that. We can go to the next level, right? So they show pictures of space from space depicting Earth as a ball, right? And on that ball is a bunch of water, right? There's supposed to be 72% water, a water ball.
Mm-hmm.
So on this water ball, the water is supposed to be curving around the ball. That's what the pictures show. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know what we can do? We can test the authenticity of the images by seeing if water is actually curving in the physical world, in the real world where we live. We can test the image. And I use this analogy. If someone showed me a picture of a house on the beach, and then I go to that beach and there's no house there, I know that the image is bullshit. Right? So they depict curving water. So if I test and try to measure, see if this curving water exists, and there is no curving water, the image is bullshit. I don't need to disprove every image. I don't need to show how they faked it. I don't need to know anything. All I know is what the image depicts is not reality. It's not the physical world. So we've done this. There is no curving water, right? Water is just a curve at a certain rate. If they claim the Earth is a ball of radius 3,959 miles, there's a certain rate at which the water should curve at. So in 25 miles from my line of sight, right? If I have a spot that's 25 miles away from me, from my line of sight, something on the ground should be 440 feet below my eye level. So we've tested this using lasers, right? Called a laser transit. So you shine it across a large body of water, right? And that water should curve away from the laser because the laser is going straight. The water is supposed to be curving, so there should be a separation. So after 25 miles, the laser should be 440 feet in the air because the Earth curved away from it. But when you actually go do these tests, that's not happening.
Yeah.
You can do this, but you don't have to believe us. That's the beauty of it. You can go test this yourself. You can just go buy a $6 door mirror and get a body of water. I'd say the smallest it could have to be is probably 6 miles. Right? There's curve calculators you can punch in.
Like a big lake.
What is the expected drop over this distance, right? Then you go get a friend and go, hey, can you see this mirror from way across this lake? The globe Earth model says you can't. Okay? So you test the model. That's what we do. We test the model. The model predicts this. We test it. And if the model doesn't match reality, then the model's wrong. It's really that simple. There's nothing complicated about flat Earth. We just test the globe model. That's it. And contrary to popular belief, they literally cannot demonstrate a single goddamn thing.
Wow.
So let's go back to space, right? So here's something that can't be demonstrated. Why doesn't the air fuck off into the vacuum of space?
Are you asking me like?
Yeah, like why? Why doesn't the air fuck off into the vacuum of space?
What I've learned might not necessarily be true, but it's that there's atmosphere.
Well, the atmosphere is the air, so why doesn't the atmosphere fuck off into outer space?
The ozone layer.
So the ozone layer is a barrier? Isn't the ozone layer also a gas? Ozone's a gas.
Yeah, but it's a thick piece of glass. Or gas, what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, so when gas is adjacent to a vacuum, it fills the available space, right? Unless there's a solid barrier preventing it from going there, right? Like a tire, you have air pressure in the tire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why doesn't the air inside the tire fuck off into the regular air? Because you got a barrier. Now, if I have a vacuum chamber and I put a can of, like, say, spray paint that's pressurized inside the vacuum chamber and I punch a hole in it, all the gas that's in the spray paint can is going to go into the vacuum chamber. So in the globe Earth model, you have Earth surrounded by this gas in an infinite vacuum. So why doesn't the gas fuck off into space?
Yeah, I get your point, man.
Yeah. So the point is that.
I'm just going to learn
But
from
listen,
what you're saying,
there's all
so
sorts
thank
of. Well, I really wanted to get to this because I was talking about the inability to demonstrate any claim for the globe Earth model. So they'll say gravity does it, or this does it, or that does it, and you go, hey, okay, demonstrate that with an experiment, and no one ever can. Right? So that's what we're about here. We're about objective reality, demonstrating stuff in reality with an experiment, a measurement, data, not stories about cores, not stories about stars, not stories about other planets, not stories, right? Actual measurable, repeatable, objective data that we can test and repeat.
Yeah.
Okay, is that unreasonable? Do you think that that's unreasonable? Because like the scientific methods says testable, repeatable, verifiable, right? So that's the thing about the scientific method. Anybody's supposed to go, oh, you did this? Oh, I'm going to go do the same thing and I should get the same result. That's how you test, right?
Yeah.
So if we meander back to space images, can I apply the scientific method to images?
No.
Okay, so the definition of pseudoscience, I hate to tell you, is claims or theories that can't be falsified by experiment. So claims that, there's astronauts in space on a spinning globe are unfalsifiable in the claims of pseudoscience. By definition, by the definition of the word.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to know more about Flat Earth, that's what we're about.
Yeah.
I mean, someone else can take over because I got to go actually do work. But that's just the baseline, right? So it's obviously we have more than that. That's just like the baseline of where we're coming from. Where we're coming from, okay, you want to claim it's a ball? We all experience it's a flat Earth. You want to claim it's a ball? Okay, demonstrate it. Show us the evidence. Show us that objective evidence that is testable, repeatable, verifiable. And if you don't have that, we're going to just go with what we experience. Right. As opposed to some concept where you say, well, the Earth is just a ball and right outside your perception, it really is. Or if you trust these people, it really is. We can't rely on that. And we can't live our life by that. Right. Yeah. So I'm not going to listen. It doesn't matter if it's a religion, Islam, or whatever. That's no way to live your life. You got to live your life by what you can prove, by what you can experience, objective reality. For real. Not just the words of strangers claiming things.
That's what I'm saying. I see your point, man. That's a good point.
Anyway, I don't know, Roger, if you want to take over or somebody else, because I got to do something.
Sure.
I think Cuddles to the Cowboy should take over.
Who?
Never mind.
So yeah, you conceded that you do not experience a ball Earth, right?
Yeah.
It's not something you see.
I believe in flat Earth, bro. Like I know.
Yeah, we went over this, right? It's not a belief.
So I'm sorry, it's just a word, man. All right, just relax.
Yeah, we tried to be specific here. So
okay. How do you want me to? How would you like me to say it? Okay, I know it's a flat Earth.
How?
Better?
Show me. What are your three best proofs? Because the
whole thing that India was just talking about, man.
Listen. You came in saying you wanted to learn, right? And now you know.
Point a laser over a river or over a big lake, 25 miles long, and the lake will be what was the feet? How many feet? However many feet over under the laser. To show the curve that there's no curve. That's one fact that I learned from India.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's just Indio telling you, right?
Yeah, I came here to learn. What's wrong with that, man?
You can do this yourself, man. You can go to a beach with the binoculars and go see ships you shouldn't be able to see.
So now you just believe Indio instead of you don't know yet until you do it yourself. Do you get that?
Okay, what would you want me to say then? Like, I don't understand what you want me to say. So do you want me not to believe in it then?
I'd rather you be honest, right?
What do you mean
And
be
tell
honest?
us. And
Okay,
tell us. Well,
fine. I'm being honest right now. I believe that it's flat Earth, and that is the right word to say because
Okay.
I think it is. I can't prove it, but I think it is. All right, that is the right word to say. Don't say, oh, you can't say belief. You have to say no. No, I don't fucking have to say no. I
Okay.
say believe because I believe it, but I can't prove it. All right. Let me to use a different word.
He
Don't
hasn't
spell
done
it.
any experiments yet.
Exactly.
And
So I
that's
can't prove
and
it,
that's
but so I
fine.
believe.
He's,
Right.
That's all fine.
So why are you telling me not to use believe?
Well, no, we're sticklers.
No,
We're
no.
big sticklers
I'm not talking to you. Roger, tell me.
for semantics.
Roger, tell me now why I can't use the word believe. Tell me.
Observable reality.
I'm not fucking talking about. Tell me why I can't use the word believe.
No, Ja, here, hold on. Is that what you want me to call you? Is it JA? Was it stand for? I don't know. Ja, what do you want?
James, I don't care.
James. All right. Anyway, look, it's you. Just a few moments ago, you didn't believe in the flat Earth. You thought
I didn't say that. I said I believed in it, and then you lot said, "Oh, you can't say that. You have to say no."
Okay. Well, we're kind of used to people kind of pretending, you know.
Right. That's
That's cool, but I'm not pretending. I genuinely believe it, and you're dismissing that. You're saying I can't believe it, but you're not allowed to believe.
We don't believe it. That's the difference. You
I'm
keep
not. I
lumping
didn't
us
say you
together with
believe it. I said
you.
I believe it.
You are a noob.
Listen.
I
Oh my
understand, but
god.
you
No, you're not
also
listening,
earlier
bro. You're
said
not listening
us.
at all. I
You
don't
earlier
care
said
if you
us.
believe it or not.
I understand that you're changing your story now, and that's
I didn't
perfectly
change my
fine.
story.
That's
Stop
cool.
talking, man. Fucking hell. Don't listen to you. You fucking only listen to yourself.
We don't need all these feelings, right?
I don't care what you need or what you don't need.
We're here for objective reality, for truth. Okay. So my advice to you would
All right,
be,
and I'll say what I believe in. I will say whatever I believe in.
that's all fine, right? So again, Lou made this told you, right? We get tons of people here acting, LARPing.
And do you think I'm acting?
I mean, I don't know. You could be, right? You just joined the
I could
server.
be.
Could be, right?
So don't assume I am. Figure out if I am or not.
That's why I told you.
Use
right?
fact, prove it, experiment, and prove it.
So you told me you watched some flat Earth videos, and then you came with going to space, right? So I
was
assume when
talking
you
to Indio.
Yeah, but you told us
I wasn't talking to
all-
you then.
You told us all that
I
you
told
watched.
Indio actually. I wasn't talking to you all. I don't give a shit
So-
about all of you.
All listening here.
No.
I don't care.
So, Ja, you told us you watched some videos, right? So I assume you watched flat Earth videos which explain.
That's exactly what I
the
said.
arguments.
Yeah, that is exactly what I said.
So that those explain the arguments, right? So I assume you know or understand some of the arguments, and then you went into let's send somebody to space, right? That is a trigger point because that would mean that you didn't understand or didn't watch it. Okay. So I'd rather you'd be honest to me and tell me, well, I
didn't
didn't
watch 500 videos. I watched like 3.
Okay. Well,
they didn't talk about space in the ones I watched. They talked about the laser thing that India talked about. That's why I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Awesome. So, Ja, what I would recommend you to do is if you scroll down this server, right, you have tons of channels with all sorts of information.
I told you I came in here to learn, and you're dismissing that.
No.
Yes, you are.
So I am getting annoyed now. Okay. I'm pointing you to the information. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels.
I've seen it.
Okay. You can then do your research, right? Learn the arguments, open your mind up.
Are you saying
listen
that
in?
It's better that I leave this and learn by myself than listening to you guys talk about it? So you're saying that the information is more valid than you're talking?
You're straw manning me now because I told you, open your mind, listen in, and take in the arguments. This is what I told you, right? Okay. So I want to switch to Aris Theo because He wants to get checked in. Aris, what's up? Aris, you have
Hello?
control. Yeah, you have control of your mic, man. What's up?
Okay, thank you. Honestly, I just came in here to the live stream. I want to
Okay.
understand like other people's like views on how the Earth is shaped. Because honestly,
Okay.
I don't know what to believe, like think or believe right now.
Okay.
Because I personally haven't done any tests, like Jar said. I haven't tested for myself, done any experiments. So I
Okay.
just wanted to see what other people were thinking. And see
Yeah.
if I can
No.
open my mind.
You landed on your feet. This is the best place to learn about flat Earth and globe Earth.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Aris.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this is the best place to learn about flat Earth and globe Earth. We've all been, we've all been a glober at one stage at a stage
I
in our
wouldn't say I'm a
lives.
glober. I'm not sure what I am.
Okay.
Nice.
Well,
Advanced.
I think you can agree that you've been taught the heliocentric model in school, right? You've learned about the globe and
Yeah, I've
where
learned
it's
about the
in.
globe.
Okay. So I assume that you at one point believed in it, right? You believe that you were on a spinning water ball because everybody
Yeah.
told you were. Okay. So this is what I was saying. We all did, right? We all believed
Exactly.
it.
That's how we've been put into this earth, into the world. We've been proved to. I mean, like told to believe that.
Correct. So, and then we decided to look into it, right? What is it they are telling us about this globe, and how can we verify it? How can you validate it in reality? So everybody here in this room experiences, and everybody on Earth, right, experiences the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Do you agree with this?
Like I said before, I'm from a very young age, like every other person. I've been taught by everyone or anything online by teachers that the Earth is a ball. That's what I've been taught. But now I've come to the realization that may not be true.
Okay.
So that's why I've come here and I'm trying to listen.
That's cool. That's cool. So again, so we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. Do you agree? Aris?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? So whenever you walk outside your door, you don't see any curvature, right? It's all flat.
No, for me, it's just flat. I don't see curvature in the Earth.
Yeah. So, and you don't experience motion, right? You don't see the Earth move. You only see the sun, the stars, and the moon moving above your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So wherever we go, right, outside and measure the surface of the Earth, because they told us it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. And when you go out and measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature, right? Large bodies of water always measures flat. So if all the water on this Earth measures flat, how can it be a ball?
Exactly. That's what I've been thinking for so long. How can it be a ball if the radius does not match the flatness of the water?
Exactly. So my advice to you is, right, I think, I assume you're from the UK? Right? Aris?
Hello?
Yeah. So I assume you are from the UK?
I am, yeah. That's correct.
Yeah. So people
You
can
assume
see,
correct.
people see Calais from Dover. You ever heard this before?
Sorry, what?
People see Calais from Dover, France from
The
Dover.
cliffs of Dover.
No, when you stand, when you are in Dover at the pier,
Dover.
you can see France.
Yeah.
Right. Have you ever heard this?
Crazy. Yeah, I saw it.
So this shouldn't be happening on a ball.
Exactly. If it was a ball, you wouldn't be able to see across the sea.
Exactly. So, yeah, my advice for you also, same as Ja, is to look into it, right? If you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels, the introduction
A lot of effort has been
videos,
put into this.
the beginner's reference. You can do your research there. You can watch some videos, learn how to validate this for yourself, right? We are not here to convert you. We are not here to
I was just here to see what other people think and how I maybe could brighten my mind.
Okay. So again, we are not here trying to convert you, convince you, right? We are showing you the tools. We are showing you the tools so you can do this yourself. The only person that can convince you by actually doing the observations
is me myself,
is you. Okay. So do you have any questions or?
So like I've seen online that like how the Earth is portrayed by flat earthers is like a disc sort of shape. So I was just confused.
Well, flat. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was confused. Like, if you were to dig straight through the Earth, what would be on the other side?
So, I have a counter question. I will answer this. Okay. So I have a counter question.
Okay.
If I say the word flat Earth, what is it inside your mind that pops up?
That's what I'm confused about, because there's all this information and facts that it's not actually a ball; it's actually flat.
Right.
But
so
I'm not sure.
The reason why I ask, right, is that most people that come here, they think that we think that the Earth is a flat disk flying in space. This is not correct.
What do you think it is then?
Well, the Earth measures flat. What shape it is, I cannot tell you, right? Flat isn't a shape description. It is
so
about
all
the
you know
surface
is
of
that
water.
the surface is flat.
Yes, and so do you, right? You only experience.
I'm open to any.
Right. Well, let me. So you only experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. You haven't
personally,
been
I have
to
experienced
all. Yeah. So you haven't been all over the Earth. So you wouldn't know what
I've been
shape
to a
it
few
is. Right?
countries.
Well,
I've gone on holiday quite a lot.
and still you didn't. You wouldn't know what shape it is, right? The only thing you would know is that it always looks flat to you.
Yeah.
So
the only way I've seen it a ball is in pictures, and I think they might be like trying to hide some information from us.
Maybe, but the point here is that you probably got this notion that the Earth is a flat disk flying in space from mainstream media or from the
like
Flat
pictures
Earth.
online.
Yeah, from the Flat Earth Society. So the Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition. It's just a hollow organization put in place to spread misinformation about Earth, right? About what we think. They claim Earth is a flat disk flying upwards in space. 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
But in essence, they hold all sorts of beliefs that we do not have. We work on the really is level here, the verifiable, empirical, something we can all test for ourselves.
Yeah, I think that everyone should be able to test it themselves. They need to go out and experience in the real world what is true and what is false.
Okay, sorry. So the Flat Earth Society, right? So whenever people want to do research, they go onto Google and they type in Flat Earth, and one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society. People go onto their forum and read a bunch of ridiculous claims, right? They will tell you Earth is a flat disk flying upwards in space. They will tell you Australia doesn't exist. They will tell you you can fall off the edge, right? With water falling off. That's their claim. And they will tell you that, or tweet stuff like, we have members all around the globe. So they want you to go to them, right? So because mainstream media depicts flat earthers as batshit crazy science deniers, right? Flat earthers are stupid, dumb, didn't go to school. This is what they want you to think about us, right? So people go to the Flat Earth Society and read about all these ridiculous claims that Australia doesn't exist, and their bias gets confirmed, right? Look at these stupid flat earthers denying the existence of Australia. So this is the tactic, right? They deliberately put in false information in the form of Flat Earth Society to make you laugh about observable reality, because you, sorry, you conceded that Earth is experienced as a flat non-rotating Earth. So they want you to laugh about observable reality, and then confirm your bias that flat earthers are dumb, crazy, stupid. Okay? So no, we don't think that Earth is a flying disc in space. So the deepest hole ever drilled is 7.6 miles deep. Nobody has ever gone deeper. So I couldn't tell you what's below that depth. Nobody can tell you. Did that answer your question? You can't drill through. Nobody has ever been deeper than 7.6 miles.
Yeah, I know no one has, but I was just, because you said, do you have any questions? That was just like in my head, like that's just a thing that I was confused about. Like if you were to actually dig through the earth, what would be on the other side? That was my question. Just if you were to do it.
Yeah, and again, you have this image of in your head of a disc.
Yeah, that's why.
With rocks on the other side, right? And then if you
I
drill
don't know
down,
what's on the other side. That's why I asked.
No, see, maybe this will help. We picture it more as though the Earth is the ground floor to everything that exists. Okay, everything that's above your head in the sky, and that includes planets, the moon, the sun, stars. You know, anything. It's literally above your head, not up in the air around some ball, some three-dimensional object. Basically, this is just it. Everything that's created is here on Earth, and everything that's not here on Earth is created for it. It's above us. This is just.
Oh, so there's no like edge to the world.
Yeah, there's no edge to the world. There's no outer space. There's no.
Oh, so like this isn't like a joke, but like so it's like a flat Minecraft world. It's like there's no end. It just keeps going.
Well,
we don't know.
well, yeah, it could be. We would actually, most of us here would say that there has to be a limit, but nobody's been there. It might be completely unreachable. But yeah, we're not just out floating around in this fictitious outer space, though.
Yeah, and the point is, right, we're not we're trying to figure out objective reality, right? So things we can actually validate here on Earth. The thing you only have the Earth, Eris, right? You will never go to space, never. So the only thing you have is Earth. And you can test Earth. You can test if there is curvature. So if I don't know something, I would rather say I don't know than tell you a story or something from my imagination to fill that gap, right? So people come here and ask, well, where's the core of the Earth, right? So people only have the deepest hole is only 7.6 miles deep. So they don't even know if there is a core, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. So that's the whole deal, right? Some things can never be known. Some things we do not know. And it's better to say, well, that's something we don't know than to give you another story, right? To give you another fairy tale. because the
Yeah, I
heliocentric
respect that.
model is built on fairy tales. It's built on assumptions, theories, and maths, right? None of these things can be validated, right? They tell you most of your objective reality is formed of matter that you cannot see, dark matter, right? 69% of the universe is filled with dark matter. They don't know. It's just an assumption to make the calculations work. Okay? It's just a fairy tale. So you have more questions, or? Maybe Ja? Does he have a question?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Well, we have Eva. Eva, are you there? I unmuted you.
Yes, hello. I do actually have a couple of questions.
Okay,
So
cool.
I don't
So,
really
Eva,
think
one second, because you're new, and I have to ask you a few questions before we
Right.
carry on. How did you find this? Are you from one group? Eris, you and Ja?
No, my friend just told me about it.
Okay. Well, have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
Well, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Cool. And what is your position at this point? How did
Well, I
you?
don't necessarily agree with it.
Sorry.
But I don't agree with it, but I would like to listen to your point of view and
Awesome
listen to.
stuff. Have you read the rules when you entered the server?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, if you would be so kind to do so, it's
Right.
basically about it's in the welcome channel at the top of the server, and it's basically about trolling, right? We're all human beings, and we just want to have a civil conversation about the shape of the Earth, and we don't need the trolling, right?
Yeah, I
So-
also just want a civil discussion, and I just want to understand why you think what you think. Because as far as I know, there are way more evidence, like backing up
No,
why.
so you don't know, right? Somebody told
Right.
you. Somebody showed you a picture of a ball Earth and told you you are standing there. Look, this is where you are. So you don't know. It's just a belief that you are on a spinning water ball hurling through space. So Eva, let me ask you. Do you experience the Earth as a ball?
No, but
No. Okay. Well, that's enough, right? But is nullifying the stuff you said before. So no.
Hey,
Nobody
sorry,
does.
can I interrupt quickly? Like I don't know who she is, but like I'm just saying it's a bit rude you talking over her a bit. Like if you guys are having a civil conversation,
So Ja.
then you know.
So yeah, that's
Yo, what's good, my
enough.
homie? Yo.
Yeah, that's enough.
Oh, what a loser.
That's enough. So yeah, Eva, no, right? Everybody on this Earth experiences it as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. No, well, that's that, right? You conceded to that.
Mhm.
So why would you then think that the Earth is actually a ball with a radius of 3959?
Okay, well, for example, all the other planets are round. The moon is round. So, for example, could you explain why, for example, there are different time zones and why in some countries it's like day right
Yeah,
now?
hold up, Eva. You're scattergunning now. So you said planets are round, moons are round, time zones. You're probably going to ask, where's the edge? So these are all the questions, and these are not your questions, right? These are put inside your head. These are not original questions from you.
Well, yes, they are
Okay.
put inside
Yeah.
my head, but there's no answer for them, which is like
There
that.
are
that
tons of
okay,
answers, right? So, sorry,
Roger?
answer them for me.
Roger?
Okay, I got you. So for one, even if everything in the sky was a sphere, would that make the Earth a sphere, right? Like, so if I walk up to your house and I'm like, look, there's a light bulb on the ceiling, that means
Yeah,
the ground is a light bulb. That would be dumb. in addition, you said the moon is round. Well, quarters are round and they're flat. So like, yeah, it looks like a circle. We've never seen the other quote unquote side of the moon. When you zoom in on planets, quote unquote, they're just pulsating orbs of light in the sky. They're just wandering lights. They're not
Twinkling.
Yeah, they twinkle, and then they all move east to west. The word planet means wonder. It's a wandering star. Okay, there's no evidence it's terra firma or spherical. Terra firma meaning land or solid or spherical, literally. And even if there were, which there's literally not, it wouldn't prove what the Earth is. And how do we have time zones? The sun moves over top of the Earth. It's smaller and more local than they've told you. And so it goes where you can't see it anymore, and it goes in and out throughout the year from the
Okay.
center closer and further.
No, but like for example, I'm in Ukraine right now, yeah. But in Australia, it would be like, I'm assuming it would be like dark right now. So how would that happen?
Yeah, so
If
like the sun. So if I have a flashlight and I shine it on the parking lot, all right, I like hold it right over a parking lot, and then you stand on the other side of the parking lot, can you see the sun on the ground, the light on the ground?
Where you are.
I have a question.
If I take a little flashlight and I hold it over the parking lot and it has like a little circle of light, right? If you walk across that parking lot and you look down at the ground, you won't see the flashlight. There's just a radius of light. Light doesn't go forever. So the sun's more local. It has a
Excuse me?
certain radius of
What is
light.
it?
And yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see with with a flashlight, there's like sides that guard the light so it can't go out the sides. Are you saying there's guards on the sun?
I'm saying there's a radius of light and light doesn't travel forever. It's just scientifically provable. It's called attenuation of light. So I don't have to say there are
And
sides. I
it's
don't have to make any claims
also,
about the sun.
also, it is not proven that the sunlight cast on the Earth is actually a round shape. It can be even a half disc shape due to special lensing effects.
Okay.
No, but I was just saying that with the
Yeah.
flashlight and the sun, it's completely different because flashlights have sides to it, and the light can't go out the sides.
That was
So you can't say it's directed towards one point.
First of all, you don't know anything about the sun. You
Do I
don't
not?
know it. No, you know nothing about it.
I know nothing about the sun.
That's correct. You know
Yeah.
fairy
Right,
tales that
okay.
you were told about the sun, and you're interrupting a conversation, right?
I wasn't interrupting. I
You
said,
did.
excuse me,
You
I have a
did.
question.
Oh,
You
no,
let me
okay.
speak.
Okay.
I politely asked for a question.
Do you know what attenuation of light is?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, what Aries? What is attenuation of light? You're ugly.
Light does
Is your name?
light. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just my name. My friends call
Okay.
me ugly, so.
No, it's all good. What's attenuation of light?
It's like light does not go forever. Like it has to stop at some point.
Because of what? What's attenuation?
Particles in the air.
What's attenuation?
Particles in the air.
It's the absorption rate into a medium. Okay.
Yeah, right. So particles in the air, like the particles stop it.
It's the absorption rates of a medium.
Yeah. Okay. Same.
Okay. So there you go. The light doesn't travel forever. So
Yeah, I didn't say that.
It's very simple, bro. I was using the flashlight to give her an analogy of how you can't see the light across the parking lot. The Earth has a sun that's local. It moves over top of it, and as it gets further away from you, it becomes nighttime, and it comes back around, it becomes daytime. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Okay, right. I have a question. So, for example, what I agree with is that Earth is like kind of like a sphere, right? So, globe. And for example, if you were to travel on a plane from, let's say, the Middle East to like America, the fastest route a plane would take to get there is it would kind of make a curved line, like a very curved one.
No, it doesn't.
The reasoning for it.
I
Sorry?
love this argument. Continue. Go ahead. Finish it.
And the reason for it is because, well, the Earth is a sphere, so therefore that way the plane we would get there faster. Well, how would you explain that?
Okay. Can I take this? All right. First off, I'd like an example of a route, and
Let's say from Dubai.
And then we're going to compare it between like the AE map and the globe, and I also need you to agree to the fact that the fastest route between 2 points is a straight line. Is that correct?
Well, it depends how short the route is. But could you please give me a second? I just need to close my window. It's very loud outside.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute.
The shortest distance from 2 points is a straight line.
Or bending the space-time and punching a hole through the points.
Yeah, right. So for example, if you're like 1 kilometer, like if you're somewhere like just standing and you need to get to another point and that point is 1 kilometer away, the fastest route, like if there are no obstacles at all, the fastest route would be a straight line. But if it's like quite far away, then the fastest route would be a curved line because the Earth is a sphere. Like I believe the Earth is a sphere.
No, so what you're saying is if the Earth is a sphere, then it would necessitate a curved path from one place to another, right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Right. So you don't know that it's actually curving. You just assume it is because you're assuming a ball.
Well, no, not necessarily. So no, I'm not saying no, I'm not saying it has to be curved. I'm saying if you're trying to get to a destination that's like quite far away from where you are, so like over 100 kilometers, the line would be curved. Like it wouldn't be curved, but to get there faster would have to be
If
curved.
you're flying over a ball, any distance would be technically curving, even if it's just minutely, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm not not okay. Could you just please search up, like, for example,
Well,
because
that's what I wanted you to do. You're talking about curved flight paths. I want you to find me an example. Give me a map of the flight path of an intercontinental flight.
Yeah,
I want
alright.
you to show that to me, and then we'll examine it.
Yeah, and the first problem is that you are begging the question that the Earth is a ball where airplanes fly over, right? So you conceded that there is no observable curvature, right? You will not ever see it. So you then go to an airplane and then say, well, it has to be over a ball.
I think it'll be very, very beneficial for her though if she goes and gets a route and then finds out that this argument is just wrong, you know. There are
I can tell you a
there are over
funny thing.
13 emergency landings
Sorry.
that happened that basically debunk the globe, where the plane had to land because someone was in labor, etc. They landed right where they had to if the Earth were flat during emergency landings. So flight paths just murder the globe. It don't help them at all. Like they go way out of their way if the Earth's a ball, and then you look at it on a flat map and it's a straight line. The reason that they go that way is because it's the fastest way to get there, and on the globe it would like double their path. So, but I mean, just pull up something specific.
Yeah, alright. But how do I like screen share here? Because I literally just got Discord like today.
I'm convinced she's not a troll. I think she can have image perms, at least for this conversation. I'll give it.
Yeah, go ahead.
1 second. I'll give you the perms.
Can I give you a funny example about these curved flight paths? Until then, in this globe model, when the airplane is flying, dipping the nose equals to raising the tail. But if you tell that to a dog and compare it to a dog, it's gonna be something very funny about this analogy.
Can you see the voice text?
Wait, I'm just trying to figure out how to like screen share here.
Okay, well we don't screen
Oh,
share,
yeah,
but
yeah.
he's gonna give you image perm where you can drop a picture or something in the voice text.
So it's the text chat directly above the live stream that you're in. It says live stream voice text. All information that goes along with this chat is going to be posted there. You should be paying attention to that already. You now have the image perms, so if you see the little plus thing next to where you type, that's where you can throw in an attachment.
Yeah, 20 minutes after the
Picture, a
hour.
diagram.
20 minutes after the hour shows a really big curve from the Middle East to America. I think that's what she's talking about. But if you look at that on our map or a map that's more like what we think it is, it's a straight line.
There you
Yeah,
go,
well,
Los Angeles to Dubai. Abu Dhabi, yeah. So there you go.
So now let's take a look at those two locations. And I have a little bit further up. If you look at 16 minutes after the hour, I have a pretty good AE map there. Now, this is not our model. We don't know that this is exact, but it works pretty good for this demonstration. So, what do we have? LA and Abu Dhabi? Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, okay, what we really need is a third point, like Witsit was talking about with emergency landings. That would really help a lot for this. But if you just take this AE map and you find LA and you find Abu Dhabi and you draw a straight line between them, you'll see that it passes just above Greenland, exactly as that arc shows. And
Yeah, it's the map. They show you this Mercator map, and then draw an arc on it, and then you believe that the airplane is actually doing this. But when you are sitting in this airplane, the airplane flies straight. It never follows curvature. It doesn't nose down. It's just one straight line.
yeah,
from A to B.
And yeah, exactly. Just like I said, connecting 2 points, the most direct route, the shortest route is a straight line. Well, if you live on a ball, a straight line isn't going to take you way up north over fucking Greenland. The straightest route would be going along, like the 40th latitude, somewhere around there.
Yeah, this hurts the globe.
Yep.
They have to take the flat Earth map route to get there. Why would they not just go directly across on the globe?
Why is the route planned as if the world is flat and not a sphere? Well, why? How is this helping you?
Just to be fair, this is if you just Google how we know the Earth's not flat, they'll actually show you something like this, and that's all she's doing. You know, if you look above your picture, there's also tons of other plane routes mapped out for you on a supposed globe projection and a flat projection. They always make more sense on the flat Earth because the Earth is provably flat. So if you look at like 18 minutes after the hour, they live, right? You see the left, that's the globe. It goes all the way up to London, then comes back down to Johannesburg. But look at it on the flat map. It actually makes sense. It makes no sense on the globe projection, though. Why wouldn't they just go across? Why would they go all the way up?
Just give her a moment to respond. I mean, you presented an argument that you thought made sense for your globe, and you're pretty quiet now. What do you think about it? I mean, I'll take that silence as a win. That's next. By the way, Witsit, nice job last night on your stream, man.
Thanks.
Bucks and six, man.
Bucks and six. Over and over. I changed it to buck the system.
That was kind of cringy, honestly. I'm sorry.
Hey, wasn't that game 6 at the Pfizer Arena?
Yeah, Pfizer Forum. Just a
I need to
coincidence.
correct you on that too. Pfizer with an F and Pfizer PH are two different companies.
No, I know that, but it's pronounced the same, dude.
It's similar. It sounds.
It just has a V at the end.
Yeah.
So game
It's just a
6, huh?
coincidence. Game 6 in Pfizer Forum in 2021. It could be
You
a coincidence.
put up with too many drunk
Completely different
people.
companies, though.
I know, but dude, the NBA Finals were won in Pfizer Forum. That could be a coincidence, I guess.
I don't know how you deal with that many
Yeah.
drunk people constantly.
It's all coincidence.
I get it. You have Milwaukee bias. You definitely want to think it's a coincidence. It's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it was crazy though.
I've unmuted Ja again. Hopefully, it's going to be a better conversation now. So, Eris or
Am I allowed to
Ja
talk?
or Eva, have any
Am I
questions
allowed to talk?
now? You certainly am.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
did you say that all beliefs are like what's it called, like respected or whatever? That's allowed, right? Like you're allowed to believe what you're allowed to believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't believe the Earth's flat. You can test and prove it, and you
No,
believe the
but
Earth's
I'm
flat.
not asking that. I'm not
Oh,
asking.
we were talking about the Earth.
Okay, what?
You're allowed to believe whatever you want in your own home.
Thank you.
You don't have to come here though and tell us about it though.
Okay, but can I just say that if I think something, why are you mocking it?
Because what do you
And
think?
as soon as I mock something that you believe, I get muted and or banned.
Have you been muted
That's a
and
bit
banned?
unfair, don't you think?
Hey man,
Ja.
stop trying to concern troll. Okay.
What the fuck does that mean?
Like, if you keep talking to me like that, I'll just mute you again, bro. I don't know who you think you are, but what we're doing here is trying to have productive conversation about the specifics
That's
of the
what I
nature.
was trying to do, and I
It
got
seems like
muted
you
before.
accidentally spoke in the middle of me again. I watched when you got muted. You were interrupting people like that and being loud and cussing and interrupting. So just be respectful. You'll be fine, dude. Okay.
I'm just saying I was getting mocked, and I don't think that's quite fair, because if I do it to someone else about flat Earth, then that doesn't end well for me, does it?
Well, no,
The
maybe the
difference
most you're
is
getting here is they'll mock the specifics of your argument. They don't just what you guys do is like you're the one that thinks the Earth is flat, but like no, whenever we
I didn't do
like,
that.
oh, okay, but listen, man, just stop the concern trolling. No one cares. This has been like 30 seconds of just wasting
I
time.
don't know what concern trolling is.
Well, use your brain and define the words.
Okay, sure.
Look, I'll just tell them. Look, keep your nose where it belongs. Keep it out of other people's business. Don't get concerned for somebody else's punishment or how a conversation is being handled.
That's what it was.
Yeah, stay out of that shit. That's not your place.
Oh yeah, that. Can I just ask you about that, Roger?
I was talking to Eva, yes, and
yeah, and I just said that I thought it was a bit rude.
1 second. I asked her, when do you observe? My question was, do you observe or experience the Earth as a globe? She said no, but right. Then I interrupted her because
Which is a bit rude.
right. So I wasn't finished, right? So
Which is a bit rude.
it wasn't rude because the concession needs to be pointed out. Okay, no, but means that you aren't agreeing. You do not concede, right? With the but, you nullify everything you said before. Okay, so no, everybody experiences the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is what I wanted to make clear. And then you went into a rant that I interrupted her. Yes, I did, but I wanted to make sure she knew that she made a concession, okay? This is important, right? We need to follow the logical path to a conclusion. So if somebody says, I concede, then the next thing that follows cannot be, but I did, right? We have this concession and we can move forward. So I'd rather not talk about this anymore because it's wasted time, okay?
That's not
So
no
the
problem.
next time you complain about moderation, okay,
Yeah.
this will be a different discussion. So let's move forward, Ja. Let's leave this behind and let's move forward, okay?
So if y'all have specific questions, right? So here's the real thing that you guys need to know. Let's just cut to the chase. Ava, I need you to listen. Ja, you need to listen.
Yes, I
Everyone
am.
here that thinks the Earth's a ball needs to listen, okay? You're going to have a whole bunch of questions. If you Google this, flat Earth is super censored. You're going to hear a whole bunch of misinformation articles about how we know the Earth's not flattened. We can debunk every single point on every single
Yeah,
article in our
that's why we
sleep.
came here.
Bro, chill. I know. I'm explaining it. Okay, so every question you ask, we've heard it. We can answer all of them. Okay, you're not gonna stump us. I can guarantee it.
I never tried to do that, man.
I know. I'm saying, but the most efficient way to go about this conversation is to go directly to physically measuring the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving. It has to curve and it has to block your view, right? If there's a pregnant lady and she takes her hand and rubs it down her stomach to the other side, you can't see her hand anymore because the physical curve of her stomach blocked her hand, right? Like that. If you walk up to a hill, you can't see through it because the curve blocks you. The Earth has to do this if it's a sphere, and it has to do this at a certain rate based on the radius value, the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, a radius, 3,959. It has to curve at a certain rate. So we need to physically measure the Earth and see if that curvature is there. That's where we need to start. We don't need to point up at the sky and say, well, I think of this fairy tale that I was told in school
I didn't
about
say
the
that.
sky. Stop. I'm just saying in general, man. Stop interrupting me. Okay.
Okay,
So
no problem.
so if you think about this being intellectually productive, you can't just point at the sky and make up stories. That won't change what the ground is. So we need to look and see what the physical measurements of the surface is to see if it actually is a ball. Do you agree? Because that's just objectively what we have to do.
All right, that's cool.
Okay.
I want to say, like, I came here just to learn more, and I got, I don't know, I just want to learn, so that's all I want to do. And for some reason, people are angry at me.
Yeah,
No, you're
look,
good. We're just gonna start over, man. Let's stop talking about it.
Yeah, start over. Stop being concerned. You're just making it worse. Like, just move on yourself. You know, like if you want to
I'm
learn,
not gonna lie, like,
the best thing is going to be to listen. You can't learn much when your mouth is moving.
well, I have to move my mouth to ask questions.
All right. Has anyone taken this guy through the 3 points? All right. This is basically an intellectual honesty test, and it gets to the crux of the issue. So, John, we're going to ask you 3 basic questions. I'm assuming no one has. Okay. So, is there any empirical evidence that you have done or obtained or know of in the history of mankind that physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any actual evidence that you have done or obtained or anyone has in the history of mankind of the Earth spinning and rotating on an axis?
No.
Okay. Is there any evidence in the history of mankind that space is in fact a near perfect vacuum that you
Wait,
can go
can
to?
you repeat that question? What?
Yeah, is there any evidence in the history of mankind that can be verified that space, quote unquote, is in fact a vacuum that you can travel to?
I mean, yeah.
What?
Getting in a rocket and flying to the moon.
Have you ever?
No, obviously not me personally, because I'm not an astronaut. I'm 17. Like, you know.
Yeah. So supposedly they went and landed on the moon in 1969. That's
Yeah,
what you're
what's
talking
so
about.
crazy about that?
Well, the thing is that's not empirical evidence, right? Empirical means it can be verified, it can be tested. No one's ever even claimed to go back since then, and that's just NASA, a governmental agency, claiming that they did something in the 60s.
What about SpaceX?
SpaceX doesn't even claim to go past low Earth orbit, and it once again
They go
that's
to
a
the
company.
International Space Station.
The International Space Station's not past low Earth orbit either, according to their own story. It's not even where they say it is.
Yeah.
So the point is, you can't verify. None of us can independently verify that space is a near perfect vacuum that you can travel to. You have to just believe stories of other people that claim they did it. in the 60s and whatnot, right? So that can't be verified.
Can you show us a pressure sensor that measures 10 to
Oh
the
my god,
minus
no,
17
man.
torque?
Right? I came here to learn. That's it. Stop asking me questions.
Well, you did decently honest with that, and that here's the problem. The whole now what you have to admit is that the globe Earth is just a belief that you have, right? It's just a belief.
Obviously, I know, but like everything can be seen as a belief unless you prove it. So obviously, it is a belief because I haven't tried to prove it myself. You know.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for being honest, right? That's our point. Like you can actually prove if
Can
the
I
Earth
ask you something as well?
is a ball. Go
Off
ahead.
topic, but it comes around. You know. Are you like? Do you believe in any religion?
No, I'm anti-religion.
Oh, okay. Well,
Me
same.
too.
But is anyone here believe in like, a religion?
Look,
Do you
most
believe in a creator?
yeah, most people here believe in God, but not necessarily.
Okay, so you think God is real?
Religion.
How can you prove that? Thank you. My point's been proven. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, well
Why are you
here's the
derailing?
difference. For one, we acknowledge that to believe in a creator is a belief because we can't go dap up the creator.
Yeah.
Secondly, there's not another viable option to explain how the Earth is here and the center of everything. So until we can offer another alternative viable option, there's literally no other way. And that's a non sequitur. We're talking about if the Earth is a ball. See, I can't go dap up the creator, but I can go test the surface of the Earth. So it's completely not
Do you do
analogous.
that?
It's not that. Yes, I do it all the time. I do
Bro,
it all the
this
time.
this cut the shit guy, I'm gonna do something. If he doesn't stop
He's
calling it
very
doing this
good
shit,
at it.
bro. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Cut the shit is very good at it.
Yeah,
I
like,
don't care if he's good at it, man. Like, stop chatting shit, yeah.
hold on, cut the shit. You don't need to tag him every time. All right, you can talk whatever
That's
you
fucking
want.
pissing me off before I do something that you wouldn't
So
do.
John, you said you believed in the flat Earth, right?
I
You
didn't say
told us
that.
this.
I said I didn't know what to believe and that I'm willing to believe anything.
So I'm
Whatever
if I'm
can be like proved.
going
Whatever
to
can be proved the
rewind
most.
this
That is what I would believe.
listen, if I'm
No, I'm
going to
listening.
rewind this live stream and I'm going to recall the conversation we had, right, where you said I believe it, right, and now you're changing your story again.
I'm not.
No. So do you or do you not believe in flat Earth? What is it?
I don't know what I believe in. I don't believe in anything right now.
So
Like
you flip flopping.
bro, stop fucking like. What are you doing?
I'm exposing you, right?
For what?
For
what are you exposing?
LARPing.
Exposed. Shut up.
Wow, dude.
So your friend just
He's not my friend. Stop. Get over yourself, man. He's not my friend.
All right,
Now,
look,
what
we're
are
gonna
you
have to calm down. Let's calm down. Who cares about the personal bullshit back and forth? It's just annoying, bro. Okay,
Yeah,
look,
exactly. Like,
look.
stop chatting
Here's
entire shit, man.
here's what it comes down to. Okay, we saw mountains right here from 273 miles away, based on the globe Earth map, that should have been blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. We saw the skyline of Chicago from 60 miles away, should have been completely blocked by Earth curvature. We have mountains we saw from 255 miles away, should have been blocked by a mile of Earth curvature from the top up. Yeah, you can see it. You can go make long distance observations and prove the Earth is not curving at the rate they said that it is. They know that most people will never go do this. They'll never go test it. They'll just watch cartoons and see cartoon pictures and think they're real pictures, hear stories of going to space, and that'll be it. But you can actually test it. That's why I asked you, do you have any physical evidence we can verify about the Earth spinning or curving or going to space? Because you cannot verify them. Those are blind beliefs. The difference with flat Earth is it's not a belief. None of us believe the Earth is flat. You can prove it. You can go out and measure the surface of the Earth. Okay, we have an observation 1 foot off the ground where the horizon's over 10 miles away. If the Earth's a ball that they said it is, with the size that they said it is, if you're 1 foot off of it, you would see the curve of it at 1.2 miles away. Yeah, we saw it over 10 miles away. Okay, so that would require the radius to be over 250,000 miles. They claim it's under 4,000 miles. The reason this survey exists, the reason there are 100 million, I say at least 100 million flat earthers, is because you can actually test it, and we falsified the radius. That's the major difference here that we want you to wrap your mind around. We aren't blindly believing things. We are actually building our opinion on empirical evidence that can be verified. It's a huge difference, right? So that's the important part that you need to grasp, and everyone in here needs to grasp that's new to this conversation. Reset your mind from all of these beliefs you have. People believe in evolution. People believe in the Big Bang. People believe that a Mars-sized body hit the Earth and made the moon. People believe that people went to the moon. But if you throw away all these blind beliefs of what the authority positions have told you and just look at what the actual evidence is that can be verified, you will find out what the truth is. Okay, and you can test the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving. It's that simple.
Yeah, wait, it. Can I ask him a question, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ja. Yeah. Do you believe in destroyed technology? Are you still with us?
He gone.
Yeah.
His friend that's not a friend got cognitive dissonance, and so now he dipped.
Yeah, he exposed himself. He said when he said, "How do you prove God?" That was his exposure, because he told us he believed in the flat Earth. He wanted to learn. He believed it. He watched some videos, and then Indio took him through how many people went to space. Because the first thing he said, "Well, why don't we send some flat Earthers to space?" Right? It's just so. I hope Eva is still listening, right? Because this is the thing we get, right? I hope Eva is genuinely interested, because these guys weren't interested. Just here to derail.
Troll.
So Eva, if you have any more questions, we can answer them for you.
Yeah, I was AFK. What happened to John Eris?
Eris got booted because he screamed in the live stream, and Jaw dipped after that because his mate exposed him and Jaw. So
Safe to say they didn't learn the truth of our world then.
Well, they say condemnation before investigation is the height of all ignorance, and I think we are all kind of there at one point, right? We all believed what we were told, and the problem is people initially see this topic, and we've been taught that it's the stupidest thing in the world, right? So you can't fault them, but they also have to have an open mind. You know, people that are coming into this topic for the first time, you really have to think about, what do you know for yourself? What have you empirically proved, or what do you believe? So when you're condemning people that may have other information that you don't, without investigating that information, you first need to listen to what the information is, and then go investigate that for yourself. Now, if you have issues with what's being put forth, then take what has been told to you, investigate it, and then come back with pertinent questions. That's a good way to move the conversation forward, is having pertinent questions about what somebody who has investigated the topic has put forth.
Indeed. Well said.
Well said.
And all these people, they think this is our first rodeo, right? Indio even said to him, we get hundreds of people like you coming in here saying, "Oh, I believe in the flat Earth," and then slipping in stuff like, "Oh, well, let's send the flat Earth to space. Let's see if it's really there," right? Such shit.
And they
Nobody
always throw
comes
up
in
their
here with a
regular ones.
friend to learn, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Something you walk by yourself. It's a path you walk alone. Anybody coming in with a friend is here to just fucking goof around.
Yeah, and we try to keep it on track, but they always throw in a different subject and red herring, trying to get off topic, and it can never stay on topic.
Well, it's kind of like you say when you're out on the streets with it, you know, it's like we've been trained to be goldfish. People come in with just a simple meme argument because people can't read past the meme. I mean, most people can't read past the title of an article, and they've already formulated an opinion. So it's tough, especially nowadays with technology and how quickly
things come and go. Information is so quick, and we just try to formulate an opinion on such a small, bit of information.
I think
So
it's really
that
telling. I think it's really telling. Like if you watch, like for instance, Witz's last stream, a bunch of drunk people, but he's confident, standing in his truth. He's a minority, but their girls are all over him.
women love confidence, man. They love somebody that's confident and can stand in their own, hold their own opinion and stand up for it. Good work, Witsit.
Thank you.
I don't know, man. If we're being completely honest, Austin's kind of cute.
Okay, I won't deny that.
Oh, chill.
Hey, Witsit, I got a
Karma
question.
tells me all the time. That's how I can say that and not be gay.
I got to buy him drinks last week, but he still didn't put out.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Witsit.
What the hell is that? Cut the shit.
Well, Witsit, when you stayed at my house, my wife said she did like you.
Word.
Yo, Witsit, does Jack ever come in here?
Nah, I don't think so.
I'm going over his house either today or tomorrow.
Nice.
So where are you off to next?
Um,
Not hanging out in this shithole any longer, are you?
no, we got like there's a flat earther here that they own a store downtown, and they want us to come chill with them. We might do that. I think I'm just gonna like map it out today, so we'll probably be here one more day just so I can map everything out. But I don't really know yet. Some people are trying to get me to go down to
Speaking of
Indy for a vaccine passport or something, or protest, but Indy's pretty far down and out of the way, so I don't really know how to figure it out.
Twin Cities would be a good stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going west or are you going to go southwest or what?
We're gonna just go west, right? Like all the way west on the top side.
Yeah.
And then down back across is the theory, is an idea.
Okay. Who's with you? Just Chris, or you got other people with you?
Nah, it's just Chris.
Okay, just y'all two in the RV?
Yeah, which is the only way it's bearable, man.
Yeah. That's cool. You got plenty of room then.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you have any ideas, right? Like Twin City, that's a good idea. We're gonna go talk to some people in Minnesota, like Minneapolis. That's where Authentic Intent is. We're gonna chill with him. He always goes out to the lake and does some activism. We'll chill with him and do that. But we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna hit like Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone, and any prominent place that we can think of that's really prominent.
Killer. You ever get anybody that like try to tag along with you guys?
Yeah.
If you go to the Twin Cities and then head west, things get really far and few between for a long way, though. So you may head that way, then go south.
Yeah, it's almost like you want to come down through like St. Louis and then over through Kansas City, and then you can either hit, spots north or south of that, like Oklahoma, Nebraska, because there's not a lot in between basically Kansas City and the Rocky Mountains unless you're south.
Right. Yeah, it's nothing up there. I mean,
right, it's hard, right? There's flat earthers,
monuments, like you go Black Hills, check out Mount Rushmore and all that shit, but
dude, I definitely want to get a shot of me flat smacking with Mount Rushmore in the background, bro.
Dude, you're traveling the country. There's certain stops you have to make, right? Like,
yeah. Like it's just hard because we got flat earthers everywhere. We got flat earthers in Minnesota. We got flat earthers in Iowa. We got flat earthers in St. Louis. Flat earthers in Cincinnati. Right? Like you got to try to find a way. There's no efficient way, really.
right. You
So
end up zigzagging all over the place.
Yeah, and dude, this is I mean, it costs $350 to fill this thing. You know,
And what? How far do you get on a tank? Like 400 miles?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
A little more than that. I think it gets like 7 to 8 miles a gallon. Sometimes it can even get up close to 10.
Yeah, he was saying he was getting 10 when I was talking with him about my truck too. But either way, 10 miles again. I'm just saying, for how big of a tank is it? It's a big ass tank. You're still only going to go like 400 or 500 miles, maybe 600.
Yeah, something like that. It just, and we also got to be in Idaho August 6th. So, we're just trying to get out that way by then. I don't know. I'm gonna do all this today and map it out. It's really difficult. And then I get emails right from people scattered throughout the U.S. and I'm like, dude, I want to see all you guys, but this is making this really inefficient. Like, you're the only one that's hit me up in Iowa or whatever. It's like, ugh, like I can't literally go 500 miles out of my way for like a couple people. So I don't know. We'll have to figure it out.
Dude, 500 miles, you're doing all that traveling. What you do is you tell them where you're going to be within that 500 miles and you make them come to you. They want to hang out, they can drive for an afternoon.
I agree.
You get such bad gas mileage because you're carrying the whole flat Earth community on your back, my friend.
Yeah, that's all good. I was hoping we glitched the Matrix at the finals, but I couldn't think of a way to do it. It was very heavily patrolled. There's gonna be something that happens. That's the idea, right? Something will happen that kind of seeps through and glitches the Matrix, maybe goes viral or something. Where like something goes viral not because of flat Earth, but I just slip flat Earth in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like it. It's almost like
go
you
ahead,
have to find where the news cameras are and just happen to be in the background or something along those lines,
Yeah, for sure.
What's the most amazing moment you had so far?
I don't know. The White House was pretty epic.
Yeah, did you take that stream off where it said bombing the White House?
Truth bombing the White House? No, it's still up there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
For you guys who didn't watch it though, it's seriously the one last night, flat smack in the NBA championship. That was a pretty good episode. That was fun.
And like I had to change my approach a little bit, like I can't. Everyone's hammered and just wants to scream.
They were
Bucks and
so
six.
smashed, but the later it got, like all the decent people left in the first hour, right? Like you were hanging out though, and you were getting nothing but. Dude, you were there at like 1:30 in the morning in downtown Milwaukee. Nothing left but freaking drunks and bums mostly. Like
yeah. We were leaving, but then they were all standing outside waiting for the players' vehicles to pull out, and basically worship them. So, some people that weren't too bad there, but those are the diehard fans. And when I started talking, bro, I didn't have the omnidirectional mic on for the second one because it was wild, dude. Grown men were getting pissed. I was just waiting to have to fight, honestly, but it didn't happen. But you'd be surprised, dude. People come up to me so much, and they're like, "Dude, keep doing what you're doing. Screw these other guys." Like a lot of people out here, you're right. They're not gonna listen. But like, there's a lot of people here that are hearing it. So that happens so much that, it just like motivates me to keep doing it. I don't really care. Yeah, most people were hammered. That's why I had to kind of do I was just saying, the Earth is flat. Thank me later. Stuff like that.
How many people tried to swipe your mic?
Oh, quite a few.
Yeah.
Quite a few. And everyone wants to just grab the mic and scream. And then I had some little gamma try to pull my pants.
Looked like they wanted to take it from you. Like
yeah. They were trying to, bro. They were trying to pull it out of my hand. It's crazy, bro. They were pissed because I wasn't just talking about the Bucks on the mic, so.
Yeah.
But it's like a spell, bro. It was like a spell. Every person just said Bucks and 6 for like 4 straight hours. Like it was crazy, bro. And everyone got on the mic and screamed Bucks and 6. I'm like, well, how original of you. You know, like everybody just knew to say that.
Hey man, it's been friggin' 50 years, so
No, it was pretty electrifying when they won, bro.
Dude, if you watch the game, like at all, like Giannis, holy shit, what a performance!
Oh yeah, he went hard. What's crazy is I had the live stream started and I was gonna hold it right whenever they won, because I could tell they were gonna win. Like with like a minute left, they were clearly gonna win.
Yeah.
And so I'm holding it up right with the stands because they open the gates up where you can walk in. And as I'm holding it right when they're about to win, bam, service cuts out. Like I guess there were so many people there, I don't know, but like my full bars would just literally go blank.
Yeah, all those people getting on the phone at the same time to call their Ubers and whatever else to like meet up with their friends. There was over 65,000 people down there outside of the freaking forum. So, yeah, like the whatever the towers in the area can't handle that much traffic at once. It happens sometimes. It happens at Summerfest too when we have that.
Yeah, to 65,000 people, bro, and I watched thousands of people get turned away.
They
Like
need better.
thousands.
They need better satellite coverage for all those cell phone calls.
Right. There are also drones flying everywhere, man. Police drones like all over the sky.
Yeah, there
Kinda
was,
weird.
there was one drone that they were using for the game that they just kept on showing the huge crowd outside.
Right. That makes sense.
Hey, Witsit, do you have like one specific moment throughout the tour that has stood out where like you saw somebody's light bulb above their head get lit?
That's actually happened quite a few times. I would have to think about it. I don't know. Probably happens like every time. Honestly, most of the time it's someone that's already heard of it, already knows it, and they're like, "Yay!" Or they like they like tap their friend, and they're like, "I told you," but they're embarrassed to come up. And then it's somebody that comes up real arrogant, and then they find out real quick, like, "Uh-oh, I'm in over my head," but they leave pretty arrogant. It's rare, but maybe once or twice a stream. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. It happens quite a few times, and we do it off camera too. So I don't know. Honestly, it's usually like pretty girls. Like pretty girls will walk up there and they're not really trying to be like arrogant or show off, and they listen more. And then they're just like, wow, I didn't. You can see it in their eyes. Like they're like, I knew none of this. This is crazy. Dudes are always trying to be cool in front of girls, so they can't be real about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like last night, there was a female that you could tell she was just like, whoa, I didn't know any of this. And she started changing her mind. But I don't know. It's hard to tell if they're like trying to flirt or whatever. Like, I don't know. I just plant the seeds.
Yeah, I know. Just from watching the streams, it seems like people tend to stop and maybe put their attention towards you when you start getting along the lines of, children have been lied to, and that you start talking about the creator and that people are special. We live in a world where people aren't told that they're special that often, and I think that really draws people in and at least gets their attention.
I agree. I was talking to Chris about that. He says I need to do that more too. I agree, because people stop and turn around and listen when you start talking about the children.
I noticed I noticed last night also when you said it, like a couple people whipped their head around that didn't pay you any mind a second earlier when you just started saying something about the children, and they were like, boom, they were looking at you. Oh, by the way, you definitely have to clip out just like 10 seconds of that chick near the end, where you were like, you told her the Earth was flat, and she's like, huh? And you were like, the Earth is flat, and she's like, what? And then she's like, hey,
it's already been clipped up by like 30 people. I'm getting tagged in it all day, bro. Let me see if I find it. I'll post it in here. She just runs down the street screaming the earth is flat. It's got to be a gift.
That was awesome. Yeah, that one chick was flirting with you for sure.
Like I didn't have the omnidirectional mic, but honestly, a lot of them. That's the only reason they even came up. Like they're kind of buzzed, you know, and they're like, I don't know about that, but you're cute or something stupid. And then like this really pretty girl from Canada, she came up talking to me, flirting, and then I told her there's flat. She's like, oh, you know, just like there's like that happens a lot, bro.
She made the cop sound, and that cop was like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they just hear you on the mic and they're like, wow, this guy's got no confidence to be on the mic, I guess, you know, and they come talk to you and then you tell them what you're talking about and they just like check out, bro. It's so funny.
My favorite clip is that cop though. You told he's like, "Are you mad that we didn't go to the moon, bro?"
Yeah, he goes,
Even that cop, he thought that was kind of funny. The smirk that he gave you when he, like before his smart ass response, you know, like he didn't like you, but you could tell he knew that was a witty remark that you made.
That's my new tactic. If the cops harass me, I just want to like try to stay really calm and pull the selfie mode and just like smile at the camera, ask like trolling them, you know, and, like because there's no reason to get worked up.
Yeah, that's good content.
Yeah, they didn't even like try to harass me at all yesterday. No, not one cop said anything to me.
Dude, with all that chaos down there, like some sober dude yelling on a microphone isn't his worries.
Yeah, you would think so, yeah.
Yo, what's it?
What's up?
Do you ever watch like the First Amendment audits and whatnot?
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them.
All right, do you like those or dislike them?
I don't like when people intentionally try to go antagonize a cop to get content, personally, but I do like when they hold their ground. Sometimes the cops harass them because they're taking pictures, you know, and yeah, but that is where I learned how to deal with cops like a few years ago.
For sure. So I follow up on that just because you know, I'm always concerned with people's rights and whatnot, and especially with the First Amendment. And I was in Gamma's one day, and I was arguing with this guy about whether it's legal or not to record in the fucking post office, and dude just would not get it. No matter what I said, he wouldn't get it. Like, and the one video he tried to use, he's like, look, he got arrested, and linked me to a YouTube video. In that same video, that auditor sued the city for what the police did. I was like, dude, you're fucking retarded. People don't get it, man. And especially in Gammas, they not only are they like super globers, but they're also complete bootlickers, you know? If a cop assaulted somebody for no reason, there was probably a reason. You know what I mean? It's always guilty before proven guilty.
Yeah, man, like Gamma Panda server. That's exactly how Gamma Panda server is.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's where I argue with the guy.
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy.
Hey, person, you ever watch M Against It Press? He's a First Amendment auditor.
Yeah, I really like how he goes about his stuff, but he talks way too much.
Yeah, but he's on point on his rights.
Oh, he really is, man. He really is. And he's got a good heart.
Yeah.
You should do that, Witsit. Do like half flat smack, half First Amendment audit.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just because it might go viral. You could get a really good one that maybe kind of goes viral a bit, but like I said, I'm not really the kind of person to like look for an issue with the cops, man. You know, like just so out of my character, like my whole life, I don't like them. So, you know, if they come and harass me, then I'll do it. But I don't know. I don't really want to go look for them, to be honest, because it can get dangerous. Like in a situation like that, I really will never back down. and it gets dangerous, right? Like when I was in Cleveland, and the guy's I'm like, what's your badge number? He said, give me your ID, and I said no, and he immediately just grabbed my arm and like squeezed it. Well, it's like the Supreme Court says I can hit him in the mouth. That's what the Supreme Court says. But if I hit him in the mouth, then I'm getting jumped by cops and potentially shot, bro.
Yep,
You know
you're
what I'm
risking
saying?
your life.
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, man, it's definitely dangerous. That's why I have like the utmost respect for the guys that are out there doing it, because you know, I mean, if I were to go out there and do that, I would know damn well that that was a possibility, you know, just as you're stating. So those guys go out there and do it anyways. That takes quite a bit of courage, because that is rather terrifying, knowing that you could get shot or jumped and gang beat by them.
But yeah, that's why the camera's such a big deal, right? It really gives you some protection.
Yep, that's why they hate it. Most of them do. There are some good ones, man, that really know about the First Amendment, and they respect people's rights. And then, you know, you all of a sudden see them educating people, going, hey, you know, this guy's on public property. He's allowed to record as much as he wants. I watched a video where two guys were technically, by definition, they assaulted the guy, but it wasn't so extreme that he really wanted to press charges or anything. It's more so about the point of educating the people, you know?
Yeah, like I had hundreds of people tell me I should press charges on that guy, but I'm like, I don't know, man. Like where I'm from, that would be kind of a soft thing to do, you know? Like I don't know. Maybe just to make a point, and so he stops harassing people, right? But for me, if you don't hit someone in the face, like that's not really assault. You know, unless you tackle someone or push them down, or like I don't know. That's just kind of how I'm wired. It didn't really faze me. I just screamed it was assault because I wanted him to get off of me, and a cop broke the law, so he had to take me more serious. But I don't know. I'm not big on lawsuits.
Probably the worst thing you can do is tell a cop no. You could say something like, happy to give you my ID so long as you give me your badge number. That's
I just straight up said no.
When you say no, like you're disobeying a direct order, and the police are going to use the continuum of force, which is if the physical presence is not enough to get the subject to comply, be immediately ready to move to step 2. Step 2 is verbal command. If the verbal commands are not enough to get the subject to comply, be immediately ready to move to step 3. Step 3 is soft hand. That's why he grabbed your wrist after you said no to his verbal command. So the worst thing you can do is tell a cop no. What you do is you conditionally accept him. Like, is it a crime not to have an ID?
Answer their questions with questions.
Exactly. When you make statements like no, that's when they start accelerating the continuum of force.
But of course, that doesn't actually. I mean, I agree with you, but that doesn't actually change anything, right? Like, I can just say no. I could actually say F you. Like, technically, like I could say, well, how about you kick rocks? Like, or why are you so out of shape? Right? Like, I can say whatever I want. Like, I agree with you though. That's the best way. Like, towards the end of that one, they're like, you know, give me your ID. Am I being detained? You know, that's the easiest route. But screw them, bro. Honestly, I was just genuinely frustrated that I had a short period of time to reach the people going into the game, and they're over here trying to shut it down, lying about ordinances. You'll notice that in all my interactions with cops shut me down, they always lie about what the ordinance says. Always. I had it pulled up on my phone for last night, just waiting for them to try to come say something, because it says that you have to prove that they're 5 decibels above the ambient noise, which is the background noise there, right? Which in the finals, there's no way. There's no way they could ever prove that, but they did it anyway, and then they shut me down for the commercial use in Cleveland. So they're told to lie to get compliance, and so I honestly I get real frustrated. That like I have some weaknesses. One of them is that back in the day when someone physically touches me, I hit them in the mouth, and so I've worked on that a lot over the last few years. I don't do that at all anymore. I don't fight, but I don't want to put myself in a position where I'll kind of like, you know what I mean, like go back to that.
When dealing with cops, you're not going to get justice on the side of the street. If anything, you'll get it in front of the judge.
Yeah.
It's important important to not say no and always conditionally accept. I'm like, oh, I'd be happy to, so long as you agree that you're accepting a penalty of $10,000 for denying me equal protection and due process of law without probable cause of a crime being committed. It's like, well, I'm arresting you for, or I'm charging you with the crime of whatever. And you have to politely say, are you telling me that a judge of this fine county or this fine city doesn't know the difference between a crime and an infraction, officer?
Right.
Hey, what's it? Back to what you said really quick, where you know, and we were discussing whether or not it'd really be worth it to sue. You don't want to, you know, take away from your point and your, you know, movement in order to sue somebody over something so little. Although it's little, I mean, some stranger going up and grabbing your arm, that's really not okay. I mean, unless you knew him like that, that's not okay. And had you done that to him, you probably would have been behind bars the rest of your life. I mean, you would have gotten assaulting a police officer. They would have brought the fucking hammer down on you, bro, just for grabbing his arm. Now, there's also the fact that that police officer, if he did that so easily to you, that he's going to go on and continue to do that to other people, you know? So maybe not suing him, but filing a proper complaint form and making sure that's on his track record. You know, that's one thing that they hate is people's ability to file a proper complaint. They'll always try to do it over voice. You can talk to the chief, you can talk to the sergeant, and just ignoring that and grabbing a proper form or printing it off and making sure it gets sent in and documented. It's pretty important so that that officer can't continue to do that to people, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree, but also the exposure that you got when High Impact Flicks picked that up and broadcast that. I wouldn't be surprised if that whole entire department actually reviewed that incident. And at least internally, there was some discussions that were probably made because he does have a pretty large reach.
Yeah, for sure. That's like the benefit of the cop interactions. That's what I'm like. That's something that can get flat earth out there, like some crazy cop interaction. That's why in the moment I always try to remember to slip flat earth in. Like when I'm talking to the cops, I'm like, you know, he's triggered. We didn't go to the moon, I guess, right? I'm just telling people that the Earth is flat because it provably is, just so in case it goes viral, like you can't really clip it out. Like there's flat Earth in it. That's kind of my plan of action with the go viral thing. I know that something flat Earth alone won't go viral. You'll have to glitch the matrix out and just slip flat Earth in, and you know that's the benefit of the cops. But I hate cops, bro. Like I don't hate all cops, but like I just don't like them, man. And it's like, yeah, you're right. If someone just came up to you on the side of the street and grabbed your arm, like that's not cool. That dude had a gun on his hip. And there's two of them surrounding me with a gun on their hip, walking in my face, grabbing me. Like it's ridiculous. I might sue them, man. I might send in a lawsuit just to do it. So yeah, we'll see. And then I have a few of those. I have where at the Pentagon they tried to lie about my First Amendment, and I sat right there and kept doing it. At the White House they tried to intimidate me. I have that all recorded and lie about the law. So I have quite a few already. That's why the stadiums are such a good idea, in my opinion, because you're guaranteed that the cops are going to try to make you stop at a stadium usually. And I don't know, like I have to just bite the bullet, I guess, and have these cop interactions just to try to, for the benefit of flat Earth, you know. I don't really like it personally. I know a lot of people do, but like I don't know. I don't even like. It's not even my thing to be on camera all the time. You might not be able to tell that, but I would have never made a YouTube channel, bro. Like I it's not my thing. I kind of got dragged into it via Globebusters. I don't, and now I feel like it's what I'm supposed to do, but it's just not really my thing. So I guess that's kind of selfish, you know. But I don't know, man. I guess I'll look into optimizing the cop thing, bro. But I just hate it.
Yo, what's it? Sue him for $1 just to prove a point, K. And what you were saying about slipping it through the matrix, K. When you get up on the podium, just, yeah, you know, and the reason that I believe that this officer was wrong. Close the door. Close the door. Was wrong in this situation is the reason I believe that this officer was wrong in this situation is, I was
Bro, fix your mic, bro.
Yeah,
Just disconnect and come back.
Yeah, I'll unplug the aux, plug it back in. Sounds like your aux cord is like hanging out.
All right. Is it better now?
No,
It's not better?
No.
it's crackly. It's clear and then it gets crackly. So it's like the aux is not making a full connection. So just unplug the aux and reinsert it fully.
There's nothing plugged into my mic though. I don't understand.
Disconnect and reconnect.
Is it Bluetooth? Wireless?
Yeah,
No, I'm just on. It's my laptop mic.
Try reconnecting to the chat. Try reconnecting to the chat.
Laptop mic. Could be Discord.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, that did it.
Maybe.
Better.
I hope so. Man, this sucks.
Oh, no.
Okay, still bad.
Audio driver?
That sounds like a mechanical issue.
Hey, go to Best Buy real quick. Go to Best Buy real quick and buy a new laptop.
No, just get a headset with a mic, and you can bypass the laptop mic. The laptop mic seems broken. They are pretty bad and don't last very long.
Any set of earbuds? Usually every set of earbuds has a little mic in it.
Yeah. What's your PayPal? I'll send you $300. Go to Best Buy. I'll get you a new laptop, bro.
Damn, $300.
Yeah, it's not expensive, but it'll get a new laptop.
Just buy a headset, man. I have a wireless headset for $100 that works pretty good. I mean,
how could that work on a flat Earth? Come on.
That's the only way it could work, bro.
Okay, did that work? Is that better?
Not really.
That's worse.
Still crackling.
What in the world could it be?
It sounds less distorted, but still hearing crackles. Like
restart
dust,
Windows, bro.
Like dust in the aux or something. I don't know.
There's no way that it should be. Is it still bad? If it is, then I give up.
No, now it's clear. Now it's clear.
Now it's clear?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, what I was going to say is, hey, apas. What I was going to say is it would be funny to slip in the flat earth stuff in a courtroom. So, for instance, when you're up in the podium, man, you're like, I was just explaining how this is a, second law of thermodynamics violation. Hey, that's enough. And just slip in all that stuff subliminally and, sue them for a freaking $1 just to prove a point. That'd be funny as hell. And I'm pretty sure you're allowed to record those as well.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I'd have to go back to Cleveland, It's like I thought about going back just to go back to another Cleveland Indians home game and just pull the mic out again just to show them that they can't stop me. That's what High Impact Flicks suggested I do. But it's it'd be pretty significant backtracking at this point.
Do it. No, I wouldn't do that in a court of law because then it would make your character witness under question, or would at least make them think maybe you're not a credible witness.
But I have a video. I have video evidence. So I could go up there hammered or something. It doesn't really matter. I have it on video. Yo, if I'm ever in court because of that, I'm definitely talking about the Earth, bro. I'll just say
That's straight. But like Andy Garcia, he took the court, or he took the state to court for the shape of the Earth, and then they weren't able to prove that it was round. And that was also like a milestone case that I think there needs to be further work built upon it.
Like one of the ways that we maybe could have gone viral, we just missed it, is we went to Traverse City in Michigan, and they had the Cherry Festival, like the National Cherry Festival. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were there like 2 days before we got there. We didn't know that because I would have gotten really close to Joe Biden with a microphone talking about how the Earth is flat.
Oh, that would have been great if he went on
Wow.
TV talking about it.
Yeah.
You just need one of those giant signs behind their interview. Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm
Search
pulling the mic
Winsett.
out everywhere, bro. Like the mic's hilarious. My amp reaches so far that it's ridiculous, man.
Is that the handheld loud hailer?
Wait, what?
Or are you talking about one of those like loudspeaker, those where you squeeze the button and then talk to the one end and it makes it louder on the other?
No,
Or are you
it's an
talking about
actual
like
amp.
a microphone and an amp?
Yeah, it's like a huge amp.
Oh, so easy to carry. Nice.
Well, it has it rolls like a suitcase, you know.
So wherever you can roll, Flat Earth can roll.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
And then we've figured out how to do it. If you get within a certain distance of buildings, with the right architecture, it echoes off the building. So you can be like, you could be like a football field away, and you're gonna hear about the flat Earth. So it's hilarious. A lot of the laws do say stuff like 50 feet, 100 feet, but I don't really care. I just do it anyway, and I get away with it everywhere. So pretty much.
So what's your close? Where do you send them once they're interested?
I tell them to either go here or to look at the app. Look at Dave Weiss's app.
Cool.
Yeah, we hand out a little card that has a QR code on it, and it's got the app. It's got this Discord and my YouTube and stuff.
Is Dave paying you commission yet?
No.
He better be. He better be, man. Come on, send him a mail.
Nah, it's all good. That's my homie.
Is there a way to track how many people download that app using the QR code that you gave out?
I probably could do that
Of
somehow.
course. Yeah. So everyone who gets sent to Dave or to the page through Witsett's portal, Witsett's link, then would effectively be captured as. So you'd be able to quantify how many went and downloaded the app if they followed your QR code.
I don't care about stuff like that, man. Like the only reason the app isn't even free is because tons of Globers went and spammed the 1 star. So to cut the trolls out, they charge money. Plus, it costs thousands and thousands to actually run and update the app. And for me, I'd much rather him be able to just keep the app running. You know, I don't
Profit's
care.
not an evil word. Profit is not an evil word.
No, I know, but it's just like that's my homie Dave. Like he's my homie in real life. You know, he's super cool. Just keep the app going. That's like probably one of the biggest things someone's done for Flat Earth, arguably. Like if you type in Flat Earth in the App Store, it literally pops right up.
I want to see a Witsett and Dave Weiss interview side by side. And Dave can start them off with his like Flat Earth 101 and then can hand over to Witsett to slam dunk, nail the coffin shut, place them in the ground and bury them.
We did do one interview. I don't know if it's aired yet. He does interviews all the time. When I was at his house, one person I was interviewing mentioned me, and he's like, oh yeah, I can't stand that guy. And then he waved for me to come over there. And so I talked to the interview for a little bit, but dude, I think he's doing great, man. I think he's fulfilling his lane very well.
No, but it's something special. It's something special to have something to say and to be able to say it in a way that people can hear it. Both yourself and Dave, you guys, there is an ability or like an inherent skill, usually with salespeople, where they can communicate effectively across to someone and that message can be received and understood. And, you know, I think we need many, many more like yourselves out there doing this, speaking to the people, because there's a lot of normies out there that get it. There's a lot of normal people that when you present the stuff to them, they go, holy shit, you're right. That does make a lot of sense.
Dude, it happens all the time, bro. And there are tons of people that already know. but they're like closet flat earthers.
Yeah.
It's like me being on the mic gave them the confidence to tell their friend. I can't even tell you how many times someone has literally effectively come out about flat earth in front of their friend live because like their friend didn't know. But they're like, and what they do is they're like, yeah, dude, I've heard that. And then what about this? Right. Or what? Oh, and the Antarctic Treaty. And they look over at their friend like they're nervous. They're like, damn, now they know, but
Yeah.
it's kind of, you help them have confidence to do it. Way more people than you think know. It's just like a lot of people. Eddie Bravo said that he thinks it takes 18 months for people to come out. Like a lot of people don't say anything about it publicly at all for a while or ever. But so we already have them everywhere, and that's the real problem. Like there are flat earthers everywhere, but if no one says anything about it, then what would change, right? Like what would happen?
Well, the first rule about Fight Club is we don't talk about Fight Club.
Well,
yeah, what you're
but
saying
we have
is
members everywhere.
what you're saying is definitely true. I mean, I've known about this subject and have looked into it since literally like 2013, 2014. And I participate in no comment sections on YouTube, none of that. I literally got on this Discord 2 days ago, and having you guys here and like going to my local spot and like nobody there, even though I regularly go there on, a weekly basis, not knowing my belief, and then being able to talk to people after you guys were in town has just encouraged me to open up and spread the word a lot more than I had. I mean, initially I was just group text messages between friends that I've known my whole entire life. And those are the most brutal, is trying to convince the people around you that you know and love the most, because those are the hardest people for you to actually get through to them. But the average person, like just going out and having a conversation, dude, it just opens it up. Like you see their minds just be like, oh, well, I never thought about that. And there's so many of us like myself that have really been low key just because it is such a hot button topic. But seeing you go out there and a lot of other people go into, public and discuss this really helps, So I appreciate what you're doing, man.
Of course, bro. I'm glad to hear that, man. It's a process you get used to, right? It's like even for me, I'm a very outspoken person, but so like when I found out about it, I was dating some chick. I told her she would have believed anything I said, honestly. But anyway, and then like I was telling all my friends, and I was real outspoken about it, and no one wanted to hear it. But I didn't go out and tell other people. I was like, okay, I just went on with my life, and now I know the Earth's flat also. And so I finally realized, like, wow, we've got to get it out, right? So it's like it is kind of nerve wracking at first. Like if we're gonna be honest, to be the one guy in the entire room that everyone immediately thinks is crazy, it gets kind of draining. But you end up getting used to it, where it's a positive. You're just kind of like, that they just don't know what they're talking about, and you're trying to help them. And so now it's like now I'm a flat Earth robot. Like when I first got on the microphone, it was kind of nerve wracking. Like there's like a few thousand people here, bro. I'm about to kill their whole vibe. Now I just pop up at the NBA finals and I don't even think about it. So like the more you do it, you get used to it. And if we could just all kind of do a little bit of that, I think that we would win.
But there's that power in numbers, So like you being the crazy guy in the room, until someone else says, yes, Witsit's right. And as soon as someone stands with you and starts saying, yo, guys, listen to what he's saying, suddenly the whole dynamic shifts. So it's part of like getting those people who are on the periphery, on the fringe, to actually jump in and speak up when you're in a public setting. Because just having one other person say, what you just said makes sense, suddenly everyone else in the room starts to think about it more deeply.
And this helps. This will help a lot. Like a little advice to everybody, right? This makes it really easy in real life, way easier. Is if you're already talking to someone and you got the initial interaction out of the way, you just say you want to hear something pretty crazy, and they're gonna look at you and probably typically say what or sure, like you're gonna think it's crazy. Like if you say it twice, like you're gonna think it sounds like it's gonna sound crazy. That like removes the whole, because then when you start talking about it and they think it's crazy, it's like I told you that you were gonna think it's crazy. It basically appeals to their ego. Like, you can't tell me something that's so crazy I can't entertain it, right? So if you preface it by saying you're gonna think it's crazy, this is gonna sound crazy. It makes it a lot smoother. Like, not just, hey, my name is Austin. The Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's almost like you're taking one of the bullets that they have out of their gun and you're using it on yourself initially. Like, I already shot myself with the I am crazy bullet. So you don't have that as a response. So it kind of opens them up to be like, well, I can't respond to this because you already told me it was crazy. So I can't call him crazy and shut him down.
Exactly. So then they have to have more specific conversation with you.
Yeah.
Hey,
And I've noticed that.
what's it?
But it's also expectation management. You know, like if you say to someone, "Oh, I'm going to completely ruin your day," and then you tell them that their delivery is going to come 15 minutes late, they're like, "Oh, you know, that didn't ruin my day. Come on." You know, so you've made them. But if you said to the person, "Your delivery's coming 15 minutes late," they could blow up at you and say, "What the fuck? I bought it because you said 1 hour shipping." So something, just by controlling the expectation before the engagement, as well as taking that bullet and throwing it at yourself first, it's a really good technique.
Exactly.
Yo, what's it?
What up?
So I got a quick idea for you. You said you were going to the West Coast, yeah? Okay, so I don't know if you're familiar with this place. I'm gonna throw a picture up, but I think it'd be awesome if you were to flat smack people whilst also using this place, like being there, as a way to, in a sense, represent the ice wall and some of the other. You'll get what I mean. So I'm sure you've heard of this place, but it's Crater Lake. It's on the west coast, and it was a volcano. But if you look at it, if you were in that spot up at the top there, which you can hike clear down to the lake, you would be able to use that as a physical representation of what you are trying to explain. You
Wow,
get
that's
what I mean?
awesome. That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's beautiful there too, man. I would say even if you weren't gonna do that, you should definitely hit that spot while you're on the West Coast. The
No,
water's
I want to. Wait, I
blue.
can go up there and climb that thing.
You can go anywhere that you can see there, but the most the popular spots are around certain parts of the edge right there. Then down to the water you can hike down, and then you can use a shuttle boat to go over to that island.
So I can get on the island and climb up to the top of it.
I imagine you could, yes.
That would be incredible.
Yep.
Because they say there's a big mountain in the middle of the earth.
Yep.
What's this place called?
It's Crater Lake, and it's in Oregon.
Wait, say it again.
It's called Crater Lake, and it's in
Okay.
Oregon.
Crater Lake, gotcha.
Yeah, and you'll find some interesting people there. A lot of the locals around this area and in Oregon, they don't even go to this spot. I don't see why, but then you have a lot of people from China and India that come just to see the spot. It's really strange, to be honest.
Well, it's just like how I know tons of people that live close to Niagara Falls and they never go.
Exactly.
But about that mountain at the center, I've often wondered, why is it that our most northerly places that we can go to, we still can't see this mountain? Is it still potentially that where we think the North Pole is still much further away, and they're keeping us far enough that we cannot see the mountain, or whether we have to cross an ocean to get there, or
I don't really
that
know.
we
Like,
can't see it.
that's a good question. I think that we definitely don't know where the North Pole is. 100%, we don't. 100%. And I think that hyperlogically there could be some type of like force field, we'll say. So would that affect your perception? I don't know. Maybe.
But even think about the fact that you really can't go within 500 miles of the North Pole anyways, and look at long distance observations. Even with infrared cameras, you're lucky to see 250 miles even with infrared. So if you're 500 miles from them, what
and then
would
there's
be the North Pole. Like optically,
yeah,
it would be tough.
Yeah, exactly.
then
Even if
there's the
even if
angular
it's
size.
crazy tall, like it's just the atmosphere.
Yeah, the angular size of it, we don't know like how wide it is or how big it is, and we don't know enough. And you're looking into a colder and colder region when you're looking north, so that doesn't help.
That's what they say, yeah. But yeah, I mean, in theory, some say that it's like the tallest mountain on the earth, right? So, but again, just like he's saying, you can't see through hundreds of miles of atmosphere. Like it's not even about how tall it is. Like you just can't see that far. They probably mapped it out specifically where you couldn't see it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, all right, they can't go within 500 miles. That's a safe bet that they won't be able to see it.
Yeah, can I
Yeah,
ask
very
a
good
question?
points.
Very good points. Hello? Yeah, can I ask a question?
You just did?
Okay. Looking at the Mercator map, we know that the size of the continents are not the size that they really are. You agreed on that?
What did you say?
He said on the AE map that the continent sizes are not accurate, but there's a legend to that map that says that you're only supposed to calculate distance from the center outward. So you're not supposed to be calculating the width of the continent and then trying to say what that continent width would be.
So at the 90-degree circle around the outside, we got a projection of at the 90-degree circle would automatically form all the land in a circle. Do you agree on that?
Did you say that the 90-degree line would form all the land around it in a circle?
The projection automatically does that. Yeah. So you can't really measure anything at the 90 degree. You can measure things that say like the 60 and the 70 from the north, but as soon as you get to the 90, everything distorts. Do you think it does? And I'm saying
I don't
that
believe it does. I think from the central point where you're supposed to be measuring from outward, all the distances are considered accurate from the central point.
yeah, the distances, but the projection itself would automatically form all land in a ring. Does that necessarily mean that the land is in a ring, or you think it is because of the projection of the AE map?
The map is not doing anything. The map is just a projection of something else.
Yeah, Captain Cook sailed alongside the coastline of Antarctica, and he sailed for quite a bit longer than he would have had to if it was a globe.
So if you take all the land around the outside of the AE map, that's the circumference of all that land. That makes
Can you go on mute?
That makes a huge number. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've not really calculated it, but it would be an extremely number of miles. Yeah. Like the ice
Took
ring.
a very long time to navigate that. Just like when they did the Antarctic boat race, the Catharsis 2. If you calculate how its average speed based on the distance on a globe, it's going at 6 miles per hour. which is just absurd.
Yeah, but in these southern seas, they had sort of like the times of reckoning of distances. It wasn't that far out. I mean, it might have been double the sort of like the time that they had to go. So if they was thinking like they was traveling 20 miles, they would have to sort of like travel 40 miles.
Well, according to the globe, if you circle around Antarctica, that's roughly 10,000 miles. But according to NASA Earth Observatory, the new map of Antarctica's icy edge, the Antarctica coastline is 33,312 miles. That's far closer to any FE projection than a globe.
Yeah, so we say Antarctica is not a continent then, yeah?
Well, that's actually quite crazy because the equator is only 25,000 miles. So if they're saying the Antarctic coastline, even if it's 33,000 miles, that's already bigger than the equator.
Yeah.
So that should be a
That's why
nail
it's
in the coffin. But there's no way that can fit.
That's a big pair.
On what we're told.
I don't think those numbers don't seem to work out. As this person just said, it's way bigger than the supposedly equator.
Yeah, and Captain Cook, I think Captain Cook registered between 60 and 70,000 when he did it, and it took him over 3 years. So it certainly isn't a small island that you can just sail around in a month.
Yeah, so the size of Antarctica as on the globe model looks a lot smaller than its actual size, yeah?
It's also peculiar if you look at the Mercator projection. The Mercator projection has a giant, thick ice band at the bottom of that map. That ice band is in some places even thicker than Africa. So in the Mercator projection, the entire base of that rectangular map is supposed to be a thick ice sheet. And then there's ice at the top as well, projecting Antarctica. So I know they say it's just stretched across the top and the bottom of the map. But when you look at it proportionally, like land-wise, there looks like there is like at least 1 to 2 times more land in Antarctica than there is land in all the other continents combined. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I see that. So what if you did the AE map and instead of doing it from the North Pole, like you did it from somewhere, say, some point on the equator in Africa, would that be like a valid map?
Can you say that again?
You know how the AE map is drawn? You've got the centre at the North Pole. So if you decided to do an alternative AE map with the centre at, say, some point on the equator, say in Africa, for example, and then you redraw everything, what kind of map do you think you would see? And would you still get an ice ball?
No, so there's multiple projections. You can have a south polar projection or a north polar projection. The AE, as in methyl equidistant map, is a north polar projection, which places the North Pole at center. When you place the equator at center, you get a very distorted map, but it is possible to do. So you can take pretty much anywhere as that central projection point, but it will distort and warp things considerably. So when you do the south polar projection, then effectively the South Pole is at the center and all the continents actually wrap around that. So there's...
Yes, I've done a South Pole AE map.
On the AE, on the null school used to allow you to move the AE projection around and you could take different polar projections, but you don't, it's only in the North Polar projection that you get that entire ice ring around the exterior. In all the others, you get this little warped, distorted version of what Antarctica should look like if it was an island.
Yes, that's what I said in the beginning. Is the AE map, are we being deceived that there is an ice wall? Because if we do the projections from other points, you don't see this ice wall.
What do you mean you don't see the ice wall? The ice wall is a description of the coastline of Antarctica.
But only in the standard AE map.
No. In reality, the coastline of Antarctica is ice, and that doesn't stop just because you changed your map projection.
Yeah, the maps aren't reality. None of them are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It looks confusing. If you was in the southern hemisphere, you wouldn't particularly want to base an AE map based on the North Pole. You would probably want to choose like another point.
And you're basing this on what? Your feelings?
I'm saying that if you want to do sort of like measurements very close to the South Pole, then